اخر واحد اخويا ديبسي.
ديبسي برضه.
هو لو في يبقى ديبسي.
انا
ديبسي.
كولز غلط مفيش حد.
مفيش برضه ما اظنش.
لا ما في.
بيبقى في دايما كولز غلط في اي تيم، بس يعني مش دايما في حد معين هو اللي بيدي كولز غلط.
لا هي بصراحة مفيش حد معين بيعملها. يعني مفيش. لا لا.
روك.
LCK.
ROC.
LCK.
LCK.
انا
حسام.
جاكور الكابتن بتاع التيم.
جاكور.
لا في مواقف كتير الصراحة بس ما ينفعش تحكي
يعني كان في عفاريت وبتاع كده، بس موقف صعب يتشرح.
كان في الشقه القديمه اللي احنا بننام فيها كنا بنسمع صوت حد بيمشي وكده واحنا نايمين اصلا.
هو انا مش فاكر، بس يعني ممكن هو حوار العفاريت ده كلنا فاكرينه يعني.
ديبسي وساد يعني الاثنين.
ساد.
ديبسي.
يعني دايما بيبقى انا وكوميكس.
اذكى واحد كلنا.
حسام.
ممكن حسام.
ديبسي. جاكور. وديبسي. في لقطات كده بيعملها حلوة بصراحة.
ديبسي.
ديبسي.
ديبسي.
كوميكس.
من 2011.
2018.
2010.
انا بلعب من 2012، بس يعني كنت بلعب فور فن. ابتديت ان انا العب سيريس من 2019.
كبطولات وكده من 2018، بس لو قبل كده من 2014 تقريبا. اتليست توب 4 ان شاء الله، في الاول يعني بلاي اوفس ان شاء الله توب 1 توب 2 ان شاء الله يعني.
اهدافنا ان احنا نكون توب 1 ان شاء الله. بنجهز ان احنا كل واحد يعلي الانديفيدوال ليفل بتاعه، زائد ان احنا بنحاول نعلي التيم بلاي بتاعنا ونحسن البلاي ستايل بتاع الفريق.
هدفي ان شاء الله توب 2. التجهيزات اللي احنا نحسن الانديفيدوال بتاعنا والتيم ورك والحاجات دي كلها.
اهدافي ان شاء الله ان انا ابقى في التوب 3، وان انا العب كل التورنمنتات اللي بتبقى في السنه يعني في كروس فاير ويست.
هدفنا ان شاء الله يعني بالميت يعني نطلع تاني ان شاء الله سكند، ونجهز له ان احنا يعتبر لازم نشتغل على نفسنا ونشوف الميستيكس والحاجات دي كلها. انت مش هتعرف تحقق اي حاجه من غير المجهود اللي هتطلعه عامه. كلنا عندنا نفس الحلم فعايزين نحققه، فبالتالي لازم نعمل احسن مجهود.
بنشكر طبعا الفانز بتوعنا، وان شاء الله السنه دي هنعوض الفانز بتوعنا عن اللي حصل لنا السنه اللي فاتت.
شكرا لوجودكم، انتوا بتحمسونا وان شاء الله نكون احسن من السنه اللي فاتت.
يعني بشكرهم ان هم وقفوا جنبنا، والسنه اللي فاتت ما كانتش احسن حاجه، بس ان شاء الله السنه دي غير يعني.
لا احنا بنحب نشكر كل الفانز يعني اللي بيشجعونا ودايما بيدعمونا. بحب نقول لكم ان السنه دي ان شاء الله هتبقى مختلفه عن اي سنه. ان شاء الله السنه دي هنبقى في التوب 3 يعني ان شاء الله.
احب يعني اشكرهم جدا جدا ووقفتهم، وان شاء الله هنعمل احسن نتائج في السنه دي ان شاء الله طول السنه في كل البطولات باذن الله yani.
Pratiklere en son Flex ve Raffin geliyor. Biraz da şeyler sanki böyle rahatlar. Böyle son dakikada geliyorlar. Bazen 10 dakika sonra falan geliyorlar. O şekilde. Takımdaki en ciddi oyuncu bence Lion Claw. Biz 4 kişi Türk olduğumuz için, o da Portekizli olduğu için belki o yüzden biraz daha böyle ciddidir. Hani daha az konuştuğu için. Belki ondan dolayı Claw diyebilirim, evet. En şakacı bence Flex. Hatta çoğu zaman oyunun içinde bile, maçın içinde bile trollediği zamanlar oluyor. O yüzden en şakacı Flex diyebilirim. Clash'larda en güvenilir oyuncu kendimi saymazsam Spoxy en iyisi diyebilirim. Onun dışında Flex de çok fazla Clash'lara kaldığı için o da çok iyi. Öyle. Flex bazen şey yapıyor yani practice'lere gelmiyor, öyle söyleyeyim, veya dodge'luyor, hiç gelmiyor. Onun dışında Raffin de aynı şekilde bazen uyuyakalıyor. Bazen bilgisayarım yok diyor, o şekilde. Gelmiyor falan, öyle. Bence en akıllı oyuncu Flex. Bizden daha fazla tecrübesi var. Oyundan daha iyi anlıyor. Hani onu söyleyebilirim. O yüzden Flex diye düşünüyorum. Yanlış kol veren. Tabii bu herkesin başına gelebiliyor oyun içinde. Stresten dolayı. Ama en çok yanlış kol veren Raffin diyebilirim. Çok fazla mesela A geliyor adamlar, B diyor. Hani nasıl B? Fake yiyor o şekilde. Takımın en iyi anchor'ı Raffin yine. Tek başına site holdlamayı çok iyi yapıyor. Yani en iyi yaptığı işlerden bir tanesi de bu. Öyle, Raffin. Bir keresinde şey olmuştu. Vietnam turnuvasındaydık. Orada bizim Lion Claw, Portekizli, odasında hayalet gördüğünü zannedip bir anda böyle korkup ayakta böyle koşmaya falan başladı gece. Öyle bir olay olmuştu. Tabii biz bunu Spox'ten duyduk. O yüzden ne kadar doğru bilmiyorum ama öyle. Buna çok gülmüştük. Ya hangi takımla oynamak isterim? Ya Çin takımlarında oynamak isterim çünkü onlar hala en iyisi, öyle söyleyeyim. AG'de oynamak isterdim yani. Du ile birlikte. Güzel olurdu. CrossFire'a 2012 yıllarında başladım. Kuzenimin bana teşvik etmesiyle. Hatta kuzenim de şu an bizim ligimizde oynuyor. Nickname'i de Dane. O bana gösterdi yani oyunu. Ben onların evine gidiyordum. İnternet vardı, bizde yoktu. Gidip orada oynuyordum falan. O şekilde bir anda hani oyunun içine atladım, öyle söyleyeyim. Bizim ligimizden oynamayı sevdiğim takım TBI Esports. Çünkü oynayış stilleri bizimkine çok benziyor. Böyle hızlı, agresif, o şekilde. Bizim ligden TBI dediğim gibi. Onun dışında dünyadan dersek, ya daha çok Çinlilere karşı oynamayı seviyorum. Çünkü onlar en iyi seviyedeler. O yüzden onlara karşı oynayıp kendi seviyemi görmeyi seviyorum, öyle söyleyeyim. Ligdeki hedeflerimiz tabii ki de birinci olmak. Her türlü turnuvada, playoff'larda dahil, CFSQL'de dahil. Onun dışında nasıl hazırlanıyoruz? Yani her hafta belirli günlerimiz var. O günlerde, boş olduğumuz günlerde antrenman yapıyoruz. Hem maplere giriyoruz, çalışıyoruz o şekilde. Onun dışında pratiklere giriyoruz başka takımlara karşı. Öyle. Evet, bizi destekleyen herkese teşekkür ederim. Desteklemeye devam edin. Özellikle Türkiye için elimizden geleni yapıyoruz dünyayı tanıtmak için. Aileme selam söylüyorum buradan. Arkadaşlarım da aynı şekilde. İzleyecekler zaten. Hepsi de aynı şekilde CrossFire oynuyor. Onlara da selam söylüyorum. Bütün Türkiye komünitesine de selam söylüyorum.
Maalesef Rafin. Rafin her zaman pratiklere, smoke flash çalışacağımız zaman her zaman late gelir, geç gelir. Genellikle geç kaldıktan sonra her zaman bir tane bahane uydurur. Şuradaydım, böyle oldu, şöyle oldu, hastanedeyim. Her zaman yalanlar. Yani Rafin. En ciddi Lion Claw. Her zaman ciddi, pratiklerde, pratik dışında her zaman ciddidir. En az şaka yapan odur. Şaka yapan, pratikleri bozan genellikle benle flex oluyor. Biz sürekli zaten aramızda sürekli şaka yaptığımız için diğer oyunculara da genellikle pratiğin ciddiyeti bozuluyor maalesef. Clash'larda mı? Dizeyin, yani en güvenilir oyuncu Dizeyin ama benle Dizeyin kaldığımız zaman genellikle 2v5'te falan daha çok kazanıyoruz yani. Tekrar Rafin. Maalesef her zaman Rafin. Geç gelmeler, pratikleri doçlamalar yani iptal etmeler genellikle Rafin'den kaynaklı. En akıllı oyuncu Flex. Yani Flex genellikle IGL'de olduğu için yani bizden 2 tık daha fazla düşünür her zaman oyun içini. Yani o yüzden Flex. Rafin. Maalesef Rafin. Yani gerçekleri söylemek zorundayız. Rafin. Rafin'i genellikle site'a bırakırız. Yani en güvendiğimiz oyuncu o site konularında. Tek başına her türlü site tutar yani. En core olarak Rafin. Aramızda en garip olay CFS Vietnam'daydık. İlk gün herkes yol yorgunu. Ben Lion Claw ile aynı odayı paylaşıyordum. Gece saat 4 işte uyuyoruz. Her yer karanlık. Lion Claw bir anda yataktan kalkıp koşmaya başladı koridorda. Koridorda koşmaya başladı. Sonra dedim Claw ne oldu? Şey dedi, I saw ghost dedi. Hayalet yani ghost gördüm falan dedi. O başıma gelmiş en garip olaydır yani benim hayatımda. O geceden sonra bir daha onda kalmadım. Bayişa Gaming. Bayişa Gaming bana daha çok böyle takım olarak daha böyle nasıl diyeyim N9 falan var orada. Yani N9 ile oynamak isterdim aynı takımda. Onun gibi bir süperstar oyuncuyla. CrossFire 2013'ten 2012'den beri oynuyorum ama 2012 ile 2019'a kadar yani public normal bir şekilde oynadım. 2019-2020'den 2025'e kadar da hani bu şekilde kompetitif oynamaya başladım. Karşı Golden V. Genel olarak bakarsak ben Çinlilere karşı oynamayı daha çok seviyorum. Onlar çünkü daha böyle kontrollü beraber oynadığı için onlara karşı oynamak daha eğlenceli oluyor. Hedefler her zaman aynı. Her şeyi kazanmak. öncelikle ligi kazanmak, ligden sonra EWC'ye gitmek. Yani olabildiğince bütün LAN'lara gidip LAN'lara başarı yapmak, hedef bu. Bizi desteklemeye devam etsinler. Özellikle Türklerden bahsediyorum. Bizi desteklemeye devam etsinler. Umarım onlara gururlandırmaya devam ederiz.
انا
سنيك وسنير.
سنيك.
سنيك وانا.
سلاير وسنيك.
سنيك وسلاير.
سلاير.
لما مثلا ناكل كشري بنخش نبقى جوه الجيم نبقى ضايعين.
كنت لسه داخل التيم مش فاهم اي حاجه وكنت ببراك، فهم عمالين كل شويه كل سترات وانا واقف في النص مش عارف اعمل اي حاجه، مش فاهم اي حاجه.
هو في حاجه يعني انا بنام يعني حنكش في السرير اللي جنبي بيتكلم وهو نايم.
صعب افتكر.
هو ليه علاقه بسنير برضو. كنا في مره بنبراكتس وكنا اكلنا قبلها سمك مش كشري المره دي. فجه في وسط البراكتس قال لك يا جدعان انا دماغي سخنت وما عرفناش نكمل البراكتس. يعني اوفر شويه كده وقام قاعد يرش النار انا دماغي سخنت لقينا براكتس بس ما عرفناش نلعب عادي بسبب الاكل. بنحب ناكل وكان نلعب على طول.
لا ما افتكرش حاجه.
حورس.
حورس وتوت.
حورس وتوت وسنيك 3.
انا
توت وحورس.
حورس.
انا وحورس.
حورس.
حورس.
حورس. حورس.
حورس.
حورس. سنير.
سنير.
سنير.
لا ما فيش.
سنير.
صعب تلاقي كل غلط من التيم.
انا.
unKnights.
لا مفيش حد معين بعينه، يعني مفيش حد محدد ان احنا عايزين نلعبه.
في الليج بتاعنا ما اعتقدش حد معين، بس ممكن بره يعني عايزين نلعب الفرق اللي بره، البرازيليين والصينيين. ليكويد، تيم ليكويد، وفي الصين مثلا اي جي. هو مش فريق معين، هو بلاير معين، فلير من 3 ساعات.
ما فيش حد بعينه بالذات في الليج عندنا، ما فيش حد بعينه. ممكن بره، ممكن وولف يجي. يس.
محلي مفيش يعني هنا عادي الحمد لله يشتغل. مش يعني ماشي الدنيا. اللي عايز اقابله تاني فاسكو، دخلوا فالكونز دلوقتي، هم دول كانوا سبب ان احنا نخرج بس، وحصل كام لقطه كده هناك انا مش مبسوط بسببهم يعني، فدول انا عايز اقابلهم تاني.
ما فيش حد معين، اي حد هيجي على السكه هو عارف بقى.
سنير وسلاير.
سنيك وسنير.
الكل الصراحه يعني الكل ما فيش حد اقل من التاني، هو الكل بيبقى يعني ما فيش عندنا حد مش واثقين فيه ان هو هيعمل حاجه هتكسبنا الراوند او تكسبنا الجيم عامه، فالكل لا الكل واثق فينا حاجه زي كده.
في الكلوتشز اقدر اقول سنير وسلاير. سلاير وسنير.
سلاير.
حورس.
لا لو في حد هيكنسل بيقول من قبلها يعني.
ايه. حورس.
انا برضه
حورس. حورس. حورس سعاد.
لا مفيش. لا
انا طبعا عشان انا الاي جي اللي بتاع التيم، فانا اللي هو تيم كابتن.
هو مش اذكى، هو ممكن كلنا بنفكر في الجيم، بس ممكن اقول سنيك وسنير برضه.
سنيك وسلاير.
سنيك. سلاير.
سلاير وسنيك.
اذكى مش عارف، حماده سنيك بس. ما هو دايما يعتبر اكتر واحد احنا كلنا بنفكر، بس هو دايما هو اكتر واحد بيفكر بس، فهو ممكن اي قرار يعمله هو بيبقى يعتبر على حسب ذكائه يعني، فهو بيبقى اذكى واحد فينا يعتبر.
توتزن.
سنيك وحورس.
توت وسنير وسلاير.
بيست انكر. انا
توت. هو كلهم لو اتحطوا في سايت هيقتلوا اي حد يخش عليهم، بس توت ما شاء الله عليه احسن انكر في التيم.
انا بقالي 7 سنين بروفيشنال، ومثلا بقالي بتاع 11 سنه بلعبها عادي.
من 2019 تقريبا كومبيتيتيف، من اول 2019. لا عادي دي من بدري بلعب عادي من بدري، لكن ككومبيتيتيف من 2019 او 2018.
بلعب كومبيتيتيف من 2017.
2017 برو 2017. 2019.
كومبيتيتيف من 2020.
هدفي الصراحة من غير تكبر يعني ان احنا نحافظ على المركز الاول بتاعنا، اللي هو احنا كنا المركز الاول السنة اللي فاتت، فعايزين نحافظ على ده، ان احنا نبراكتس اكتر عن السنة اللي فاتت، ان احنا نجهز له اكتر، نبقى جاهزين عشان مش يعني ما نستقلش باي حد. انا واثق لان احنا اكسبيرينس بقالنا فترة كبيرة مع بعض يعني، فما غيرناش حد من الروستر، فدي حاجة حلوة يعني ان احنا واثقين في بعضنا.
ان شاء الله ان احنا نبقى اول زي السنه اللي فاتت، و تاني حاجه مش الدوري بس، ان احنا ان شاء الله نكسب EWC.
هو ان شاء الله نفضل زي ما احنا باذن الله، نفضل احنا في التوب يعني زي ما
انا
سنيك وسنير.
سنيك وانا
سلاير
Welcome back to CrossFire West, and it is the playoffs. And just a quick introduction, this is our special guest, Penguin, man. A lot of respect to him, 6+ years, TBI current player, and he also played in 3BL. He has a lot of experience, and I'm so happy that he's our analyst here today. So I'm really excited for today's games as well. I mean, Anubis, GG, and the other match, we're gonna talk about it in a bit. But welcome back, everyone. I'm really excited, and I'd like to take it over here to Penguin and just break down today's first game and last week, the previous weeks at least.
Thank you for this introduction, and I'm really happy to be on the desk today, and especially that it's the playoffs day, one of the most important days that's been played. Everybody's playing for this moment, for this day, and I know the pressure. I used to be in one of these days, so I know that everyone is going to be pressured today, but I'm pretty sure that the games today will be very, very good.
I mean, it's $228,000 prize pool, man. That's a big number, huge, to say the least. I mean, like that could retire some people, you know, honestly. But anyways, back to the point. I just wanted to ask you, since you were in the league itself previous to playoffs, what do you think? Give me some insight as to what happened in the previous weeks.
Talking about the league, everybody came to the league expecting GG Gaimin Gladiators, ROC Esports, and also unKnights to be on top 3, which has already happened, as we have seen.
Yeah.
But then we were talking about who's going to be the 4th place. We're having 3 or 4 teams competing for the 4th place. You're coming as GV, the roster that destroyed everybody, like in 2016, getting 2nd place in CFS Grand Finals, Snox, his company. But then you see Anubis reforming and making a very good roster as well. So they are a good competitor versus GV. And then EYG, former Lazarus, they are having a very strong, experienced players. Talking about 40, talking about Madison, Vice, the former captain. So it was coming to these 3 teams who can be the force and who can complete the group to be on top 4. But then Anubis at the end, by beating GV, they showed that they can be on top 4, and they earned the spot only by their good momentum and mentality, and these guys came back from very, very far away.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, they did have the perseverance. We saw the lower 4 teams struggle a little bit to execute and finish games, but teams like Anubis, GG, ROC, and GG, Anubis, ROC, and unKnights. Sorry, unKnights. To speak of unKnights, man, I don't know what to highlight the most. I mean, some of the ARM players, some of the hybrid players, and a lot of lurking happened in the previous weeks. And today, even especially if you're a CrossFire player, it's an experience to just watch these games unfold, even previous casts and the future ones as well. These playoffs can possibly mean going to the EWC and reaching a new stage and making a legacy for themselves.
Yes, as you said, it's one of the most important playoffs for CrossFire, because this can make you go to the EWC, this can book your spot to the EWC, especially that it's point system. And when it comes to a point system, that means that having the 1st place gives you a huge advantage that you can go to the World Cup and you can book your place early on, just starting from today.
Yeah, and here we're looking at the playoffs bracket. So basically, GG versus Anubis, ROC versus unKnights. The losing teams are going to be fighting for third place for the prize pool, and the winning teams are going to be playing in the next day for the grand final. Man, there is a lot at stake. I'm sweating. I don't know if you are, but I'm starting to sweat, and I'm anxious, but I'm excited as well. So we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen in the coming matches today and tomorrow.
Yeah, as you said, that is going to be very, very tough for all the teams and everybody. All the eyes are on EWC, especially that this playoffs will accumulate points for you. That makes you want to go to the EWC, and also for you to stay in shape, because I know as a team, if you win league, you get first or second place. This helps you stay in shape, not only stay in shape, but also to improve.
Yeah.
The other teams might be a bit frustrated, especially that if your eyes are on the first place and you don't get the first place, this can make you a bit some troubles, especially in the next games.
Definitely, yeah. And I just want to break down a little bit of Anubis versus GG, man. I'm pretty sure they've played before. And, I'd like to highlight the head-to-head. Like, what's the history between these two teams and when they played against each other?
Talking about LCK, when they came back on 2023, stepping in the CrossFire West League in 2023 Season 2, Anubis have played LCK, former GG, former LCK, and they draw first time within 1-1 maps in the first seed.
So that means they didn't really have any wins against.
Other than that, all the series, 8 series has been won by LCK with total of 19 maps for GG, Gaimin Gladiators, and 0 series wins for Anubis. And just to mention that Anubis and GG, they faced each other in the regional finals 2023 in the grand finals, where GG were up 2-0 on the maps, and Anubis made it back to 2-2, but then they lost Black Widow in 10-3, which is the map that none of the Anubis fans want to remember, but it was a very tough map because GG destroyed Anubis in this map and they got the first place on the regional finals 2023. But other than that, 2024 followed all by losses from GG, because GG won all the games versus Anubis in 2024, and coming to 2025, split one, Anubis got the first map, they won some base, they were very, very in good shape, but then they lost Port and Mexico. And then they started playing again in Split 2, but they lost both of the maps, Black Widow and I guess it was Subbase. So Anubis haven't really found any wins versus Gaimin Gladiators in their matchups, but I'm pretty sure this time, in these playoffs, this is the first time, by the way, Anubis meets Gaimin Gladiators in a playoffs game.
Yeah, it's not just a regional kind of thing or something like that. This is
playoffs.
There's a lot on the line, and I'm pretty sure Anubis and their organization and their coach have done a lot of homework towards GG, who is currently in first place. Anubis, I wouldn't call them fourth place, right? Like, I think they can contend versus ROC and unKnights, you know? So,
I've seen it in the league. We've seen it.
I mean,
beating ROC in the league.
I can tell. God bless. That's very impressive.
Beating ROC in the league, beating unKnights in the league. They're beating second, third team. Okay, they haven't beaten GG, but as I told you, there is a curse between Anubis and GG. They cannot find the win versus them, but today it's best of 5, and they want a revenge for the regional finals 2023. They want to beat them back because they got to them neck by neck, and they got it 2-2, but Gaimin Gladiators, they won the last map and they got the regional finals as a first place. So today is the day that Anubis can revenge until they can win their game.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, if I could bet my money, I would say GG, man. I'm not gonna be biased. I'm just looking at basic stats, you know. Anubis, I respect them and I love all their members and all their players. I've seen some of them personally out here in Egypt. So I do think, though, they're gonna have a fighting chance. It's not just gonna be a 3-0 or any of that stuff, man. When it's playoffs, things get really serious.
It's gonna be very hard. Yeah, it's gonna be very hard, especially that if you're talking about the maps and if you're talking about the players, I don't think Anubis is gonna just come here just surrendering for the first map
or something.
So no, I guess it's gonna be a very, very tough fight neck by neck too, because these two teams, we're expecting a lot from them. And Anubis, I always bet my money on the black horse because I always used to be a black horse. I always came from fourth place. Yes, I always came from the fourth place to the first place, fourth place to the first place, and then I did this 3 times. So I'm betting all my money on the black horse because they have no pressure. GG are the ones who are having the pressure. I'm not saying that they will be pressured, but normally that's how it goes in the playoffs.
Yeah, and earlier before we went live, we were watching some of these players talk and discuss from Anubis and GG and all the teams for that matter, some of them at least, highlighting how important and how crucial it is to secure this win. If not third place, but first, right? Like everyone's battling it out. You have to pay attention to that. Tell me a little bit about the boys in the camera. Let's wave, say hi. Penguin is here. He knows some of these guys personally. I think Doom's camera is still loading. But yeah, like, what do you have to say about the boys, IGLs and stuff like that?
Talking about the IGL, we're talking about Jaguar, one of the most experienced players in Egypt scene. This guy has been playing since 2014 or 2015, a competitive level of gameplay. He was the first player to go into CF, one of the first players to go into CFS Grand Finals in 2018, if I remember right. And he played in 2019 the CFS Invitational Egypt tournament, where he introduced to Anubis fans. So he's one of the most experienced players. He's their IGL. He's the guy who's leading the game, and he's the guy that you wants him to be, and he is stepping up to the play whenever you want him. If you want him to clutch, he will be clutching. And just to mention, Jaguar is the entry for Anubis, so he's the first to go inside. So he's the one who's making space for the team to in order to enter the side, and he's also the one who's anchoring the other sides on the global risk side. So if you talk about Jaguar and his IGLing, he's the one that you need to rely on today, and he needs to be the one who's popping off today.
Yeah, and now we transition into GG Gaimin Gladiators. Man, I really think Flex, like it's a 4 out of 5 Turkish roster, I believe, and it's one Portuguese exceptional matador, to say the least. Tell me a little bit about GG from your experience.
GG are the guys who have all the experience in the game. These guys have been playing since 2016. Flex was the guy who went to CFS multiple times, got a lot of wins. He went to the finals as well. He's the one who has the most experience in this team, and he's the one who's leading. And not only thing that he's the one who's leading, Flex is the guy who makes the plays for you. He's the guy who plays with M4 A1 if you need him. He's the guy who's playing with AWM if you need him. Yeah, and also the AK. He's the guy who's flexing everything. So he's called Flex for a reason. This guy here coming to win, and his mind plays. No one ever is trying to countering him because he's always having good
one
news.
Step ahead. He's 10 steps ahead, right?
Two,
like
3
CrossFire
steps
is
ahead,
kind of a bit of
especially versus the teams who don't have that much experience. Like if you come in talking about versus ROC or versus unKnights, okay, it's a bit not the same versus other teams because these guys are also experienced and they played each other a lot. But coming now versus Anubis, as I said, it's the first time these guys meet in the playoffs, and it's the first time these guys will be fighting for the grand finals for the West League. So I guess I'm pretty sure that they can do very well, both teams.
I hope so. I'm rooting for both teams. I'd like to jump to the maps. What do you think about the maps, man? This is crucial.
Okay, talking about the maps, LCK or Gaimin Gladiators are coming here. Do you want to ban only one map?
You think?
It's because if best 5 they're gonna be banning only one map, and this map can be either Compound or Ankara, because Compound they lost 2 times to Anubis, and Anubis beat them only 1 time since their ever first meet. So talking about Ankara, also they had a very close matchups. 2 wins here, 2 wins here. So it's kind of the same, that Anubis is very strong in Ankara, and we saw how Anubis destroyed ROC Esports on Ankara 10-2 when they played. Even me, TBI, when I was playing in TBI, first ban I banned it for Anubis is Ankara. I don't want to play these guys on this map.
I think so too, yeah.
These
a lot
guys
of
is very
Egyptians and Turkish teams, man, they're obsessed with sub-base, Ankara and Compound.
Yes,
yeah, I've seen
so
it. Even yourself,
yes.
like, I have to say,
I
right?
don't want to play Anubis on Ankara. If I'm playing playoffs, I ban Ankara. That's first rule. So you're talking about one map, so I guess GG is going to be banning Ankara or Compound. Definitely Anubis banning Eagle Eye, because Anubis is not playing Eagle Eye, and this is something that takes them a step behind, because GG knows that Anubis is going to be banning Eagle Eye. So they have 1 step ahead because of this.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Eagle Eye is GG's map and ROC as well, where they play hyper-aggressive, and there's so much even on defense side, man.
Exactly.
They just rush, get a pick or 2, and then fall back, turtle mode, and then they wait for the enemy to try and do something about it, you know. And it's nice to clean up the opponents that fast.
Yes, as you said, so I guess we are not seeing Eagle Eye 100% today, but 100%, I mean, yeah, as I said, the Novus. Okay, GG. Okay, GG decided to ban Ankara, no Compound. is gonna be huge, because very huge, because I want to see Anubis playing compound. As you see, Anubis picked compound, Anubis picked sub base. Although in the matchup history between them, GG won 5 times on sub base, Anubis only won 2 times. Black Widow is the map I'm very scared of for Anubis. Anubis never won GG on Black Widow. 5-0 in terms of playing this map versus each other. They have 100% win rate on Black Widow, also on port. 3-0 in terms of the matchup since 2023. So I'm really scared if GG would be able to pick and win Black Widow, also port, then Anubis needs to win their 2 picks, which is sub-base and compound. Other than that, it's gonna be a huge disaster for the Anubis fans.
Yeah, I mean, you broke it down statistically speaking, but today it's just a different day, right? The vibe is here, the vibe is ready, and I really think that GG and Anubis are actually gonna go head to head, and they're really gonna find that tempo and rhythm, especially that the first map pick is for Anubis on sub-base. I mean, like you said, the second map, I'm scared to be playing against Flex and Spoxy on defense, man, like with the arm and all these things. That's intimidating to say the least.
Yes, as you said, it's gonna be hard. Okay, talking about numbers, yeah, put the numbers aside, it's playoffs day. So if you are very focused and confident and mentally aware, that means that you will be able to pick up the maps. So today it's totally different, and I'm pretty sure that Anubis can be a black horse and they can crawl back to the grand finals, but still it's gonna be tough. That means I'm not saying that GG doesn't have any chance, because normally when you talk about GG, you always want to say that GG are the favored team, and they are the team that had the terms in terms of mental confidence, especially after being dominant in all splits. Talking about Anubis, they have the experience in being always down, crawling back to fight hard versus such teams.
Yeah, and I mean, I highlighted 2 weeks ago, I call it the Anubis special, right? They might lose first game, but they take that for advantage to study their opponents and to actually figure out what their game plan is, sort of to basically execute in the next 2 to 3 games. So I really can't wait to go to this game and to introduce our casters as well, but we're gonna have to wait and see as they make some preparations to go into the lobby. And you know, like there's some smiles from Flex, I love that. Spoxy looks very serious. Everyone on Anubis looks you know, intimidating to say the least. What are your predictions, honestly? Without any bias towards Anubis. I know they're your fans, but honestly.
No, I'm not biasing versus Anubis. So when I'm talking about GG, I'm always saying that GG is having the upper hands. Why I bet on the Black Horse? Because I used to be in the Black Horse spot. I used to be in such position.
You think they wanted more? Like they're more hungry for it, right?
And they have due pressure. If we win, that's against the odds. If we lose, everybody expected GG based on their experience, their appearance, and their individual skills.
So they have more pressure on them as GG.
So
yeah, that makes sense.
I guess all the odds, I'm saying that Anubis can win 3-2. Only if Anubis could win first map. If Anubis couldn't win first map, it's 3-1 in terms of maps for GG.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd like to highlight for our audience here, man, this is playoffs. It's not a best of 3 only. It's a best of 5. You have to go for at least, let's say, 1.5 to 2 hours plus of playing Crossfire with your full focus, and that can be exhilarating. That can, you know, cause a lot of tension and stuff like that, and make the inexperienced players struggle a little bit.
Yeah, talking about inexperienced players, it's, I guess, on all the 10 players that we have seen now, I guess it's only going to be Comics. Maybe he's not having that much experience. I guess we are not saying that he's lacking experience, but he doesn't have such level of experience between the rosters that we have. Look at the roster, having Jaguar, Dipsy, Doom, Seth, Comics, Flex, Zane, Lion, Close, Spoxy, and Ruffin. And talking about the snipers matchup, I want to see Sad versus Spoxy. These guys.
I was just gonna ask you, pick me 1 or 2 players from each team that the audience should really look for and expect them to be at their peak performance today.
Dipsy from Anubis, he's always the man who's popping off. He's always the man who's coming up right into the hands of Anubis and taking them to the wins. We have seen him versus ROC, we've seen him versus unKnights. So I'm picking Dipsy from Anubis, and I'm picking definitely the Undertaker, Spoxy from GG. This guy, I hate playing versus him.
Really?
Yes.
It is a struggle, right? I feel like every time you try to play mental games with Spoxy, you peek your head and he already has you one tap. cleans you out.
Yeah,
basically.
milliseconds killing this guy.
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
don't
I get you,
get these milliseconds, this guy's getting killing you.
Yeah. I think they're probably waiting to enter the lobby, so we're just gonna have to wait and see. I don't mind discussing a few other things. For example, do you have any data on Anubis and GG separately speaking, as teams, as organizations?
Yeah. All I can tell you, which is talking about stats, which is not good for Anubis. Anubis only got 4 maps they played 23 map. Anubis got only 4 maps since they started playing 2023. 2 of them was in the regional finals, and 1 of them was when they played versus each other, and 1 was in the West League when they played one of the West League 2023, and 1 of they played on the 2025 West League. So 4 maps only, and I guess it was sub-base, and the other was 1 time compound and 2 times Ankara.
1 time compound and 2 times
They
Ankara.
only played 1 time compound, by the way,
and one of those maps I'm pretty sure is banned, so
yeah,
it's kind of interesting
Ankara.
like how this is gonna unfold in
they
a
only
sense,
played 1
because to say the least, this is gonna be a tough game for both teams, and they really want to reach a point where they're, I don't know, at least 2-0, right? Like, I feel like if either team goes 2-0 initially, that's just gonna seal the deal, you know?
As I said, look, this game, if Anubis can beat them first map, it's gonna be neck by neck. If Anubis couldn't get the first map, it's gonna be pretty hard.
Fair enough. I think, I think it's gonna be 3-2 for GG without any bias. Anyways, let's go, baby. I want to watch this match. Let's take it to our casters, Laz and Kyle, man.
Thank you to the desk here as we get started with the playoffs. It is going to be, like the desk said, GG versus Anubis to kick this one off. Laz, I am very excited for this one because it actually has been quite a while since we've seen Anubis make the playoffs, but GG, a very tough first opponent to go head-to-head against.
Yeah, man, this is a really good matchup. Like, I mean, we're in playoffs. We're talking about the top 4 teams. This is where things get really nitty-gritty, right? But, I mean, this one especially, like, it's just, I don't know what to think of it because I think the desk was doing a good job, like, analyzing, like, look, this first map is really important just because I think there is a lot riding on it because, you know, if Anubis can find this win on sub-base, I think that could steer this to be a full 5-map series. If they can't, I mean, I'm kind of on the other side here where I think the Gladiators might have themselves a little bit easier of a task in this one. So I think, again, there's a lot of pressure for Anubis to come out right out the gate and put up a strong performance here to get things moving for a BO5, which is a huge difference from that BO3 that the desk was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this first map is going to be a big decider in this series because historically it has been very strong for Gaimin Gladiators. So if Anubis can impress us on map 1, I think they do have some strong potential to win this series. But if subbase goes the way of GG, I think this is going to be a 3-1, 3-0 type of situation for them because this is a very momentum-based team. And we even saw it in last season's finals as well. They don't let an early lead kind of scare them away from things. They were able to reverse sweep and win their championship the last time around. So Anubis, they've got to be ready to play against that kind of pressure. And it's already going to be sub-base on the attack for GG to kick this one off as we jump into it. So I'm excited to see if they play kind of the same way we've seen these two teams in the regular season, which is Anubis playing a little bit more reserved this season than they have in the past. But GG still very, very proactive to go for those early fights.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, you know, the thing is, too, is like in the beginning of the season, you know, early on, like Anubis, they were actually able to get a win on this map against, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, which was a little bit of I felt like that was a bit of an upset. Like, it was a 10-5 victory for them. You know, they had a pretty strong performance on it. Their GR side was honestly, like, it was just flawless. Like, it was pretty much picture perfect. So, look, I mean, that was in the beginning of the season. You know, Gaimin Gladiators kind of had themselves a little bit more of a bumpier road. Like, they were going 3-map series against teams like 999 that were, you know, dead last in the league, things like that. So, it wasn't the greatest start for them. But, you know, like you said, Gaimin Gladiators have really, you know, built that momentum nicely. So, that's where I think Anubis, it was interesting to see that they went back for this pick to see if they can replicate what they did before. But I guess we're about to find out because it's been a bit more of a tough task for Anubis to get here, but they've made it here to the top 4 placement. And man, there is so much respect so far on this first opening round. Nobody has really moved a muscle. Everybody is just slowly and surely getting that map control.
Yeah, I like the approach here from Gaimin Gladiators, though, changing the pace of what they're normally doing. They know Anubis has studied them quite a bit going into this playoff matchup, and they're going to try and change things up. This is the time to do it. So playoffs, you're going to see these teams rethink their approach to try and keep the other team guessing, because Anubis, one of the big benefits this team has is strategically they are one of the stronger teams in this playoff group. They know how to adapt very quickly, but you can see GG flips the script, goes for the aggressive play late in the round, up towards the A lobby. Sad though, through the smoke, able to find one, but it might be a little bit too late. Comics not able to hold on to the lower A bomb site. Raffin securing 2 kills and the plant. Jaguar looking for the backstab, able to find one, takes down Spoxy to kick off the retake, but it's still a 2-on-3.
Yeah, still an open position here right now for Anubis, but they got to get moving, right? There's 26 seconds remaining. They got the arm here for Sad. They got the AK equipped here for Jaguar, but now they're going to group up together. They're going to go down the stairwell. This is going to be a tough one because now you can see Raffin just posted up on it. He should be able to find this, and indeed he does. Puts himself in a massive amount of multi-kills for this opening round. You love to see it. Like you said, Gaimin Gladiators taking it a lot more of a slow pace on this. The fact that they were able to just put up a quad kill for someone like Raffin, that's huge, man, because I was kind of critiquing him a lot this season, just saying, like, I want to see more. I want to see what he can bring to the table. Now when playoffs start, he starts with a damn quad kill.
Yeah, really big statement from GG to kick off this map. Anubis, though, it's their chance to show us they can bounce back in a round 2 and keep things close before GG start to run away with an early lead. And this is where they've got to change their approach, I think. If GG's going to run down the clock, Anubis has to show they're a little bit more fearless and not afraid to go for these early challenges. It's the only way they're going to establish an early advantage if GG's just going to run down the clock and wait for that last 30-second style of push. And I'm hoping we do see a bit of a change of pace here, but so far, not going to be the case in round number 2. Anubis still playing a little bit more calm and collected. You can see they do get the opening pick, though. A nice shot again from Sad, able to take down one, but Spoxy right there to fire back over the L-turn window to trade it.
Not bad at all. Definitely not bad, and that's the thing. Penguin made a good comment, saying, man, it's annoying to play against Spoxy, and that's the thing. When he's alive, you just never know what could happen. He can definitely bring a lot of heat on this. So now you can see Gaimin Gladiators. They're going to try to go for this mid control. They're going to actually group this together, all 4 of them. But Anubis do have a little bit of a 1-2 hit on this potentially. Now they're going to get blocked off by the smoke. Oh, Spoxy just missing that opportunity just barely against Dipsy. And look at that. Dipsy's able to find a double kill with a bit of a mistake now. And Gaimin Gladiators have lost some players, leaving it just to the 2-on-4. Some wounded Anubis players, but they got to get moving. This is looking like it could be a wash. And now Flex, he has to put up an impossible task. And Anubis bounce right back into this damn game.
Yeah, really tough one there for GG. They needed that trade to come through instantly onto Dipsy, but they just couldn't find their way to secure that fight. And now Anubis, this is their chance to take their first lead of the map. Raffin already under a lot of pressure early on in this round. And again, it's sad to find the first pick of the round, taking down Raffin. Even though he had a quad in the first, he's been pretty silent since then. So he's going to have to be careful on these early round fights. And this is where GG is kind of a high-risk, high-reward team. They like to go for the early fights, but when they're not able to find that early momentum, they put themselves in these situations where they have to take these fights from a number-down situation. So hopefully they'll start to find a way to turn things around. But for Anubis, this is exactly what they wanted to see. GG starting to get a little bit overzealous and giving them those opportunities.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I mean, that's the thing too, is like, the one thing I was really looking out for in the fact of this matchup too is just Anubis and the fact that, they did make themselves in the placement. Like we said, they were sitting in the season record with a 9-5, so they were able to secure this with a comfort, 2 wins over, GV, where GV were 7-7, just unfortunately missing the mark. But, for Anubis, they actually had themselves a little bit of a stall in the sense of the end of the season. They weren't able to find some good wins, but now maybe they've been just preserving. Maybe they've just been hibernating, because look at what they do. They just find 3 kills in comics now. The most inexperienced player, as Penguin mentioned, he's putting up some decent numbers here to shut things down from the Gaimin Gladiators. And Spoxy, a 1-on-5. We know he can do some damage, but this is asking a whole hell of a lot. He's got 49 seconds, gonna catch a nade right into the teeth. He still has to pick up this C4, and Dipsy will just put the nail to the coffin, and there we go. Anubis, they are looking polished right now, Kyle.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, they've got to find a way to change things up here. They've pushed through the A lobby 3 rounds in a row, and it's just been shut down the last 2, pretty one-sided in those trades. So I'm hoping they can maybe go for a bit of a change of pace in this round. Maybe a B split could be in the cards here. You can see Flex starting to work his way towards that B control room. On top of that, you've got Lionclaw working his way into mid, but look at the early picks again. Man. Sad finds the opener. That's 3 in a row for him on opening kills to get these rounds started. This time it's Spoxy as well, who's not been able to get a whole lot going for the Gaimin Gladiators so far on this map, and that's exactly what they need to continue going their way. These early fights are starting to go more and more in favor of Anubis.
Yeah, that's actually a really good thing you bring up, is the fact that Sad has been able to find a lot of these opening duels, and that's huge, especially in the fact that, you know, for the GR side, right, like we always talk about, you know, that this map can be, it can be a bit more GR-sided, right? I mean, in the sense that if you can find that opening duel, it's not a bad case because it puts you in a great position and finds another one. He actually outduels Flex now. Like, I feel like I've seen him just get these kills through the smokes just left, right, and center. So he's having himself a field day right now. He is performing at a higher level now, realizing there's so much at stake here for the playoffs to get themselves in that, you know, grand final spot. This is huge because now you see that Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to have to dig deep. They're going to go through blockers through a 2-1 split. And Raffin, unfortunately, can't seem to find the deal until he hits the last bullet of the chamber. So they get themselves a little bit of an opening, but now the question is, do they even want to commit to this? They have lots of time to reconfigure their game plan, and it kind of looks like that might be the case.
Yeah, still a 3-on-4 situation for GG, but Raffin on 3 HP doesn't mean he's going to be able to do too much here before going down. Dezane and Lionclaw having to do some heavy lifting to get the job done here. You can see Lionclaw going for the lurk. Raffin goes down immediately, but look at Lionclaw on the backstab, able to find one. Dezane spots a player down low as well. It's down to the 2-on-2. All they've got to do is hang on to this one. Dipsy and Comics quickly working their way through on the rotation. You can see Comics here sneaking across to try and make something happen. Dipsy, though, he is stuck in the L-turn. Lionclaw pushes for his second kill on the round, but now it's down to a 1-on-1. Comics, though, he's just going to stick the defuse. Lionclaw, he has no idea where he's at, and unfortunately, it is going to be a ninja diffuse situation. Anubis winning yet another round here.
And this is so disappointing to see from Gaimin Gladiators, because I feel like earlier on, this was some criticism we were giving, is that, you know, some of these post-plant decisions and where the C4 is actually getting planted, it's almost backfiring against them. So the fact that they go behind the missile like that, yeah, I get it, but Lionclaw's position was just in the worst position for him. There's no way that he can react to it, especially if his teammate goes down, and that's what you see there. So huge round from Anubis, capitalizing on the ninja defuse, and now Gaimin Gladiators once again trying to just go through this mid. They're trying to see if they can, you know, go through the upstream of this, but they are just getting drowned here by the waters. Everybody's wounded, everybody's taken so much damage, and now Anubis, full read on it, utility kill, leaving Spoxy with 13 HP. On a 1-on-3 situation, still has to get this plant done as well. Should be a dead man, and then indeed he is. So we're starting to see this Anubis team that I talked about earlier on the season, Kyle. This is where they played a 7-2 on the GR side, which was a big upset in my opinion, and we're starting to see it now with a 4-1 lead. This is not what I was expecting.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach here from Gaimin Gladiators. They changed the way they play this map a little bit, and I'm really not a fan of it. They've had all but one round just going for this lobby control over and over again, but I feel like they just need to go for a quick play, all of them going lower A, and they're going to have a good time here. It's only Comics anchoring this position a lot of the time, and they end up taking these really washy fights between Dipsy and Sad on this lobby position, which has not gone well for them other than the very first round of this one. So I'm hoping they can maybe find a way to put that pressure as a team on a single site hit rather than going for these awkward splits through mid or up the lobby that just aren't working for them. And you can see it is going to be a change this time around. 3 players grouped up in the control room, ready to contest and split onto the B bomb site. Jaguar on the other side of it goes for the counter utility, but they're not actually fully committing to this push just yet. They're going to run down the clock and go for the last minute push. I like this play here. You can see the cross coming through from Raffin. Jaguar, though, this is the key position in the round. If he can find a couple kills here, stall for the rotation, that's all they're really going to need to make this push pretty much attainable here, but look at this play. Line Claw goes through, Flex good for one, but the trade's still in favor of Anubis. Raffin trying to turn things around, finds himself a nice kill on the drop down, and now Comics and Dipsy left in the 2-on-2.
Yeah, and the C4 is down too, so this is not a good position right now. They can retrieve it, but again, they still have to put that position where, you know, Spoxy, he's the one that's going to go for the plant, so he will be able to find it. Behind the missile once again, almost similar spot to what we saw before. So now Anubis going to try to, they're a little bit apart from each other. They're actually going to play this a 1-1 split, so they're going to try to go through the front door and the back door on this and see where they're going to be allowed in the site. So now you can see that Gaimin Gladiators, they're kind of just turtled up into this. Oh, and Dipsy almost landing a nice shot. But time is ticking. It's 14 seconds, and now you can just see Gaimin Gladiators. They just got to burn it as much as they can. But Spoxy, he's wide open, and now Raffin needs to find something big. Not another ninja defuse. No way, surely. But Comics will be able to put that rifle to work. And again, Anubis are just looking clean and efficient right now. Nothing is stopping them on this GR side.
Yeah, for Anubis, this is a really good start to this series. I wasn't sure coming into it what they were going to do to try and shut down GG, but they're playing very smart on this GR side. They're also constantly changing things up to keep GG guessing as well. Even in this round, you can see there's a 3-player push towards the A doors coming through, but Spoxy gets the collateral, a triple on top of it with the Colt, and a bit of a misplay there from Anubis, getting a bit overconfident on this round, and now Jaguar all alone goes down to Flex, and unfortunately for Anubis, they decide to go for the counter aggression, but just not the timing to do it.
Yeah, you know what? It's a good point you bring up, right? Is the fact that, like, look, they were trying to do something a little bit cheeky. They've been mixing up the playbook. It's not a bad thing, especially with them sitting in a 5-1. Like, you know, there's always the expression, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But, you know, for them, they're like, look, let's just see what we can get away with. If it doesn't work, then who cares? We'll just go back and do what we were doing best. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They were trying to test the waters a little bit. But now we're at a 5-2. Things are getting right down to the wire. This is where Gaimin Gladiators sitting in a little bit of deja vu. This is where they're going to need to find something, sort of a comeback. And now the 4-1 split's going to commence. And Comics only finds himself this one. So it's a trade back from Spoxy immediately. And look at that again. He say his name, and he will appear. And now leaving it just down to him and Dezane on the 2-on-3. And Anubis in a full retake position. This is a decent position for them right now, Kyle, because they can just reposition and get ready for the proper retake.
Yeah, Anubis, they do have a good position, but look at the utility there. Nice nade. Able to get a couple players down to half HP. Might not matter, though, unless Spoxy can hold it all by himself. He's good for 3 already on the round, but he has to do everything here, and he just doesn't have any more steam left to get the job done. So Anubis getting closer and closer to a victory here on map 1. Already 6-2 for them in the first half, potentially a 7-round half if they can find their way to closing this last one out. And Spoxy looking for the trade as Dipsy takes down Dezane. The double arm setup working really, really well for Anubis on this GR side. Spoxy able to fire back for one, looking for another. It's going to be Doom holding on to this lane control, but for the moment, it still sits in the stalemate 4-on-4.
Yeah, and you can see in Gaimin Gladiators now, again, just kind of leaving Flex to lurk as much as possible, but the fact they're just losing this opening duels every single round, it feels like it's really cost them, right? It feels like every single time that happens, the win percentage just drops drastically for these guys in a lot of ways. And now they're going to get this locker control, so they actually, you know, they're turning up the tempo a little bit here, but they do have Jaguar to worry about. They also do have Sad that's kind of posted up in the back, and oh my goodness, I thought he would have had that shot. Instead, he won't be able to go for it. Gaimin Gladiators making their presence known. Oh, and it's a little bit of a ruse now, maybe. They're going to actually just try to use that as a distraction point, maybe allowing them to find some more control, maybe to go back for this A site. It hasn't really been that great for them, so I'm not sure I love this call, but, I mean, that's what it looks like. That's what they want to go for.
Yeah, it's going to be a full rotation. Puts the pressure onto the mid player, going down right away for Anubis. That's going to be Sad falling. And it's a double fake now for GG. They know the pick is one of those B anchors, but Jaguar right there on the other side of it finds Flex lurking out. But now Jaguar is all alone on the B bomb site. He has to find a way to hold the line. It's not going to happen, though. Lion Claw good for another. And this could be a very crucial round for GG now to steal away. But Comics looking to still try and find it after all for Anubis. Gets the first headshot onto Raffin, but the time is ticking. 25 seconds to move in and get this defuse in the Lion Claw. He has such an aggressive position on this angle that he's going to find a way to win it. 3-6 at the half, though. Still looking pretty good for Anubis as we switch sides.
Yeah, it's not quite the deja vu that I was saying. Like last time, it was a 7-2 that was in favor for Anubis in the regular season. So a little bit of an improvement from Gaimin Gladiators, but still a very strong first half here from Anubis to put themselves in a 3-round comfort. Not bad at all. The biggest thing is going to be how well their BL side can be, and we, like you said, you've noticed a lot, you know, that they've been more passive, and that's kind of the case here. Now you see that Gaimin Gladiators are like, you know what? We're going to start to be the aggressors in this situation, even though we're on the GR side. And now they win an opening duel, much needed as well. So they take down the mastermind of Jaguar. Now it's a question of what Anubis want to do with this. You can already see they're posted up. They're just waiting. They're hoping that Gaimin Gladiators will swing again. But in Gaimin Gladiators' case, that shouldn't be the factor on this. They should be able to just post up and play the numbers now.
Yeah, for GG, it's all about stalling the clock at this point. They've got a lot of damage dealt early on here, and they can kind of just kick back and play the trade game. But in GG fashion, you can already see someone starting to push up for that aggressive counter play. It's going to be Dezane looking for that fight on the A-long doors. Not really going to find anything out of this, though. It's completely smoked out, and he's just going to go ahead and hang on to this position. I like that angle, though. He's just playing to avoid the headshot peek from the potential sniper on the other side. It's actually going to be Sad holding on to this off angle, but the clock is ticking. Anubis, this was the part I was worried about for them. They're such a strong team on the GR. When they can play passive, they look great, but they've got to show they can do it on the aggressive side of the map as well. This is where they've had so many struggles throughout the season against these top teams. So we are going to see the lobby push coming through. You can see Lion Claw spotting one, I think, on the other side of this smoke. He's going to put that pressure on for the rotation position early here. They've already got two on the bottom of the A-bomb side as well. Dezane pops the counter flash. Nobody going to be spotted just yet, but there's already three players in control of the upper A bomb site, and now Flex, he's all alone here. He's going to have to find at least a couple frags to hang on to it, but he's not going to be good for any in this situation. Now GG is on the back foot here, but not for long. Raffin good for one, looking for the second. He's not going to be able to find it too easily, though. It's actually Dipsy somehow still alive in this situation. Raffin finally going to be able to secure the trade, but now with only 10 HP to work with, he has to do something massive, but this nade could be a good start here. Throws a nice one over the top. Unfortunately, not able to connect over the missile with 20 seconds. He's going to have to make his move quickly. The counter flash, though, that is going to be so devastating. Takes half the time remaining off of the clock, and now Anubis, they're going to go swinging for the fences to get it done.
Yeah, that's a really strong post plan here from Anubis. That counter flash was honestly huge. I think that was thrown from comics if I'm not mistaken, and honestly, that was perfectly placed because you could see that Raffin was getting himself skipping down the stairs. He was ready to go, and honestly, the fact it landed like that just, you know, was buying them some more time. So a really, really good round from them. But now we're starting to see the Gladiators are getting a little bit frustrated. They actually push through wood. They're going to be able to get themselves a lot of control on this. They find 3 duels, finally at the cost of Flex going down. So Gaimin Gladiators kind of change the pace once again. They're adding a couple more jalapenos to the recipe here to put some spice onto this. And they realize things are getting out of their control a little bit. But now they have to see if they can maintain this with a 4-on-2. You still have Doom and Sad, players alive. Sad sitting himself in a 14-8 right now. Just over the charts right now, going toe-to-toe with Spoxy at 12-8. And now we have to see if somebody like Doom, that's been very impressive this season, he's had himself a good performance. He can be able to find something. Unfortunately, he'll run into the crosshairs of Spoxy, and now just leaves it all down to one lonely sniper for Anubis to get something done on the 1-on-4.
Yeah, this is a tough one here for Sad. He's been pretty stellar, honestly, on this map so far, but 1v4, it's just such a massive ask, especially when GG has that much utility left in the tank to work with. Those nades take him down to about 30 HP for the remainder of this round, a minute on the clock, and this is exactly what you want to do if you're GG. You know you're up against a sniper. They are roaming as a 4-man unit here, and there is no way that Sad's going to get out of this one with his life. So GG puts it down to a 3-round lead, and this is where Anubis has to be careful. This is playoff season. Even 8 rounds is not safe when you're talking about playoffs.
Yeah, it's true. It's absolutely true, and that's the thing. That's been the biggest criticism, right? Is that, like you said a little bit earlier on, is the fact that Anubis, when they're on the GR side, they can play really well, but it's when they're on this offense of the BL side, can they do something a little bit different? They finally start to get their running shoes on a little bit. Now they go for a bit more of a jog on this. They get themselves a decent opener, but now Gaimin Gladiators responding back decently. But now the trade back means it's going to be the 2-on-2. All these players now clustered in this site, and it is just going to be Dezane and Flux. The one-hit combination, the jab cross, finds himself another round, making this gap smaller and smaller. So now things are starting to look a little bit more prominent here for the Gaimin Gladiators fans to potentially come back to a tie game.
Yeah, Anubis on the attack. Have to find their footing soon. They had such a good lead to take into this half, but at the end of the day, if GG has one solid performance on this GR side, it's going to be enough to get them all the way back into a winning position. And already, it's getting a lot closer than it has looked so far in this series. So you can see the changes coming through. Flex starting to get those classic opening duels. Spoxy up to 15 now as well. Starting to look at potentially surpassing Sad in this map. And this is where the rest of Anubis, we've got to see those entry fraggers start to show up. Comics and Doom have been a little bit quiet in this match. I'd like to see a little bit more from them because in some of their previous matches, these were the two guys who were kind of key to unlocking that next level of gameplay that Anubis could bring to the table. And for GG right now, they're in that pocket of comfort as well. They've got a string of rounds together. They're on the safer side of this map, but Raffen might not be safe for long. A lot of utility being thrown on him, but look at that reposition. Very quickly jumps over the lockers, able to get out uncontested, and look at the damage dealt here. Everybody on Anubis, aside from Dipsy, taking some big hits on that early fight.
Yeah, and that's a really big thing for Gaimin Gladiators. Yeah, it might not be like the duels, but at least they're tenderizing a little bit. They're doing some good damage, like you said. So, and Jaguar's taking the most amount of damage on this, and now Anubis will go for the 4-1 split. Jaguar actually will be able to find himself a little bit of a lurk kill, but now Dezane finally gets himself a little bit more active, finding this double kill to slow things down. But look at Dipsy and Sad together. Great shots to make themselves an opening here in the site, leaving it a little bit more awkward here for Lionclaw and Raffen. Raffen's going to go for a run, though. He's going to go all the way around. He's going to go through these A stairs. He's going to try to see if he can find this timing. I don't know. Now Lionclaw, he might have been able to find this. Maybe that distraction point. They have no idea he's here. They're not even checking him. Oh, no. That's a gap from Anubis. And Gaimin Gladiators jump right back into this. Jaguar has no hope in heck that he's going to be able to find this. It's just a little too late, and the Ninja Defuse will be done once again.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Jaguar because I really like the patience he had and not overcommitting to taking the vent fight early, because if you take that fight too early, you're just gonna have no value for your team. But the problem here is Sad just looks away at the worst moment possible, allows Lionclaw to slip through, and everything just goes south from there. And now what was a huge lead for Anubis at the start of this one has just become a one-round game, and this is GG right in the pocket they were hoping to be all along. The momentum is on their side. They are stacking round after round now, and Anubis, they still haven't found a way to crack this pressure in the second half because so far they've only found one round on this BL side. So I'm hoping they can maybe go for an aggressive split together. I think targeting specifically the B-bomb site is definitely going to be the move, because if they can find a way to shut down Raffen or Spoxy on these early entries, that's their key to success here.
Now they're going to go for it. They're going to hightail it. Nice entry here from Jaguar, and it's going to be followed up with Doom, so not bad at all. Look at how convincingly Anubis were actually able to open things up now. Dezane and Flex, the last two remaining players, and even then, it's a quick round. It's a done and dusted round, and not bad at all from Anubis, just something a little bit more efficient. Just kind of execute towards jail, and then like just utilizing, you know, the entry of Jaguar was beautiful. Honestly, that just allowed that little bit of a gap for them. So now you can see one player has been able to jump across into wood. This time Lionclaw will be able to start that opening duel. So Gaimin Gladiators slowly and surely getting themselves back into opening duel ways, but these trade backs from Anubis are definitely something not to mess with. C4 is going to be dropped back in BL spawn, so Anubis again just kind of hoping for early map control. leave the person there, but now they're going to have to reconvene, group up together once again. You have Lineclaw that's pushed all the way through radio, and he might have to put up a performance here. He might have to put something up because there are some players getting close, a little bit uncomfortable for him. But Anubis now, they might even just try to go right back for the old winning ways here.
Dezane, this is such a good spot, though. Allows for the support for Lionclaw to peek with him on this mid-exchange. Dezane goes for the fight, but Lionclaw, he's still holding on to this position and can maybe make something happen here. But Dipsy catches him, falling back on the rotation. Now Raffin is all alone in a 1-on-3, and Anubis, they've done a great job in the mid-round here to hold on to this one. But Raffin, he's going to try and sneak his way through the L-turn to try and reclaim control over the site. Jaguar going to have that arm in hand, just holding on to the rafters position, but here comes the double peek. He's got to be careful. Doom shuts it down, and it is going to be the first map point of the series on the table now for Anubis.
Yeah, and like you said, I'm really glad you brought that up, Kyle. I was like, the fact that, where Dezane was in that position, I was reading the exact same thing as you, is that, like, look, in that position, Lioneclaw, I felt like he should have went for that fight, but I think Lioneclaw thought that somebody was a little bit closer or something like that, because you could see he was just, like, tucked in there. He wasn't peeking at all, so left Dezane in a really, really tough position. Like, he was essentially playing, like, a 1-on-3, 1-on-4 there, which is not a great position for him. And then as soon as he was down, then Lioneclaw, like, you could see he was completely caught off guard. Like, he had utility in his hand. He was trying to, retreat. It just fell apart quickly. So a little bit of some gaps from, Gaimin Gladiators. I don't know if maybe there's some pressure on this. They're getting in their heads a little bit, like there is a lot of stress. Like, this isn't the regular season anymore. You cannot afford to make mistakes. So this is where, we've been a little bit critical about a team like Gaimin Gladiators, where notoriously are, always a top 3 team. But right now for the opening map in this best of 5 is not looking good for them. But that I can't take anything away from Anubis. They've been playing some solid Crossfire. Their BLSI was a little bit slow, but now it feels like, the motor's kind of running and things are starting to go a bit more in cruise control.
Yeah, I mean, for Anubis, they've changed in the way they needed to. The first few rounds of this half, they were almost playing a little bit nervous and anxious on these site takes. Now that they've played a little bit more assertive, they're getting aggressive as a group in the way they need to. It's working so well for them to start to close out these rounds. And all of it started with that nice B split where nobody goes down for Anubis. And from then on, it's looked really good for them. But it's not over just yet. 9 on the table feels good, but not great here for Anubis, because now they have to worry about what's going to happen coming out of this pause. And Gaimin Gladiators, they are a team that knows how to use this pause time really efficiently and come out and change things up, because at the end of the day, they recognize how important winning this map is going to be in this series as well, knowing Compound is the 3rd in this one. And if you're Anubis, if you have a chance to close this series somehow going into that Compound 2-0, that is a very, very scary map to go into for Gaimin Gladiators. And I do think that's why Anubis allowed that to be 3rd, just in case they had an early start or an upset on a map like this. It puts them in a great position to take this series before it goes to a map 5.
Yeah, which is a good point, because again, like, for anybody that's forgetting too, like, the second map's going to be Black Widow followed by Compound, and then, if we get to Port in Mexico, like, that's where it gets a little bit interesting. But like we said, this first map is a really big telling of the tale on this one, just to see, because I was a little bit doubtful for Anubis going for this pick. Like, we knew that in the regular season they were able to get a pretty decent win on this against this team, but I felt like that was a very different, performance from Gaimin Gladiators, where I felt like we got a lot better performance from them in the early mid-season all the way to the end. They definitely looked like the top contending team. So that's where I was kind of raising my eyebrows a little bit, kind of wondering, what are we going to go for here? But honestly, it felt like, they had a good game plan. They've been able to do some homework since the regular season to the playoffs. But now, like you said, being on the map point doesn't mean everything's done yet. Still, there's a couple opportunities here for Gaimin Gladiators to push this thing to overtime. And what a way to start that if that's going to be the case. They're actually just going to go right again. They're just going to do this exact same play. Look at this. Look at how fast they get this control. They just completely bombard right now onto Gaimin Gladiators, and they get the site almost for free, leaving it just down to Raffin, and it's all over. Anubis will be able to cause the upset. They are going to be able to get that first opening map win, and they're going to be able to take it with some pretty big strides as well.
Yeah, really good play calling coming in there from Jaguar. The one round that looked pristine from them was the B split, and immediately they call it coming out of the pause, and that is really just a perfect call from their IGL. So great first set win coming out from Anubis, really making a statement in this opening map. And honestly, I feel like it could have been even more heavily handed in their favor, because at the start of the second half, it looked like that comeback potential might be there for GG, but as soon as Anubis took a moment and figured things out, they were back on top.
Yeah, honestly, and that's the biggest thing too, is that I was really impressed with Sad's performance. Like in the very first half, like he was just finding these opening duels left, right, and center. That was a huge critical piece for these guys, right? Like just getting the opening duel allowed them to have a little bit more comfort, allowing to just that little bit of extra stress was kind of reduced. It kind of felt like the Gaimin Gladiators, their BL side, it was just, there was nothing there. Like they really didn't get much working with. I felt like their strategies were very limited. I was kind of thinking we were going to see them like showcasing some new ideas, some new initiatives, but honestly, it kind of just felt like they were just running on default setups. Like, let's just do this, let's just play slow, let's get a pick. It never worked. So we didn't get to see a lot of innovation from these guys. So pretty disappointing from Gaimin Gladiators' performance. But again, I'm very happy to see what Anubis was able to bring to this, because I was not expecting to see a win like this on an opening map for Subbase as well.
Yeah, I think the big wild card is going to be going into map 2 is, can Sad keep up that level of performance? Because if you look at the GR, he was consistently getting those picks and making his impact known. But we are going to throw it to the desk now to break this one down for you, and we'll see you soon for map number 2.
Thank you so much, Mr. Laz and Mr. Kyle. A lot of insight and breaking down the game as well. And I'd like to send it over to my man Penguin here. The casters did highlight that there was a lot of entries from Jaguar in both defense and offense. Yeah, let me know, what do you think?
Yeah, as I said, the Noobs started the map really well, playing on the GR side, playing with very confident aim. The guys had everything. They had analysis on the team. They knew that they were going to be pressuring Woods a lot, and we have seen it. The turning points for me on this game are 4 points. I'm going to be talking to them one by one. First was when they kept pressuring Woods. GG kept pressuring Woods a lot versus Anubis. Then Anubis came up with the double flash Woods, where Dipsy flashed and he went in while he was very low. Doom first, he killed one guy. Then Dipsy did it and he killed another guy, and they shut down Woods completely to make them focus more onto A side, into B side, not into Woods. And that's really what happened by GG when they went to A down and then when they went to B side. Second point was when there was 1v4 versus Sad. Sad was alone versus GG. We've seen GG not playing the same way they used to play. Very aggressive, want to go and kill him easily, want to just go and shut down Sad and just win the round. No, we saw them grouping up as 4 together, going, trying to kill Sad, which is, as I said, it's something different, which is we are not used on it. Third point, you saw the execution of B side. You lied it yourself when they executed B hopping very fast from BC to B side.
I felt like GG at some point when the gap was like 5-2, 6-1 or something around those numbers. Yeah, as we can see here in the set summary, they just started playing hyper aggressive and it just wasn't, it just didn't work out, to say the least. I mean, kudos to Anubis. They played this, I'd say, not perfect, but at like 90-95% efficiency. I feel like they're storing some of their gas and stuff for the next games as well.
Yeah, as you said, Anubis played really well, and I have a very big question for GG. The pause was very late. They took the pause 9-7. I expected them taking the pause when it's 1-4, 1-3, 1-5. But then you're taking the pause 9-7, which you don't have really that much. You gave Anubis the chance to talk on the match point to execute such execution they did versus you. 3 from BC, 1 from Woods, and they killed all of the G defense, so it was very tough to be honest.
Yeah, and the highlights here just show how impressive Anubis' gameplay was, and the casters did highlight there was some hope for GG, but it just seemed like they just didn't have enough gas in the tank, or they just forfeited the first round and realized that they're not going to secure this first dub and they're going to move forward towards the next one and try to perform better next time, you know?
Yeah, MVP Sad here. This is the round which was turning point for them, where they played very aggressive in Woods. Dipsy 15 HP, he got 1 kill, and he got another with the AWM, so I guess it was the turning point for them because it made them very comfortable leaving Woods open for GG, because GG will not be able to execute against against them versus Anubis in Woods again. But we have seen precise gunplay from Anubis and also from GG. GG starting slow, but this doesn't mean that Anubis has the favor now. I'm pretty sure that GG has all the guts to come back into the series and win more and more in the next game. But this, as I said, if Anubis wins first map, we are going into 5 maps most likely. I'm not saying especially 5, but maybe at least 4 maps.
I mean, we're here for a show, right? At the end of the day, 5
Yes.
maps is 5 maps. I'm excited. I do not want to go home anytime soon, man. I'm super stoked for this. And I really think next map, though, it's GG's pick, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
so
as
this
I
is
said.
going to be an interesting
Black
comeback.
Widow. Black Widow. Talking about the stats on Black Widow, Anubis couldn't ever find any wins versus GG in a Black Widow.
In something other than playoffs, yeah.
Talking about this map now, okay, Anubis wins a base. If we talk about the CFWL West League in 2025, first split, Anubis play versus GG and they beat them first map. But then they lost the other 2 maps, which was Port and Mexico. Now they're winning sub-base. We are coming back to the deja vu situation for Anubis.
Yeah.
But this time Anubis are more well prepared, I'm pretty sure. And GG, these guys have to show and pop off right starting from now.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to agree. Just watching game 1, I really think Anubis is super prepared for this. And you mentioned something that you know these players and they are well prepared. And I do hope that I'm not gonna root or cheer for any specific team, but I do hope that we do get a couple more games and not to end the series too soon. You know.
As you said, we are getting we're getting it because Anubis now beat them first map. So
Yeah.
GG needs to come back.
Yep.
In order for GG to come back, they need to be very, very clean on the next map. So they will
Yes.
be more focused. These guys will take a break, they will chill, and I'm pretty sure their experience will make them overcome. They have came from such deficits a lot of times, and now it's their time to come back and pop off and show us. And on the other hand, Anubis, they're sitting on 1 map, so they are more chill than GG.
Yeah, I agree. Having 1 map under your belt is super ecstatic, to say the least. It's how can I say? So ideally, I think GG, I've seen them be at this point where they are right now, where they're 0-1, but they do perform good. And vice versa as well. I've seen Anubis at this point as well, so we're going to have to wait and see. I really think GG needs to put some fuel in the tank and be able to secure this win.
Yeah, you are having Black Widow. If you want to put some fuel in the tank, then it's Black Widow is going to be your map, especially that GG are playing they are playing 2 snipers, so 2 snipers in Black Widow. It's going to be paying off for them. So let's see how Anubis is going to be countering this.
I mean, countering, I'm kind of curious because if I'm not mistaken, Anubis is on attack side, right? First round?
Yes, Anubis is on
so
attack
this
side.
is going to be interesting. Who's going to be like their anchor and stuff like that for GG? Who's going to be their safety, their backbone?
Yes, as I said, so if you're talking about their backbone, I guess Spoxy on such map, Sad is very, very strong on Black Widow.
Really?
I personally
played against
playing
it,
against
yeah.
Sad in Black Widow. He's very good, and he performed very good on subbase. So he took the confidence he need. He now has the confidence. All he needs is to play his A game, to play his normal way, to play his style, to take Anubis into another level. So, talking about Black Widow, starting on blacklist as Anubis, that means that Anubis has the bit advantage because they're starting on blacklist, and we know that Black Widow is now favoring blacklist maybe a bit after the meta changes and the smokes and everything. It's also good for global risk, and we know how GG playing. This is the thing I want to talk about. GG always play the same style on Black Widow. Maybe they're mixing up based on flex brilliant calls, but the way is there are 4 and 1. They're splitting 4 and 1. Flex and the 4 other guys.
Yeah, I think they need to integrate Flex a bit more into the roster of the team so they can actually secure some kills. I mean, Spoxy did get some kills. As we're looking at the KDAs, it's not that bad. But I don't know, man. It just seems like it's a struggle. You know, it's a big struggle. I feel like Anubis has done their homework. And when Flex even pulled out the shotgun, he tried his best to do some of the plays that he did before playoffs. And it didn't work.
Got 6 rounds. Flex got 3 rounds.
Yeah.
So when this guy is stepping up to the games and stepping up to fights, he's getting rounds for this team. So I get maybe the Zane is not having his best, as we can see, is 0.5, but I guess we can see a very strong fight between Anubis and GG, especially GG will be coming back on Black Widow.
Perfect analysis. Thank you so much, Mr. Penguin. And I'd like to send it back to our casters to see what's going to happen in game 2.
All right, time for game number 2. It's Black Widow to decide how this one continues on. And so far, Anubis off to a good start, but like the desk said, Laz, I think this is going to be a much stronger map for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. You've got Spoxy and Flex who can play those longer lanes than they could on sub base to try and get the ball rolling. But as we can see, already some aggression as well as we jump into the map. A nade stack onto A long. Jaguar goes down to about half, but this is where I think Anubis has a different type of map on their hands as well. Even though they had a really good first one, they got to start on the GR the first time around. Now they've got to do it from the BL, which, as we saw, was a little bit more challenging for them to get the ball rolling on in map 1. But Raffin, he's going to find the first kill of this map.
Yeah, it's definitely a big moment here for Gaimin Gladiators, right? I mean, again, like you said, they've been able to play this map a few times in the regular season. They looked all right on it. Whereas I feel like Anubis, if I'm not even mistaken, I know I didn't really think I captured them playing on this, so it's been very minimal for them. So it's definitely a leg up here for Gaimin Gladiators to put themselves in this map. But that's where they have to make sure they don't go too much in cruise control. They have to make sure they can still get the job done. Good entry coming in, but look at Lionclaw just shuts it down with the quad kill nonetheless. I was thinking, sure, the double's not bad, Mr. Lionclaw, but man, oh man, those claws go deep, and that's a way to start an opening round here.
Yeah, that is exactly what you need to flip the momentum right from the start of a map. And now Anubis is going to second guess everything they do towards this A bomb site. Flex opens it up, takes down Jaguar. And it's Dipsy, who actually gets a really good response there. Goes for the peek through the smoke, takes down Spoxy, able to fall back. But again, the oms are everywhere for Gaimin Gladiators. Flex able to find another kill, takes down Sad, and the key entries of Jaguar and Sad out of the mix for this round puts that much more pressure onto Anubis to make an impactful move. But Flex good for a third here on the round. Comics and Doom, the last two alive. Flex stuck on the back of the bomb site. The nade, though, still not going to take him out of the picture just yet. Lionclaw going to be spotted from the A ramp. Does not matter if he continues to hit shots like this. Flex gets it done with a 4th kill and a nade. Back-to-back quad kills for GG to open up the map.
Yeah, not bad at all, right? And that's the thing, too, is it felt like, Anubis, they were just so hyper-focused on Flex. They just kind of stayed right in that little corner, just tucked away. But they needed to get moving. They needed to get themselves across. Like, you could even see Lionclaw, like, he was in underpass, and he was throwing utility, and he was like, wait, like, the people are just right in the open? And, like, he was able to find himself a duel there, too. So that's where we're kind of saying this inexperience from Anubis on a map like this, just as a group, it might really start to show a lot here, right? There's going to be a lot of exposure about it. Them being on the BL side, it's going to be even more stressful like we talked about. So for them, they're just going to have to hope that, they can get a few rounds so that they can transition to that GR side. But right now, Gaimin Gladiators, you can just tell, like, they look completely different, like way better already, hitting these double quad kills already, just locking in the sights better, playing a lot more smart, even Flex staying alive as long as he did. That just allowed the rotates to come through. So this is kind of what I'm expecting from the Gaimin Gladiators, but I want to see what Anubis are going to use with this timeout, because now there's already 2 rounds down. They call it early. This is interesting because, teams normally like to wait a couple more rounds, but they really want to clean things up right here and right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting call here, especially if they don't win the round coming out of this. It's going to feel like a bit of a loss on that early tack timeout, but I do still like them taking the moment earlier on than what we saw from GG in map number 1. A 9 to 6 pause is almost a little bit too late, so better to have it a little bit earlier in the game so they can find a way to grab that momentum before it gets too late, because GG, we've seen what this team can do with momentum on their side, and right now, even after the first 2 rounds, it seems like it's going to be a difficult map ahead for Anubis, but I think a lot of this comes down to the difference in how the sniper duels function on a map like Black Widow. When you look at sub-base, Sad is able to sit back on both sides of the map and just hold a passive angle, but on Black Widow, you need your sniper to be very proactive, and that's where you can kind of see him struggling to take these fights on this map against the likes of Flex and Spoxy.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing too, is that, we got to see some really good performances, like you said, from someone like Sad, and that was kind of, I think both of our biggest question was like, look, are we still going to get that performance from somebody like him? Is he still going to put up these big numbers? Like, he was the one that put up a 1.58 KD ratio. Like, he was the one that was essentially top ranking the entire server, right? I think Dipsy was right behind him with a 1.45, but that's where we need to see, you know, some of these big plays once again from some of the Anubis players. But we'll see if they didn't overexert themselves a little bit on sub base with a 10-6 victory. But we'll see with this timeout what they want to do a little bit differently now, taking things a little bit slower. They're going to find this mid control, just making sure they can obtain it. Gaimin Gladiators just going for a 3-2 setup, leaving actually just Flex himself to just kind of float around GR, which makes a lot of sense here. He does like to play the lurk. He likes to play that rotator position as much as he can. And now, Spoxy, he might be the one that's going to be locked and loaded here because he's going to be joined with Dezane. Dezane got the cat control. You got Spoxy that's just kind of propped here on the long. And now Anubis, they're going to go right back to a 4-1 split. They're going to retry this again. It was decent before on a map like Subbase, and they might even just take this dry. They're not even going to use utility. They're just going to try to go for the swing on this and do a little bit of a surprise. Now you can see the flash gets thrown. Spoxy, this is important. He needs to be able to stay alive, but look at Flex. Look at how fast he's able to get this rotate through, finding himself this double kill, putting the Om into full activation. This is just shut down Anubis here for their attack. They have no sort of an answer. Sad, though, does have himself in a position where maybe he might be able to find something, but that C4 being dropped has made it so much worse for wear. Such a difficult position right now, Kyle.
Yeah, at this point, he's going to have to hope somebody takes the fight by themselves and goes for that peak, but you could see GG. They kind of thought about it for a moment, then they decided to play a lot more passive. You can see the off angle here, though. Raffin gets spotted out, has to try and get out of this one, not to give up that fight. If he goes down, Flex is very low on HP for the one-on-one, so instead, they're going to go ahead and group up together. I like the call here. The double swing gets the job done. 3-0 now for Gaimin Gladiators, and this is where Anubis, even after that tack pause, is going to have to come back with something a little bit greater if they want to keep things within reach in this map. But so far, it just seems like they really want to hammer things towards this A bomb site, but GG, they've been playing 3 players in this direction pretty constantly.
Yeah, they have. That's a really good point because, again, like, it feels like Anubis have just kind of put their eyes on only one sort of the prize, which is that A site. So it's very interesting just because Gaimin Gladiators have done a really good job just with the reads, and Flex, the way that he's playing this kind of like floating position is really important because you can see how fast he was able to, you know, the last round saving Spoxy's life, getting the double kill through window. So now he's going to be joined up at B. He's got a bit of an inkling on this. He actually does go down, so now that rotator position is going to be a little bit cut off. And Anubis, they might actually put all their players here in this basket. They might even just try to go for B. They've realized, look, like, we can try something a little bit different, but there's still lots of time remaining. And they actually, for Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to mix things up and put a lot of reliance here for Raffin to kind of be the sole anchor. And the next closest player is Lineclaw, and he's actually pushed through mid-door. But this might be a little too late. This might just be a little bit too slow. And now Raffin realizing, look, I got some company. I got some guests I was not expecting at all. And now he's going to try to do everything he can to just survive as much as he can. But he gets away with one duel at least. But now, look at how slow these rotates are. Gaimin Gladiators, it feels like they kind of fell asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough retake ahead, but Lionclaw gets a key duel to go their way, taking down Sad on the flank. Now Jaguar has to peel out and retake that position. They've also got to deal with Spoxy on the double doors here. Spoxy good for 1, good for 2. What is that second shot? Now Comics left alone in a 1v3, but he might have a chance at it after all. Able to find himself 2 nice kills and the C4 recovered, but he still has Spoxy to deal with, and he is such a tough player to go against in the clutch. Comics is going to be biding his time here. Goes for the repeat off the missed shot. Not going to connect. 20 seconds, though. Has to take the fight, but Spoxy, he knows how to get it done in the one-on-one and keep it uncontested for GG. 4-0 now.
Yeah, what a good round, though, and a good attempt, though, from Anubis. I mean, they brought it almost right back, but again, someone like Spoxy, like, just in that kind of a position alone, man, like, puts himself in the double, gets the triple to just end things off. Like, that's where, when he's alive, you just have to be so worried, because he can just bring so much damage, and that's exactly what he does. He's the X Factor. He's the guy that puts up big numbers for these Gaimin Gladiators. Now you can see Anubis. They've actually pushed themselves through mid-door. They don't actually take control of it. They just kind of toy the idea of it. And now Gaimin Gladiators, Again, a little bit slow realizing of like what was happening. And you can see it's a 2B setup, 2 in GR spawn, and then a big push from Dezane all the way through long A. And now Raffin getting aggressive as well. Look at this, I don't know why they go for it. They were just getting a little bit too aggro, and now Flex is trying to do something big, and he can't at all. It's a sleeper round at Anubis. They might even be able to find a round flawlessly here to get themselves back on the damn board.
Yeah, really good one here from Anubis on the execution towards B. Dezane also going to be spotted out on the lurk. Now it's really up to Spoxy to find the opening from the double doors. He's kind of just stuck there trying to force his way through. He's going to be the only one alive now as Dezane goes down. 1 versus 5. Not going to happen this time around. And finally, Anubis able to put one up on the board with a nice B push, and this is where they've had a lot of success. You think back to Subbase, the rounds they won decisively were the rounds they pushed at the very beginning of the round and caught GG off guard as they were trying to set up these early round picks. This time, though, Spoxy, the one going aggressive early in the round, goes for the quick pick onto Cat. Not going to find anything yet, but he holds the off angle, able to catch Comics on the fall off. Raffin, though, nice spot behind the double doors, able to get one before getting traded down, and now GG holds strong on the numbers, but Dipsy, he wants to get proactive, but the trade's still right there for GG.
Just being so aggressive. Now they're really just trying to, again, just find themselves a bit more aggression here on the GR side. So not bad. I mean, that was a bit of a risk here for Lion Claw, but he does survive it with just barely any HP to brag about. But now Jaguar, like Penguin said, this is, a guy that's been around for a very, very long time. So he was decently good on the sub-base map, finding some entries, putting himself now in a clutch situation for the 1-on-3. And Gaimin Gladiators is going to group up towards this A site. They're just going to try to play some numbers for the most part. Jaguar should be able to get across for this plant. He's still got lots of time, so he's really just trying to poke and prod a little bit to make sure everything is clear, so he doesn't get taken out. But this post plant's going to be critical. This is really important for him because he has to get this plant down, and then it's going to he's only going to have a couple seconds here for the strong position what he wants to go for. Is he going to jump across? Indeed he is, but he gets spotted. So now Gaimin Gladiators have a bit of an inkling of where he could be. And look at how much Jaguar is just moving around. He is just trying to be as active as possible. He is just trying to look through every sort of, nook, every sort of little corner. He is just trying to make sure nobody's there, but the defuse is already happening. They're already halfway through, and that's going to be the sacrifice of Lion Claw, but that's going to be fine. Instant trade back, and a 5th round gained here for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, 5-1 already here. GG looking good as they continue forward on this map. Everybody's stepping up to make that happen. Meanwhile, Anubis still looking for how they can get themselves back on track here on Black Widow. And it is going to be back to the drawing board here. A bit of a split setup. You can see Dipsy looking for that on pick over towards A long. The rest of Anubis, though, they've got their eyes set on the B bomb site. They've got 3 players grouped up outside of it already pretty early on here. They're going to start rotating towards that position. I do like the play call to go back to B. It has been a little bit stronger for them on these takes, particularly in contesting Lion Claw, who hasn't had the best of time holding off this push. This time, though, they changed the setup. They've got 3 here for GG. They've got Raffin on the door, Flex on the back of site, and Lion Claw in that all-important corner pocket position. He's going to have to hang on here. Good for a first. Not quite anything more, though. It's going to be Dezane and Spoxy left in a 2v4 as the site clear goes smooth.
Yeah, plant's going to commence too, so Spoxy and Dezane, yeah, they are kind of just stuck in connector. They're blocked here by the smoke. There's a question if they actually want to just try to use this a little bit of a surprise attack, and you can see Spoxy was a little bit overextending here, and now there it is. Dipsy able to find himself that last kill. Not bad here from Anubis. Again, a little bit better pace, a little bit more grouped up approach on this. It's a little bit concerning to see, Gaimin Gladiators, their hold on that. It felt like it was really lackluster. It felt like not really much was getting commenced here on the B side. So I think Anubis are starting to have a decent inkling. But now they're just looking for a bit more info. They still realize that, look, Gaimin Gladiators still have the same composition. Spoxy's going to be grouped up here on the A site. Maybe they're just going to plan to just work making the site going to where he's not going to be located, right? That's a big thing. But you know what? Sad says, you know what? I'm a little bit better. I'm going to put that OM to work. I'm going to find that connection. Takes down Spoxy. So that's a big, impactful kill right now from Anubis.
Yeah, definitely a good opener to grab, but now they've got to worry about the change of pace here from GG. You've got Raffin pushed up onto the B bridge this time around to Zane, going for an aggressive peek on the catwalk, but Anubis, they're going to sneak their way through the mid double doors. There's nobody holding on to this position. The timing perfect from Anubis on this one. Lion Claw has to be ready to react here, but there's just no way they're going to be prepared for this one. Raffin now left alone, 1 versus 4. Dipsy and Jaguar doing a great job of opening up this round in comics, able to catch one on the lurk as well. And Anubis, they're well back on track here now. 3-5, potentially still a 1-round half if they can get the last one.
Yeah, honestly, and you know, the thing that's really good to see from Anubis is the fact that like when they find that little bit of a gap and they take it like as a 4-man unit, like Gaimin Gladiators, you would think most teams would be prepared for it. Like their setup, giving up some sort of map control, you're prepared for like the alternative. If they take it, we're going to be ready for it. But it feels like Anubis, they get it for free, and then they're able to just run into a site and find, you know, 1 to 2, 3 kills easily, right? Like, it just feels like there's some kind of a gap right now from the Gaimin Gladiators, but Jaguar's really been able to find himself some good calls to utilizing, you know, these mistakes that Gaimin Gladiators are making. And you can see now, it's like you said, a 5-3, which was looking strong here for the Gaimin Gladiators, but now is really just slowing down. They hit the brakes a little bit. And Anubis, if they can find this round, that's going to be a great way for them to put themselves back in the comfort of the GR side. And now they've already made themselves up to catwalk. Decent amount of control. They've switched things up here on the defense, leaving it for Lion Claw to actually play a little bit of a game changer position, leaving to Zane wounded on long. And look at Anubis. They have a perfect plan of attack here, Kyle. I really like this setup.
Yeah, they've got a nice split here. They do have to still worry about Flex in that position for the quick backstab onto the catwalk because he's already pushed up, but Zane goes down very early. Lion Claw, he knows he has to try and find a way to hold on here. Good for a first shot. Not anything more, though, but look at Flex already on that long rotation. He's going to be behind Doom early on in the round. He grabs the first kill, almost the second there onto Dipsy, who escapes with 20 HP, but Raffin, he's now left alone here, but Dipsy, a quick little turnaround, gets this one down to just a 1-round half. So GG, they put in a lot of work here, but still not a ton to show for it, thanks to Anubis really showing what they can do to make this a close map on our hands. But it is a BL-sided map at the end of the day, so GG winning the first half still should have them feeling pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely should, right? But I mean, I guess for me, like, it's hard not to be, you know, critical about like how well, you know, Gaimin Gladiators were playing such a strong defense, and then it really just, it felt like it was a whole halt, right? Like it felt like they couldn't get anything moving. It just felt like their defense setups were really misconfigured. Like it felt like even that last round we saw, like Lion Claw, he was essentially having to play a bit of an off angle for 2 different major spots at that site. So it's just, to me, I'm not really sure what they were thinking, or like there was just a lot of misreads, but I can't take that away from Anubis too. That's where I said a lot in the season about, like, I'm excited for this roster, just given that they were getting better and better. They had some upsets, they had some big wins, but Jaguars calling up a really strong game right now. And the fact that they were in a huge deficit to only be down by 1 is definitely not a bad thing at all. But now, this is where the biggest question is going to be about what is Gaimin Gladiators going to be able to do on their BL side. It has been decent for them in past, but this is where I feel like they've been a bit more shaky in the performance department.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day for GG so far. I'd say from my perspective, it feels like the biggest missing component on the day has been Zane, really. He's normally, in my eyes, one of the stronger entry fraggers on this team, and he's been very quiet all day long, but Flex, not so quiet himself here, able to get one on to Jaguar to kick off the second half, and you can see already he's looking for more here in mid, gets spotted out, gets a second kill anyways. Great reaction on that second shot, and now they've got a 5-on-3 to kick off the first half. No sign of slowing down just yet, but Doom, he's going to be traded down after taking Flex on the quick trade long, and now Dipsy and Comics, they know they have to take a risk to win the round.
Yeah, I like the idea that Anubis are, you know, they were trying to be a little bit different and, like, you know, for an opening round like this to play a bit more aggressive. I'm all for it. I mean, it's not really worked out well for them so far, but I like the idea they were just trying to figure things out. Comics, though, does have the intel. He should be able to hear this and just says, look, Dipsy, you're gonna have some company, buddy. I'm going to see what I can do for a big flank, but Spoxy looks like he's just waiting for him, getting posted up on this. It's going to be about timing. Oh, Spoxy turns his back. Oh, no. Oh, no. And look at Comics. He can't be able to find more than one. It was all there. It was on a silver platter, and he just can't seem to get the meal down. And oh, my goodness, lucky stars here for Gaimin Gladiators to get away with that. That could have been disastrous.
Honestly, mistake number one, if they've all got their back turned, I'm taking down Spoxy first every time. The reaction shot from Spoxy just perfect on the turnaround. Of all things, the with the 180 to hit him first there. Just a bit brutal. But for GG, it's exactly what they wanted to see on this second map. A chance to keep the momentum moving forward for them towards tying up this series. And now it is going to be Anubis in the position to try and answer back in the second round of the half. You can see here, they don't really go for any early map control other than pushing Dipsy up A long to hold with that on a more aggressive angle. The rest of the team, though, preparing for what could be a little bit of a B split coming through from GG. You can see Dezane working on mid control with Lion Claw here. And now it's going to be a 4-player push up the catwalk. And Spoxy kind of just lurking in the backside of mid. So Flex is going to be playing here with the group, not playing that lurk role this time around. It's going to be Spoxy in that position, but now you can see them again going for a lot of fakes today. I actually like this play call change we've seen from GG because especially in the West League, I feel like we don't see a lot of double fakes, but already here in day one of the playoffs, we're seeing a lot more.
Yeah, we definitely are, which is a good thing to see. And now for Gaimin Gladiators, a 5-man commit onto this B site. A minute remaining here on the clock, and actually Jaguar, he might try to get a little bit of aggressive, and actually that timing couldn't have been worse. You can see Anubis, we're looking like, okay, look, we're going to do a little bit of a surprise attack on this. We're just going to see what we can get away with, get some, activation on this, but instead, we lose some players that go early to the grave, and now the plant has come through. A 4-on-3 still advantage here for Gaimin Gladiators, and now Anubis, a little bit of utility remaining, but they have a tough task. There's some really, really tight quarters they have to get through. Spoxy in this kind of a position is great because he can play the flank. He can also watch things up close. And Sad does find himself one with Raffing getting a little bit overzealous on it. And now they're just trying to use the smoke to their advantage. Doom, though, trying everything in his power to get things done. But it's turned into a 1v1. 10 seconds remaining on the C4. And Dezane, he's just trying to stay alive as long as possible. He is just dancing around this. And there we go. We'll get the job done. But my God, somehow in some way, with a big advantage for a 4-on-3, it came down to the 1v1 like that.
Yeah, huge round though, since for Dezane, I feel like that's the best round we've seen from him all day long so far, and him unlocking his full potential could be the difference here for GG to push this one all the way across the finish line. So everybody online now for the Gaimin Gladiator side, but for Anubis, they're running into trouble. This time it's going to be a mid-push coming through Raffin. I'm not sure how he wasn't ready for this rotation to come through. This time, though, I think GG just going for a full risk play to see if it would pay off, but not a whole lot to show for it here. Flex, a 1v5, definitely not in the cards this time around. Anubis getting an answer here, but still down by 2.
Yeah, I really like the idea. I like the idea that, Gaimin Gladiators were trying to just go through mid-door, going right into GR spawn, but I would have liked to see some players like in B main throwing some utility, again, just kind of turning that attention away, because it felt like they really just didn't do anything. So they put all the pressure just for, full sending it down mid. And now, this is a little bit of a different circumstance where, now the Alms are just picking up 3 kills on their own, but they try to, fully send it. They just try to go for the big risky play, and instead now they just rely to the old faithful. And this round should be over unless, Sad can put up a huge performance once again. And this is going to be the likes of Flex to go for the fight. And there we go. They, decide, you know what? Let's just do what we do best. Let's just put these snipers to work. And indeed they do. And now they're getting closer with 8 rounds on the board to get themselves a first map win.
Yeah, GG know exactly what to do here on this map. The aggressive early picks are one of their biggest advantages here on Black Widow, and they just make it so difficult on Dipsy and Sad to find any sort of response because they grab too early every single time. So at this point for Anubis, it's all about figuring out how to play around these They can't afford to be giving up too many early fights like they have been, and at this point, Anubis have to find a way to change the pace. I do like the play call here, though, in this round from Anubis, playing a forward 3-player stack on this mid fight gives them a chance to have that quick trade potential towards the push. The problem they're going to run into here, though, is Sad is the only player anchoring the A bomb site. If he goes down quickly, even with 1 kill, it's not going to be enough, but he doesn't even have a chance at that. Spoxy and Flex, again, just annihilate the defense to start off the round. 3 kills instantly, and the C4 planted. Jaguar trying to go for the wide swing on the catwalk, able to find himself 1, but that's going to be it. Comics now left alone in an incredibly difficult position. He's spotted out already as well. Flex on the flank, but Flex not going to have his gun in hand, gets caught off guard, but it's still a 3-on-1.
Yeah, this should be all over, right? I mean, Comics doesn't even look like he's going to put any attention to this. He's just going to play back. They're going to probably use this just for a little bit of a conversation. So makes a lot of sense. I mean, look, this is the second round in a row we see that, for Gaimin Gladiators, they put, the alms to work. They find those 3 kills instantly. And like you said, Anubis put a lot of reliance for someone like, Sad to just be a sole anchor. Like, you are relying on him to hit that first initial shot, assuming he can get away from it. That's putting a lot of pressure on him just to be able to perform. And on this map alone, hasn't really been his best, what we saw comparison into sub base. But now, Anubis, they're just going to full send this damn thing in long A. They're going to just try to fight for some map control themselves. They will take down Flex, but now, do they want to contest with him more? No, they're going to pull back. They're not even going to leave a lurk there. Now they're going to put all this attention with the big rotate towards B. And Gaimin Gladiators, they're on the heels.
Yeah, it's a smart call. They know there's 3A long. Means there's likely only a solo player on the B bomb site, but they've taken a little bit too long. GG going to have the rotation to deal with now, and there's no way they're prepared for everybody on Anubis to be in this bomb site. So GG, unfortunate timing there, but it just felt like they took way too long to commit to the fight.
Yeah, I kind of felt like as soon as Flex was, going for that fight, he almost should have been just calling, like, look, you guys got to go right away now. Like, he knew there was at least 3, if not 4, that were going against him. So, again, Gaimin Gladiators on these strange little bit of miscommunications and these gaps in time that just really seemed to bite them a little bit. It felt like that should have been an easy way for them to take down the sole anchor of B, but Anubis were able to bounce back quickly for the rotates. Now you can see Jaguar, he's actually pushed himself all the way down through Cat, so he's just sitting on the back of mid corner. So decent position for them. Gaimin Gladiators instead, they're not going to put any sort of pressure on this. They're just going to play very, very passive, giving a lot of respect for this round. Really just trying to look things out. Doom, oh my, I don't know how he got lucky to survive that. It looked like Spoxy was ready to go. And you can see Gaimin Gladiators once again potentially putting their eyes on the prize here for B. There's a potential here that Comics might actually go for the full swing. He's really close on by. And now the shot's made. Flex, he's not going to expect this at all. And there it is. A dry swing from Comics actually allows him to find the opening duel. And his life is still intact.
Yeah, that's a bit of a misplay there from GG, allowing that to go untraded as well. And Spoxy doesn't clear the corner. Anubis doing a great job of taking space here, but it's not over just yet. Lineclaw able to trade down onto Jack. Comics very low as well. Makes this a winnable situation either way you look at it. So it really comes down to Anubis figuring out where this C4 is going to be headed. You can see Zane here. Once the fight in mid, he's just going to go ahead and take it here. Doom caught alone, not ready for a player to just fully contest solo out of the double doors. And now you can see Anubis. It forces the over-rotation here. Both Dipsy and Comics came swinging out of the B-bomb site, which allows the rest of GG to take advantage here, getting this space now over towards the catwalk. Sad, he's going to be caught off guard on the timing as well. Gets the repeak onto Dezane, but it's only going to be one before going down. Raffin already has control on the window position. Comics being very low puts that pressure in this round onto Dipsy to help make a move, but Raffin already going to be good for it, and Lionclaw gets the job done. It's GG to find map 2.
Yeah, not bad at all. And Gaimin Gladiators, like we said, on their map pick, it was a little bit more labored of an approach, but they get the job done. They get the victory at the end of the day, and that's all that matters, right? And that's what we were kind of talking about is, look, the first map was a huge tell because we were going to say if Gaimin Gladiators would have been able to have it, that means they would have been a 2-0, but instead, things are going to go 1-1 of a dead even split on this. Is not bad at all, but this is where things are starting to get a little bit more interesting just because of what we know in terms of the vetoes. So now that, Black Roto is done and over with, that does mean that Compound is going to be the third map on this, which is the pick from Anubis. So it's starting to look like potentially a 5-map series here, Kyle, unless we can see, Gaimin Gladiators, putting up a better performance on this. But anything that you kind of noticed as a takeaway from either of these teams? For me, I felt like Gaimin Gladiators still showing a lot of weakness, but at the same time, Anubis are still looking pretty strong.
Yeah, honestly, overall, just a really impressive performance. We'll go ahead and throw it to the desk to break down the details, though, a bit more, and we'll be back soon for what is surely a good map 3 on the way.
Welcome back, and thank you so much, Laz and Kyle. To say the least, what do you think? What do you think is going on with Anubis? What's the struggle? Why aren't they sustaining the second win?
Yeah, there's nothing going on with Anubis, to be honest. As I said, Black Widow map, they are coming. They never beat GG on Black Widow map, so it was expected. But we've seen the strong gunplay from GG. We've seen how these guys are now playing. We've seen Spoxy now hitting his shots more. We've seen how Flex is annoying with his AWM. So now Anubis tried to cope with him, but Flex still was able to give the brilliant calls about his positions, like he's trying to 1-4. As I told you, GG is playing literally the same. They are 1-4. Flex either be long, 4 guys A long, or he's A long and 4 guys B long. So he keeps switching his papers, and Anubis still trying to find a way versus him. Okay, when we saw at the end of the game when Comics swing versus Flex and tried to kill him, but still Anubis can't find the way versus Spoxy and Flex. The double Ohm setup that we talked about at the beginning of the game is paying off really, really hard for GG. And as we said and as we saw, how GG were able to capitalize on these double Ohm and just win the rounds that they needed.
Yeah, and I mean, they did capitalize. The double Ohm came in handy. You can tell there was a lot of moments where Spoxy and Flex, their aggression helped a lot, and it secured them the first few rounds, at least, to say the least. And they managed to at least make a gap. And then by the time the timeout came from Anubis, it was kind of too little, too late.
Yeah, as you see now, we have seen a very strong fights from Anubis. Look at Anubis. These guys have been killing. They have a strong positive KDs, but when it comes to kills that matters, GG got these kills. Look at Flex, he's 0.7 KD, but this guy single-handedly won like 3-4 rounds. In the set till now, he made like more than 6 or 5-6 rounds solo. This guy, his picks, his calls, his moves, he's so good in these situations. So, as I told you, Flex coming here into the playoffs, he's the guy that we need to spot, he's the guy that we need to highlight, and he's popping and he's delivering that what's needed from him for GG.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I mean, Flex and Spoxy, let's not forget the rest of the members.
Lineclaw.
Lineclaw,
4K.
of course. Rafa as well. Like, they all did 4K, exactly. Like, they did exceptional this game, to say the least. But I have to say, and I have to give it to Anubis, they did not lose too hard. They went 6-10, if I'm not
It's
mistaken.
6 and 10. So
Yeah,
it's
so it's kind of
totally
equal on
neck
both
to neck.
sides, and I feel like the more we progress into this series or playoff series, the more we're gonna see from these shining stars to be able to provide us some great Crossfire content.
Yeah, as I said, when you play the first map to the perfection as you did, like Anubis what did in the first map, GG needs to step up to the play. And who else than GG, the first contender? And also, just to remind you, GG is the champion holder of this West League. They are coming here as champs, not only as first place. They are the one who won the 2024 West League Season 2 by the insane reverse sweep they did versus ROC Esports, former 3BL. They did so. They are coming here as champs, not only as first place contenders. So when Anubis steps up to the play, it's definitely GG also is gonna be stepping up to the play, and that's how we're gonna see one of the most intense best of fives.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. God bless. Both teams performed exceptionally well, and they did highlight a lot the casters as well, that GG is not taking their foot off the pedal. But I do think Anubis, honestly, if I could just break down the last two games, I really think Anubis is playing slightly better when it comes to the macro. As for individual performances, I have to say, yeah, Flex, Spoxy, and them, they're doing very impressive. But macro-wise, I feel like Anubis with the fakes, with the plants, with the delays, they used to wait until like the last 30 seconds of the round before they do the 1-4 split push.
Yeah, as you said, the macro game and strategy-wise, Anubis have a lot in their pocket to show. But Anubis can't show everything because GG is not giving them the chance or the room to do it. Always they are picking one or two players. The double ohm setup that they've been doing is paying off very hard. So Black Widow is one of the maps that GG can stop the strategy-wise game from Anubis. But I guess in Compound it's going to be totally different because Anubis has a lot of rooms to win more with their strats.
Yeah, I mean, this map is kind of unique to say the least, so I'm excited. I'm gonna take it away to our caster so we can go to game 3, boys.
All right, it is that time. Compound map number 3 in this series. Anubis picking this one. It should be probably one of their more favored maps, I would say, in this series. But after a map like that, it can be difficult to think about getting yourself back into this match, especially knowing this is a long-range map and Spoxy and Flex are coming off of one heck of a map.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm glad you bring that up because I was kind of going to go there too, is the fact that, map number 2, we saw that, Flex and Spoxy, they were playing lights out. They were playing perfect. They were putting that double almond into full effect. A map like Compound, I feel like that's going to be the similar case on this, right? Because we know that Spoxy is going to be ready for it, but Flex is starting to hit some good shots here too. So I don't think this is going to be an easy pick for Anubis. Like, I think they went for this feeling pretty confident that they can compete on this. But, I mean, now that you know that these two guys are playing well, that's going to be a big factor in this, right? That's going to be the biggest thing that I want to look out for because they were pretty quiet on map number 1. They weren't really doing too much on Gaimin Gladiator side, but map 2, man, they were starting to cook a lot better. But this is where we have to see what Anubis are going to do a little bit differently. I've been impressed with them. They've been playing way better. I think this is honestly probably one of the best versions of Anubis I've seen in a long time. Less mistakes. They're not getting, big deficits. They're making games very competitive back and forth. So I'm still kind of a coin toss about this one, Kyle. I don't know. Do you have any perspective differently on this? Do you think that one team edges the other?
For me, it comes down to the side start here. If it was Anubis on the GR, I would say I picked them to win probably pretty handedly in this map. However, it's GG on the GR side first, and with it being a pretty GR-sided map, and Anubis being, I would say, the team that struggles the most in the playoffs on the BL side, I think it's going to be a tough one either way. This time, though, it is going to be Dipsy who starts it off on the right foot, able to find Flex over in the B pillars, and they do get a nice advantage for now, but it all comes down to what they can do when they need to be aggressive. I feel like that's the big thing that's been missing all day from Anubis so far, is having these fights go really well when they have to be aggressive in the mid round.
Yeah, there's been like some pretty big gaps from both these teams, right? Like I feel like Anubis, you know, they've been doing a couple mistakes where like the decision making kind of, you know, bounces back from them a little bit. Like sometimes they just kind of leave these weird setups, but that's kind of the same thing I was going to say for Gaimin Gladiators, is I felt like, especially on their GR side, where we know they're a pretty strong-sided GR team. I was going to say that's a nice shot. You know, they've left some weird openings, and now, I mean, this little bit of a back and forth maybe could be a bit of an opening, but Lion Claw, my God, a jumping shot here, insult to injury. He's dancing around, he's doing the tango, but now Anubis, they're going to be the ones that win that dance-off. Now leaving it to Dezane, somebody that's been a little bit quiet, gets himself snuck into the site, but it's not going to matter. Anubis, regardless, get themselves a very good opening round, and they don't mess around here. That's where I was talking about decision making. They make it smooth and easy.
Yeah, honestly, some great entries going their way. I think a lot of that round really comes down to the comics on these fights on the actual bomb site. Lionclaw also kind of making some mistakes on that ground duel against him as well. Puts Anubis in the driver's seat, at least for the moment, but this is a side of the map. Like I said, it's extremely difficult to win rounds on this BL side, so any round you get is going to feel like a win here, but Flex, what an aggressive position. Most OMs wouldn't even think to sit on the top of that staircase and take that fight, but he has the support of Lionclaw alongside him, and they've got that opening kill already onto Jaguar, so things are looking really good for GG so far in round number 2, and this is where I want to see a little bit more of Anubis in the playoffs, because the big edge a lot of these other teams have over them is they know how to convert when they don't have the numbers, and I feel like we haven't seen a lot of that from Anubis in this season.
Oh man, and that's where we're talking about these OMs, right? Like just finding these big connections. Now Dezane, he's got a smoke ahead of him, but now the double players, and oh man, he gets assisted here with Flex. I was thinking maybe he was going to be able to find that double kill, but look at how well they're able to lock things down. Decent hold from them. You can see Anubis just kind of going right back for the old faithful, just trying to get that mid control, splitting things off. It's a 1-on-1 split now on this map. Not bad at all. But this will be interesting in the sense that we see Flex and Spoxy still equipped with the double arms. They're actually going to put 3 players. They're going to push all the way through B main. So this is an amount of map control. And I don't know if Anubis are going to be ready for this, because now you can see Gaimin Gladiators, they might even just try to go for the double push into mid. They might even try to do something fast, but no, it's actually Anubis that are trying to get a little bit accelerated on this. But Spoxy, once again, finding the opener. It's only a one and done. Now, Anubis, they have to kind of figure out where are all these players, and they already got players hot on their heels. This is just falling apart, unless we see something like Comics, like just pulling up a double kill right out of the hat.
Yeah, weird misplay coming out from GG. They had the double flank, but neither player cleared the tower in mid, and Comics able to find 2 for free because of that, but it still might not be enough. It's a 2-on-1 for Comics. Half HP. He does at least have the C4 in hand, but he is pinched on this off angle under the vent, and you can see the smart decision from Raffin grouping up with Flex to try and win this round out. Raffin gets the kill, and GG, they get the job done anyways. And honestly, I like the play calling coming in from Gaimin Gladiators. It's not something they normally do too often in this map, but it works quite well. It's actually an old play from the GV playbook here that they used in that round to get it done, and it works so well to get those early wraps going, because I feel like Anubis, they're just not set up well on this BL side to handle the aggression.
Yeah, like even that last round we saw that they were just kind of putting like all the efforts in mid right away. Like they didn't have anybody kind of just spreading out, you know, just making sure there wasn't any like aggression from the GR side. This round's a little bit different. You can already see Gaimin Gladiators once again doing a double, if not triple player push into B main, but they're doubled up in the corner here. This could be huge, because now the rifle comes into full effect, and Dezane, he does get this trade back, but now Sad's just going to post up a little bit more on this. GG doing a good job to just push a lot of pressure on this. Now they can fall back a little bit. This is now a guessing game for Anubis. You can see they should have been active a little bit more. They should have been moving a little bit more to find themselves some more map control. So now they're kind of stuck in the mud a little bit on this. Raffin still poking and prodding, still able to just find himself a duel. This is where we're seeing Anubis maybe getting a little bit more shaky now, not looking as great as we saw them before, because all of a sudden What was looking like a 3-on-2, or a 4-on-2, sorry, a 4-on-3, it can't do map anymore, has turned all the way for Doom to be in the clutch factor, but this is a whole lot to ask, because he's only got a minute left, he's got to pick up the C4, he's down to 42 HP, and Flex is already up close and personal, and he'll get the job done.
Yeah, another good round there from Gaimin Gladiators. 2 times in a row, they go for the B pillars, triple stack. This time, I don't think we're going to see that a 3rd time in a row, but they've already done enough to get that early momentum on their side. This time, it's actually Flex. He wants to fight all the way down mid. I do like this angle of control because Spoxy on the other side is ready to contest in the B pillars. Misses the shot, though. Unfortunate miss there, has to back off and reset, but now they know exactly where Anubis is going to be playing because nobody even attempted that fight in mid on Flex. It allows them to go for a nice, comfortable rotation, but this is where Jaguar always has a good read on the game, knows the rotations are coming through, stacks the team for Anubis back in mid, and it forces GG into a full reset on their defense.
Yeah, I'm really liking this setup from Gaimin Gladiators. I really am. Like, I love the fact that, like you said, they're still kind of just going for these duels. They're just being a little bit more aggressive. Oh, Zane! Oh man, that could have been big. That could have been so huge. But unfortunately for him, he goes down. But for Anubis, a great way for them to get themselves back into this round. A lot better now with a flawless potential. 5 players against 2. Finding that double kill, getting right into the site, has allowed them some decent control into this. And now Flex, the last remaining member, he's a clutch factor. Let's not give it, let's not take that away from him. But man, when you're talking about a 1-on-5, you got an arm in hand, just getting caught with flashbangs, this is not good at all. And it looks like Anubis, they have a full read on his position, and there we go. They're going to be able to find the second round for them, and they kind of take things a little bit differently, right? They just go through a door, they just kind of go through the main corridor, they just find that double kill, and that's kind of all she wrote pretty much as soon as that happened.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one there for GG as well. I believe Raffen DC'd mid-round, so looks like we are going to have a tech pause coming out from Gaimin Gladiators, but still, for Anubis, it's a chance to get right back into this one. It's only a 1-round difference as they hop back into it, so hoping they can continue to show us that strength, but Anubis doing a good job of adapting in the mid-round in that one. They caught on to the B aggression and instead go for the quick execute through the middle of the map. So for Anubis, it's going to have to be continued play calling like that, where they don't necessarily over-aggress early on. They just try and get as much information as possible before they go in for the execution. Because as we've seen, when they go for a full team take on a site, they're actually pretty clean to it. It's the rounds they struggle in where they don't have their full numbers for the execution, where they're losing those early fights to a Spoxy or a Flex, getting aggressive and getting proactive. Those are the rounds they need to show us they can convert, and then they're right back in this match.
Yeah, and this is, the biggest thing that I gave a lot of criticism for was the fact of, Anubis. I felt like there was always in the regular season, there was these situations where they were just in these massive deficits. Like they'd be kind of in these spiraling events where they couldn't just not get rounds back in their favor. It felt like the snowball was just going down the hill, is getting bigger and bigger, right? It just felt like all the problems were really just starting to pile up. This is not the case anymore. Like, this is where things have been cleaned up a lot better. Anubis are starting to play a lot more, with decisive decisions. There's some decent trades for the most part on their end. So it's been definitely a lot of improvement in terms of the teamwork factor. Seems like their communication has been improved as well. And you can just see, like, even just kind of visually what we're getting on the player cams, like, it looks stressful at times. Like, Dipsy, I feel like, has been very vocal or very expressive, but I feel like that's kind of been the normal, I felt like, in this regular season. But these guys look pretty calm. Like, they don't look like there's a lot of nerves. It doesn't seem like people are shaking. Where on the other side for Gaimin Gladiators, if I'm not mistaken, I feel like it was kind of Dizane. You could tell he was a little antsy. He was a little bit nervous maybe, because this is where the big stakes are, right? We're talking about a big prize pool. We're talking about, getting yourself in that grand final spot. So a lot rides on this. There's a lot of importance on it. Decent nade from Flex. Decent kill from Flex, but at least he gets himself some utility damage, and he's able to at least find 1 kill to start things off.
Yeah, some good trades back and forth here. GG getting a slightly better situation out of it, though. Dipsy, how is he able to get 2 on that drop down, though? Thankfully, Dizane at least able to get the trade, but Dizane, a great second headshot, able to take down another. It's Comics who goes down, sad, left alone now in a 2-on-1 situation, but the timing could be a chance winning this round after all. He's able to sneak across into the GR spawn. Spoxy seems to maybe have an idea of where he could have gone here, but it's actually Sad, who should get a pretty free plant if he goes for the full commit onto this B-bomb site, but he's actually going to second guess it here, wrapping around a little bit, waiting to see if he can catch a rotator coming through later on. But still, at the end of the day, a post plant that's pretty free on the B-bomb site gives him a solid fighting chance here.
Yeah, we're sad now in the position like this in the post plant. This is a tough one. This is, again, we always talk about how difficult it is to retake in a site like this, but he's got some utility, he's got the Om ready to go. All he needs is this one kill. He just needs to find this one opening duel, and then now it just turns into a 50-50, but that shot, that nade's decent, it does some big damage, but now he's critically low, and Spoxy will be able to find him, so there it is. A fourth round going to be up for grabs here for Gaimin Gladiators, but man, oh man, what a valiant effort here from Sad. It was getting really close, but unfortunately just cannot get it across the finish line.
Yeah, a really tough one. A lot of it comes down to whoever threw that flash for GG on the retake. That was a picture-perfect flash to stall and get Sad out of position. And thankfully, we've got Spoxy there for the trade, and Spoxy continuing to activate in this one, able to find himself a nice opening kill. The trade right there, though, from Sad, taking down Lion and Claw, who was trying to fall back out of this one. But Spoxy still going to be playing this one pretty aggressively. Spots a player on the edge of the smoke, calls for the backup now. Dezane right there in position, almost actually getting caught off guard. It's going to be Spoxy. Dipsy gets the spray down as well, lines them up, but Flex able to find one in the late trade, but still Anubis. They've held on to this one nicely. Raffin alone now and a 1-on-3.
Yeah, it's a 1-on-3, but yeah, Anubis do a good job again once in these post plants, just locking it down. So this is what I was kind of talking about in terms of the teamwork. It feels like, you know, their system is looking a lot better than what it was before. And especially on the BL side, that's where I've been really critical for a team like Anubis, is where we know like Jaguar can call, you know, a really decent game, but it kind of felt like there was just something always a little bit of a miss. But not the case here. Now Raffin, maybe he's going to try to go for the hero play, and indeed he will! He finds 3! Cleans it all up! And puts the triple kill on the board, and now Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to get this 5th round, they're going to get it done, and it's all to the heroic play of someone like Raffin. You love to see it.
Yeah, really a massive play here, and that's a momentum killer, if anything, for Anubis. Still a 6-3 half, potentially, for Gaimin Gladiators, if they can find this final round, but it is going to be a tough one here. Anubis making it very difficult for them on this GR side, but right now, I like the call here from Gaimin Gladiators. 3 holding on to the middle of this map. Anubis, they have a tendency to go for the late push through the middle towards that B-bomb side, so it's going to be up to the rest of Anubis here to find their way through. They have 3 players already working their way for an aggressive pick towards this B-bomb side. It's really only Spoxy holding on to the position. He drops a nice nade to stall for now, but here comes the full commit from Anubis. They've got a full set of utility being thrown through the windows here. Spoxy able to fall off, has a nice off angle on this solo B anchored position. You can see Dezane, though, starting to rotate into the bomb site. They've got a good read where this one's going to be heading. There's not a whole lot of lurk presence as well, but it's actually surprisingly Comics left alone with an Om this time around. Not something we see from Comics all too often in these matchups, but again, knowing Anubis, it still looks like it's going to be a late mid hit potentially as they go grab the C4.
Very interesting now. I mean, Anubis got themselves in this B main control, but the C4 being dropped in the back of mid is definitely making me wonder if they were, I was thinking like surely they're not going to try to do like a 2-man split in mid. Like I think that would just be ridiculous, but no, they're going to try to go for the 5-man commit on this. They're going to throw a smoke that's going to go through GRB door. And now they're going to get tested a little bit here. So Dezane just underneath. He's the one that has to be able to find something, but no, he's not able to at all. Lion Claw trying everything in his efforts to get something done, but look at how close these rifles get into combat, but it's still even a Colt that's going to get things done. But regardless of that, from the heroic play of Spoxy, Anubis will be able to get themselves another round. Not bad at all for this half. Honestly, they've put themselves in contention on this. That's what we were saying, that this map is kind of a bit of a coin toss in the sense that both these teams are decent on it, but really, who's going to be able to perform better? And I feel like Anubis, they're playing the better game despite the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, 4 rounds on the BL of this map is not a bad position at all. So for Anubis, getting 4 is pretty huge going into the GR, which should be a much stronger side for them. The challenge they're going to have to face here is those early round picks. If they remain as good as they were for GG on Black Widow, it's still going to be a bit of an uphill battle going into the second half. But if they can find a way to contest Spoxy and Flex trying to activate these rounds for GG, they have a pretty good chance of taking the lead in this series right back into their hands, because it is a GR-sided map at the end of the day. It really just comes down to what their approach is going to be, because the big difference between these two teams on Compound is Gaimin Gladiators, they know how to be strong when it comes to counter-aggression, and I feel like Anubis all day long, counter-aggression has been the rounds that have come back to bite them.
Yeah, it's definitely right. It's definitely correct. And now the timeout, very interesting timing of this too, and I'm actually a little bit surprised of it. Okay, never mind. I was like, really, we're gonna have a timeout? That's crazy. But either way, we don't. That's fine. It's a little bit of a trickery we have, but regardless, I mean, for 5-4 for Gaimin Gladiators, this is where now, you know, the BL side has not always been their best friend, and losing Spoxy early on for someone like Dipsy to find it. Now these double alms are starting to sing, right? This is where we were praising a lot for Gaimin Gladiators, but now Anubis, they're going to take the same a little bit of an idea and put this into the long-range fight. So capitalizing on a double kill like this without barely taking damage until just now, not bad at all.
Yeah, really solid start here to the round for Anubis, but it's going to come down to what they do on the execution now to hold the line for the full round. You can see Flex looking for one through the smoke. He's actually going to find it. Comics right there for the trade, but still Lion Claw able to secure the backside of this B bomb site. But the bomb is actually in the hands of Dezane, who's in the mid tower here, potentially to take the fight on to Jaguar. I'm not sure if Jaguar has realized, though, his position, and it's going to be a bit of a fall off from Dezane, and they are going to go ahead and have some time to group up here. And this is where I want to see what Anubis can do in these mid-round plays. They have a tendency to get caught off guard in the mid-round, and even with the numbers disadvantage, GG still has 2 strong players alive to try and push through, and they are going to go ahead and go for the control over the mid section into the B bomb side, and it's going to be Jaguar on that anchor position, kind of holding the line here. A nice smoke screen allows some space to work with, but it also gives the opportunity for GG to sneak into the A bomb site.
Yeah, and this is what I was giving a lot of, praise here for Anubis. Like on, Black Widow, they were taking a lot of advantage just finding these little bit of openings. This might be the moment right now for Gaimin Gladiators, because they can take down Sad. This can be huge, because now he's kind of creeped himself into long. Posted up, he has to hit the shot, and indeed he does. It's a 1-2 combination from him. I was going to say maybe the trade back here from Gaimin Gladiators, but just a little bit too slow. But look at him now, starting to put up some decent numbers for his group. Getting 3 kills as the opening round is not too shabby. So now things are a dead even scoreline here for map number 3. And now GG, a lot more work cut out for them. They're going to have to do something big here.
Yeah, for the moment, GG is in a bit of a tough decision-making area here. They've got to find a way to get the early picks rolling in their direction once again, but this time they're not sure of themselves in the early round. You can see a bit of a rotation going in towards the pillars after that early mid-control, but at this point, they're just going to be playing a little bit slower of a game than we're used to seeing from GG on this side of the map. And that's kind of what you've got to do on the BL side of Compound. If you make too much noise, there's just so much space they have to work with on the GR side that it's not really going to work out for you to do a lot of solo aggression on a map like this. So we can see them starting to group up 3 towards A long to potentially contest Jaguar on this long box position. You can see the utility being thrown right on top of him as well. Jaguar forced to take the fight. He's able to find one before going down. Sad almost caught there as well on the long box, has to fall back onto site. I like the reposition though, allows for that retake setup to start happening still. Spoxy holds on to the tower as Doom slides in underneath. It's a full reset here as the C4 slowly rotates its way back into mid.
Yeah, now things are getting a little bit more tense here with 40, just under 40 seconds remaining on this. So now, Gaimin Gladiators not going to mess around. They're just going to hightail it. Not bad at all. Dipsy loses his comrade. Now has to lock things down as much as possible. But Gaimin Gladiators, they able to just put up a good fight. But Dipsy has just been the sole anchor to locking things in once again. And now it's come down to the 1v1. Dipsy with a heroic play. Can he be able to just finish the job, or can Spoxy just cause the upset? And there's a bit of dancing, but it's going to be Dipsy that does one better again.
Yeah, huge round there from Dipsy, just holding on perfectly and stalling out that push. And this is where it is so hard to get control on this BL side. There's so many angles you've got to clear going into that B bomb side. On top of that, at the start of the round, you've got to be ready for plays like that. Mid aggression coming through from Sad, able to take down Flex very early on. And they've done a great job so far on this GR side of not allowing Flex to really activate in the way that he's used to, and that's going to be a key component to their success continuing forward on this map as well. If they can keep shutting down Flex in the early round fights, they're going to have a really good time here, especially with Sad and Dipsy leading that charge. They've got 9 frags on the double AUM setup so far on the GR side, which is a huge momentum boost, and we saw how impactful these two guys were on sub base when they were able to hit their stride.
Yeah, once again, Spoxy, the old faithful, right? The guy that's able to find a lot of opening duels, indeed he will. So finally Doom is able to, get a little bit of reply back as well. But 3-on-3, right back on the board. See down. And now a little bit of patience here from Anubis. The question is, what do they want to go for? They're all in GR spawn, so now it's just a matter of time. Raven holding the tight right angle. Good flash is going to get thrown. Going to buy Gaimin Gladiators a little bit more time on this. You can still see, though, Anubis, they have to get moving. There's only 14 seconds remaining. Double player from Heaven's just going to get annihilated. And there it is. Gaimin Gladiators will bounce back once more. This is just a teeter-totter back and forth, but my oh my. I was expecting this to be a close encounter, but I didn't think it was going to be like this, Kyle.
Yeah, this is truly a 50-50 map at this point, and that much more of an important map as well. Just knowing Port is on the horizon, that is a very strong map for GG. So Anubis, I feel like this is a must-win map in this series if Anubis want to keep their life here moving forward. But they've done a great job of staying toe-to-toe with GG on this map. A lot of it just comes down to what Gaimin Gladiators is going to do during this timeout. It's a 6-6 game. It can still go either way, but this is a good moment here for Flex to really think about ways they can catch them off guard, because that's really what Gaimin Gladiators, I think, does better than every other team in this league, is they know how to throw a really good counter-aggressive curveball into their opponent's way. And that's what I'm hoping they're trying to think through here, because they've had enough time now on this map to get a good understanding of what Anubis is doing on this GR side. And this is one of those moments where you can try and find a unique way to dissect that.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think we had a timeout here for Gaimin Gladiators in quite some time. So the fact that they're actually going to utilize it now, not bad at all. Just again, things are really, really close. Like, this is again a competitive game, and it feels like everybody's playing, full effect. It's not like there's been, in my opinion, there's not really been like a weak player or like the anchor player, if you want to call them that, right? It feels like everybody's actually getting their moments. They're doing a good job. Dipsy has really put himself from the Anubis side. He's really getting a strong performance. It's kind of where we expect that. Spoxy trying to get aggressive in mid. He actually gets caught here with a nade, so almost losing pretty much half his HP. But either way, he's just going to go for the swing. He's going to win the duel. That's what we were talking about, man. Like, again, you cannot take this away from him. Like, we always talk about him, but there's a reason for it. The fact that he can just get a swing like that in a duel like that, that's just madness.
Yeah, he's always the threat you've got to look out for on GG. He's able to take those fights so quickly to turn these rounds back in favor of GG. And now Anubis have a disadvantage on the round, and they've got to find a way to deal with it. This time it is going to be a little bit of a stack towards the A side of the map. They've got Dipsy playing forward on the B bomb side. They go ahead and rotate Comics over there as well, but Jaguar gets caught in a quick 1-for-1 trade over towards A long, and now it's going to be up to Anubis to decide how they want to play this in a 3-on-4. This is such a large map to try and cover with just 3 players on the GR side, so it almost requires them to take a little bit of a risk here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They put 2 players on the front side of mid, but that leaves a lot of pressure onto Comics. He's going to have to find at least 2 to hang on. Comics, though, good for 3! And it's going to be Spoxy all alone trying to pick up the pieces in this one. The counter flash comes through from Dipsy. But when you've got Spoxy alive, even 16 HP is a scary Spoxy to go up against. He's got that Om in hand, and he is ready to think about taking this fight. Throws the smoke, wants to see if the lurker is going to come through behind. I like this call from Spoxy, just giving himself time to try and create space and maybe take it down to a one-on-one. But Dipsy and Doom, they know exactly how to play this. If they wait for the plant and they go in swinging together off of this flash, they have a really good chance of fighting their way through. But Spoxy, unfortunate timing, misses the shot, and Doom gets it done.
Yeah, not bad at all. And like you said, it was a good idea for Spoxy. He knew he had some time. You know, he's just making sure that nobody was like hot on the heels. Somebody was in with a big flank. So not bad, honestly, not bad at all. You know, it really came down with that post plant. Like, he had to hit the shot right here because you can see, like, if he would have been able to hit that, the trade is still pretty decent in favor for Anubis, but it might have just bought a little bit of time here for Gaimin Gladiators. But nonetheless, that's that teamwork that we were talking about. That's the teamwork from Anubis that has been really, really well. And now the trades go back and forth. Raffin goes down with Dipsy. So now things are back to an equal 4-4. And Gaimin Gladiators taking things a little bit more slow. Not really putting too much pressure. The same here for Anubis. They're kind of just splitting off at the 2-2. So mid, for the most part, is pretty much wide open. Sad is just kind of posted up in office here in A. He's just kind of waiting for that cross, like, deep. Whereas teammate Jaguar is actually going to be a little bit more aggressive here towards long A. But Gaimin Gladiators, they have to be able to fight for some real estate here. They have to make something happen. They're being a little bit hesitant. Rightfully so, but they don't want to get the clock too low here. But now they're finally going to group up. Looks like they're going to go right back for a mid hit one more time.
Yeah, for GG, they've got to find a way through on these BL rounds, but Anubis, they've only got 1 player holding on to the backside of mid. It's going to be Doom holding the off angle from the B bomb side, but that flash makes it so hard to hang on to this position. He's able to find himself 1 though. Comics on the support takes down another, looking for a second, but he's starting to struggle a little bit on this hold. Comics on the off angle, not going to find any more. Here comes the retake though, but the C4 is down. And this is where things could be quite the challenge. GG forgetting to grab it on the plant here. And now Jaguar and Sad, all they've got to do is just hold on to this position and not over peak it, which allows Flex to maybe have a chance to catch them off guard. You can see he's going to use Spoxy as the distraction here as he goes in for the lurk from mid-tower. And he's going to be able to make the shot happen onto Jaguar. That is a huge 1v1 duel to win for Gaimin Gladiators in this round, but there's only 20 seconds and they still do not have this C4 in hand. They've got to go for an aggressive play now because there's no time on this clock. I am surprised that Spoxy hasn't even hit the W key once with only 10 seconds. There's no time to even plant the C4 now. No. They're going to have to run back into the bomb site here, and there is just no time to get it done. But they actually get it with less than a second on the clock. That is incredible. Has to be one of the most down-to-the-wire plants I've ever seen in my life. And GG, you have to be kidding. That is a crazy plant. I don't know how you get away with that one.
I don't even get it at all. And look, I was going to ask you the same thing. I'm like, yeah, this is all over, right? I mean, I was just watching this and I'm like, yeah, like they've just burned the clock, but I don't know how they get it. But man, oh man, count their lucky stars. They get away with something that honestly probably shouldn't have been theirs. But nonetheless, Gaimin Gladiator fans are going to be ecstatic here that they're back to a tie game with something like that. But man, oh man, hopefully for the Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to realize they're going to have to be a little bit quicker than just waiting things out that long. because Anubis, all they had to do was just wait that extra like half a millisecond and they would have been all over. But nonetheless, despite that, they lose Dipsy once again. He falls early on in this round, but at least the trade back here is going to happen here from the IGL. So Gaimin Gladiators once again is playing a very slow setup. Jaguar's trying to be aggressive on his own. He's trying to get some matters into his own hands. He does a good job of it. He gets gifted with a one-on-one duel. Spoxy, I thought he was asleep at the wheel, but he gets himself right back into this. Two players from Anubis are very wounded. Very critical HP now. Gaimin Gladiators, all three players are going to split into GR spawn. They are just going to go right into this B site. Find Comics. This is a power position now. This is a difficult one here for Anubis. You have an Alm in hand. You have no more utility except for Sad. And they got an AK and they have minimal HP. This is not looking good. This is not looking like a retake that you want to see. And Gaimin Gladiators, they're fully set on this. They know exactly where they are. This thing is all done and over with.
Yeah, GG, that is a massive round to hold on to. They move to 8, and that's where things get a little bit scarier for Anubis. They are close to letting their second map pick in this series slip away from themselves, and if they've got Port in Mexico as the final 2 in this series, that is an uphill battle against a team like Gaimin Gladiators to think about dealing with to come back into it. But it's not over just yet. They've got a chance to steal it back if they can have a solid finish to the GR half. But right now, every single play is going to matter so much for Anubis in these final rounds, whereas GG, they've got a little bit more flex to play around with. Spoxy as well, 6-1 since that tactical timeout. So you can tell something that they figured out in the way the setups are being played from the GR side has worked well, because up until that pause, Sad was actually leading in that fight against Spoxy, and now things have kind of turned around.
They really have, haven't they? An 8-7. Still up for anybody's game here, too. But now Doom, you can see he's kind of creeping himself just on the corner of this. He's hoping he might be able to find a cheeky shot here, despite the smokes and flashes getting thrown at him. And now GG. They're just going to try to go right back. They're in GR spawn. Doom actually does find the better engagement of this. A reposition strong on the high ground allows him to find that double kill. So Gaimin Gladiators, again, they have this idea, but they just cannot seem to capitalize with it. And now they're relying on Spoxy to do some heavy lifting once again. He's sitting at an 8-1 so far, but now it's all down to him. This is an ace clutch that he has to get. He's put himself with a double kill. Can't seem to find it. And man, oh man, the sole player of, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, it feels like if he's not able to find that multi-kill, it just kind of feels like everything's fizzling out.
Yeah, a really, really tough one now on the table for both teams. 8-8. Comes down to the wire here on map number 3, and you can see Anubis sending 2 players early on for Pillar's control. They go ahead and fall back, though. It's going to be Dipsy and Comics who took control early on there. At this point, though, for Gaimin Gladiators, this is the scarier side to be on when you're thinking about needing 2 to close it out, and this is where Anubis, they can kind of play a little bit more reserved if they want to. They don't have to be the team taking space here. They can afford to just play that passive approach, and it's going to pay off. Sad able to find the first kill onto Raph, and Spoxy unable to secure the trade from the mid tower. But here comes the wraparound onto the A-bomb site. But Doom, he is right there and ready for action now. 3 players only remaining for GG, but they have to make a move sooner or later here. Flex, he's kind of just stuck in the GR spawn for now, but Spoxy, he is not ready to take this fight. He has no idea that Jaguar is going to be playing this nice off angle on the back of the A-bomb side, and he's going to have to win this fight almost instantly to take control of the site. But what a headshot there from Spoxy. Just rips the head right off of Jaguar, but Doom, he is still alive as the anchor here. Good for a second before going down. Sad trying to hold on to long, but this is such a tough round ahead now, and GG still have a chance to plant the C4.
Oh man, but Spoxy too, look at that reposition from him. He knows that somebody's in long too, that's the thing. And now he might be able to find this, and indeed he does. And look at that's a free open B site. They might be able to get across quickly. Comics is kind of second guessing himself here. And look at that. It's a 1-in-1 trade, meaning now it's Flex versus Sad. The plant's going to come through. Sad making his way. He's trying to skip down the golden road here to see if he can get this round in favor for Anubis. putting them on map point. It's the IGL versus one of the young guns here that's been able to find himself something, but my god, a jumping one tap. That'll definitely do.
Wow. What a shot there from Sad. You can see the smile there. That's not a shot you hit every day, but what a time to find a big round for Anubis. The map still potentially theirs. After all here, it was a very shaky round to get it done, but it's not over just yet. GG. If they get one here themselves, we still go the full distance to overtime, but Anubis wants to take away that opportunity. Raffin again going down early on in this one. It's a 5-on-4 situation. Flex looking for the trade in mid, but he's not going to find anything. Anubis, all they've got to do at this point is play the numbers, and they will be back on top in this series, but they definitely need to play very, very careful on the approach here.
Yeah, they really do, and the fact that now that Anubis has been able to find that opening, that is definitely going to help. Not great position here for any Gaimin Gladiators fans, but again, huge right now from Anubis to put themselves in a 5-on-4 this early on. Right back into mid we go. Dipsy gets himself in a better position, does use that nade, some good damage going to get inflicted, and now he's just going to go for a massive swing, and Dipsy annihilates all three, and Spoxy now, another ace clutch situation. He's finding two, surely not in this kind of a position he's going to get away with it, and indeed he will not, and Anubis, they get the job done here on map number 3. It's not over yet, but they put themselves in a lead.
Yeah, a huge win here for Anubis on map number 3. Winning both of their picks in this best of 5 puts them in a good position to maybe go the full distance here, but at the end of the day, it was a very, very well-fought match from both sides. 10-8, the closest map we've seen so far in this series. I'm starting to think it's only going to get closer here with Port on the horizon as GG's pick coming up, and I'm starting to think Penguin was right here, Laz. A 5-map series is feeling very, very close to reality at this point.
Yeah, it really feels like it, right? I mean, it really, really does. And that's where we were kind of saying that, again, the first map was a big telling point, but now the fact that we're going into 2-1 where Anubis only need one more map to get it done, that's a huge, huge amount of work for them. But look, we're going to let the desk talk about it. There's a lot to dissect from this, but take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Laz and Kyle, man. I love it. I love the breakdown, and I love how they throw it back to us in a sense that Penguin was right.
Yeah, I thought it's going to be a full best of 5, most likely full best of 5 or 3-1. Yeah, Anubis, as I said, they're coming here as a Black Horse, but these guys are performing at their best right now. Sad is having one of his best games. You've seen the shot that amazed you when it was 8-8 and when he dropped shot versus Flex. And then he goes back to Elong and trying to go for an aggressive peak. The guys are very confident. And as I told you, based on stats, Anubis played only one time compound versus GG and they won it. Now they play it second time and they still won it. So GG are struggling to find the wins against Anubis in compound.
Yeah, I mean, the struggle is real for both teams, to be honest. And now I can't believe Anubis had such a good comeback. It's incredible, to be honest. Their performance, there was a 4K or 2, if I'm not mistaken, or a triple kill and a quadra kill. Yeah. But nonetheless, this was an amazing match to watch, man. And I really can't wait for game
4, right?
5.
5.
I want game 5, honestly.
Game
I want game 5 because game 5 is gonna, like, for me at least, it's gonna be so entertaining, and the aggression from both teams is gonna be present, to say the least.
Yes, as I said, and we are going to Port Map. Port Map, Anubis are starting on Global Risk, and it's very favored Global Risk map. And I'm really worried on GG. Their Port games that we have seen from them are still not the best. Yes, they beat Anubis before in the group stage in Port, but it was because the Zane spray shots were incredible on tunnels. But now I'm not sure if this is gonna happen again. Now it's playoffs, it's your last map, GG. If you want to come back, then this is the time. So as I'm saying now, 3 games all won by GG on board. This is the force they ever meet together, and all of the games GG won it. But from now, based on the performance I'm seeing, and as Laz said, he's a bit worried on GG, and they are a bit showing some mistakes into the games. So coming to the fourth map, I'm calling it 3-1 to Anubis. Anubis has the upper upset. Anubis has the better port game. They have the better blacklist game and global risk game. If Set keeps dominating and Dipsy keeps clutching when it matters the most.
Yeah, I mean, the clutches were there, and especially Dipsy and Doom, they had some crazy rounds to say the least, but I have to say, this, like, I feel like they're trying to peek into something with each other's coaches, to say the least, of their gameplay, and trying to understand what they could accomplish. But nonetheless, I really feel like Anubis is in full throttle here, and they're fighting to win.
Yes, as I said, and look at the guys, KDs. These guys are always positive, showing the strong KD that they have. Comics,
absolutely.
Comics, Sad, Dipsy sitting on 1.77. That means that this guy is popping up really hard. Okay, we're saying Sad's name because Sad's mostly clutching, but you have seen it in the last round how Dipsy swing from B main and he kills 3 guys going to the garage. But GG, they're still struggling into the 5-man pushes. These guys are winning all they win. They hit their shots, get the kills by Spoxy. Flex does some amazing job, which he's doing. He's playing at his best.
Yes.
But still, it's not enough. You need also to be a 5v5 roadster pushing very strong in these pushes. So Anubis are able to shut down all these pushes because, as I said, Anubis are well prepared for this. The coach has done a very good job and these guys are ready to win. And I'm saying Port is 70% Anubis is going to be winning. It's going to be all decided by the first half where Anubis are being starting on Global Risk.
Yeah, I mean, next map is gonna be Anubis' pick, and I'm kind of excited because I really think this is the turning point for both teams. If GG manages to secure this win, then yeah, it's gonna be, let's say, equal. But if Anubis secures it, then that's it. They're qualifying.
Okay, we have only 2 ways now. If Anubis be able to clutch Port, then that's it. As I said, they have the higher chance because they are playing on Global Risk. They are starting on the favored side on the map, and they're starting in one of their best maps, by the way, on Jaguar's tongue. These guys love Port, and they love to play Port, and they know how to play Port, and they know how to use their own blacklist side into a good rounds. And Port is a strategic map
to say the least.
So if you're saying a strategic map, that goes for Anubis. These guys have coach, these guys have analysis, these guys have actions and counter actions. And when you're coming to a map which has aim and aim duels, it's Mexico, which is the last map.
Yeah, the last map.
So if Anubis goes to the last map, I'm really worried on Anubis. It might be 3-2 to GG. But if Anubis be able to clutch this, yeah, of course they're gonna win, but this is their closest they can get. And they need to win Port, and they need to do a very, very good side on their Global Risk.
Yeah, I mean, Port as well, plus Mexico are pretty unique maps to say the least. And there's a lot of aggression that's going to be coming from both sides. But to say the least, I'm really excited to see the next map, to say the least, because at that point, if Anubis manages to secure their own win, then so be it. It's just going to be moving onwards and possibly facing either unKnights or ROC.
Yeah, and this is the closest they can get. Port, your decider map, the map that you guys like, the map that you guys prepared, the map that you love to play against GG, one of the strongest, the champions, the contenders of the league.
First place at the moment, yeah.
And they were the winners in CFWL West League 2024 Season 2. So, GG, they are now at the bottom of the bottle now. They need to get out of this bottle because Anubis is pushing them hard right now. And the guys are playing very good. Still, GG, as I said, they're playing really good. But I haven't seen the big change of GG. Like, I feel like I'm watching GG the same. They're playing on West League. But when it comes to playoffs, it's totally different because you need some unique way of winning. Not only clutching by Spoxy, Flex, or Design, or Lineclaw. The guys are all doing good. But still, GG, I guess they need to be more different right now.
Yeah, I could tell what you said is perfectly accurate, and I'm pretty sure that the casters as well agree with you in that sense. Let's take it away to the next game, boys.
All right, it's going to be game 4, Port on the way. The Penguin seems to be a believer in the 3-1. I definitely agree with him, though, that if this goes to a Map 5 series, I do think GG has a really good chance of winning this one on Mexico. But I will say that I actually think Port is a little bit more favorable for GG as well. I feel like Anubis Compound is one of their better maps. Even though they enjoy playing Port, we've seen what this team of GG can do on a map like Port. This is not a map that Gaimin Gladiators lose almost ever, and this is where I think it's going to be a big challenge for them to deal with, because Flex knows how to be aggressive in the right ways on this map, and Spoxy, this is one of his better maps in locking things down as a solo player. So a lot of it comes down to, as Penguin mentioned, having a really good start on the GR side for Anubis. Otherwise, I feel like the BL is going to be an uphill battle for them.
No, I definitely agree, and it's really good analysis that we got from the desk, and I really appreciate Penguin's insight on that too, because he knows it, right? Like, he competed against all these guys this season. He knows from just from being a coach, right? So it's a really good amount of insight we're getting, because I agree. Like, I was thinking, like, look, surely this map, if it gets to this point, like, Gaimin Gladiators have been really stellar on it. They have had really good performances. We have had those like really close encounters in the regular season where wasn't a squeaky, or was it more of a squeaky win versus like a confident win? But that's the biggest thing, is that it feels like Anubis are just, I feel like they've just played the better game all day. And even right now, like we talk about that being on the GR, this is a really good amount of work that they can get a good kickstart. But now things are getting a little bit awkward, and someone like Dezane needs to put full activation with this rifle, and it's a double kill, but is it going to go unnoticed a little bit here? Because now Sad has put himself in a triple kill this round alone, and this round is completely flipped on its head. C4 is dropped just on the corner here. This is a tough one for Spoxy. Jaguar's already got himself some decent ground, and Spoxy is just looking around. He's just hoping to be able to find it. A shot missed here. A second chance at life. Keeping his warning shots happening with 3 bullets left in the chamber. Realizing he has to still pick up that C4. Gets the time for the reload. Now Jag's going to go for the wide swing, and Spoxy does get it done. Man, oh man. The man of the match, the guy that they rely on, the old faithful once again, will push through to get a first round done.
Yeah, Spoxy, honestly, for me, is the difference on this map. You put him in a clutch, he's gonna win it here, and that's what Anubis has to be ready for. You can't second guess Spoxy in these kind of situations. You've got to be ready, getting those pre-fires on him, or there's just no chance. He's got the reaction time over most of the players here, but this time around, Anubis off to a really good start here. The opening frag going against Flex in the A connector spot, but it's still going to be a tough one, because as we've seen Gaimin Gladiators, one of their big benefits on this BL side is they have very good mid control, and that's where Anubis has to be ready to shut things down.
Yeah, but the thing that I've been so worried about too is just like, it's a really good point you bring up about, Spoxy is the clutch factor and he's such a big player on this, but they just can't rely on that, right? Like Gaimin Gladiators, they have to be able to put themselves a little bit better for the teamwork to be a lot better. But that's where I've been saying, like Anubis, I felt like their teamwork has been stronger. I feel like their decision-making has been better. Like, I really do think, in my opinion, they've been playing the better Crossfire. It's really just some of these kind of nitty-gritty situations that's allowed, Gaimin Gladiators to stay alive a little bit in some of these maps, or making them a lot closer than they should be. But now, even a situation like this, we see where it's a 4-on-2. Dezane and Spoxy critically low. This should be an Anubis round kind of, on the board. Looking like it's going to be the possibility here. But once again, Spoxy putting himself in a clutch scenario. A bit of a tough one for him. But yeah, look, Anubis bounced back very well. And that's the thing that's been so impressive, is that, like I said, we're not seeing massive deficits. It's Anubis just bouncing right back into this game. They have been on the grind, and you can tell they've been putting a lot of hard work in.
Yeah, really solid hold in that one, but the big thing for them is they need the momentum early on in this one. You can't afford to be trading rounds against the BL side here, because even 4 on this side of the map for Gaimin Gladiators is going to feel pretty good. They get the early advantage in this round. Comics goes down, Dipsy looking for the response, but Raffin, this is a really good angle. He hits the headshot onto Dipsy, and now they've got an even bigger advantage to try and take this round away with. You are going to see a bit of a rotation coming through from the remaining players of Anubis. You've got Doom sneaking his way over here to the A-long box. Meanwhile, Jaguar and Sad just going to be playing in the lower B tunnels, but Doom, that flash is going to be pretty devastating here. He's able to find at least a kill before going down, but that is probably not going to be enough in this situation. You can see Zane running into trouble, not going to stop him at all here, and now Sad all alone, half HP, 1-on-3 situation. As that C4 goes down, he's going to have to find an opening pretty quickly to work with, but this utility makes it next to impossible to find any way out of this situation, and Zane is going to spot him through the smoke and get the job done.
Yeah, indeed they do, and it's not bad at all. So Gaimin Gladiators take a pretty convincing round nonetheless, so a little bit of improvements here and there that we're seeing from them, but Zane has actually put himself in the top fragment position, so you love to see it. And, you know, he is, like, I agree with you, like, he is one of those guys that he's a strong rifler, but really it's been kind of hot and cold for him, it feels like. You know, even some parts of the regular season, not the greatest, but I mean, look, utility's looking pretty good because Jag's actually able to find some good utility work against Flex, so takes him out early. But now the question is, with Flex going down, not playing that hard lurk, what is Gaimin Gladiators going to do on this? I mean, now they're going to have to kind of sit back, rethink some ideas and kind of new decisions that they have to make, and decide to maybe just go as a 4-man unit on this.
Yeah, for the moment, the pace very slow from GG, but no surprise here. They're hoping Spoxy can find this pick in mid to answer back. Lion Claw just playing down low for the trade if Spoxy gets swung on, and now they're going to go ahead and just reposition slowly, it seems, towards this A bomb site, but I like the play calling from Anubis, very passive, making sure they don't do anything too risky to give up the numbers in this round. They know how critical it is to make sure they don't allow a momentum streak to hit the BL side on this map, and they're playing accordingly. A nice little bit of utility there from Comics, hits Lion Claw and Spoxy as they sneak into the lower B tunnels, and it's going to force a bit of a rotation slowly coming through here as they group up for the B hit, but this is going to be a down-to-the-wire round. You could tell GG, they want to run down this clock to the last moments and go for some burst aggression to try and catch these players off guard. Doom, I love that angle, though, just holding this nice little off spot, but here comes the burst play. A lot of damage being dealt actually onto GG there. Not a whole lot to answer for it as well, but Jaguar, he's got the key position here. Only going to find one out of it with 20 seconds to get this C4 planted. They've got to get a move on it. The C4 is still already in the BL spawn, and they've got 20 seconds to get on the A bomb site now.
Yeah, they can't just go for these .1, you know, plants once again, you know, but not looking like that's even going to be the case. It's, you know, Zane here, he's got to have to get himself, you know, 10 seconds into this site. He has to worry about 2 different players, and then also Dipsy kind of on the bridge here waiting for the cross. So yeah, no, I'm not hoping heck that's going to happen, but Anubis, again, bouncing right back into this, not allowing any sort of a lead, back to its high game situation. Aggressive nades going to get thrown deep. Going to land a little bit on Spoxy, so not too bad, and even though they get a little bit too overzealous, they actually do lose Sad right away, so that's going to be their sniper that's already been depleted. And already Doom is already taking some big amount of damage as well. So this is a great position right now for Gaimin Gladiators, but it looks like they might actually even try to commit to this A hit one more time, realizing they've removed the threat of the sniper. They only have to worry about rifle, so this is a really good intel from Flex. This is a really good call. They have some info that Comics is there, and he just has to be able to bide his time. He has to be able to throw this utility and just allow this rotate to come through. And look at that, it gets a little bit over peaky. And now Spoxy once again finding this duel, and things are falling apart here. Anubis are getting desperate. You can see Dipsy going for a big hunt on long. Yeah, this round is looking like it could be a Gaimin Gladiators all over the place.
Yeah, really good strategies coming in from GG on the BL side, especially that call to immediately fall off the A-bomb site and then re-engage off of that lurker, just peeking for info to see if they were still there. Now it's a 5v1, and Jaguar, he's going to be IGLing through this one. No clutch attempt, it seems. He's just trying to figure out a way to recalibrate here, because if you have GG leading this one on the BL side, that is a very scary position for this team to be in, and they need to take this full time here and now to rethink their approach, because they might need that other tack pause later. So I actually fully support this in the 1-on-5, because this is the time to reset things and get it rolling in your direction.
Yeah, I just love the fact that we see, you know, like for Gaimin Gladiators, like a flawless round, and I love that they just, it just felt a little bit more confidence in this one for me. But I mean, Anubis, like, they tried things to bring things back. I don't mind that, but you could see a little bit of desperation happening through this. But nonetheless, I mean, this is a good call. Like you said, just kind of burning the clock. They're just going to have some internal conversations. So like a little mini timeout here and there. So not bad at all. So they can kind of reconfigure the game plan, kind of figure out what do they want to do a little bit differently. 3 rounds going to be grabbed up here for Gaimin Gladiators on the BL side. That's not bad at all. I mean, Spoxy is definitely having himself a field day right now, sitting at a 7-2. Dezane right behind him with a 6-3. So you love to see that from a strong rifler. But we need a little bit more. And this is where we're starting to see some players from Anubis getting a little bit more quiet. Like Doom is sitting himself on the bottom of the 1-5. He hasn't really had too much openings to showcase his abilities. But that's where we were talking about. Look, this is a best of 5. Like, technically, we were in the regular season. This be over. It'd be a 2-1 in the best of 3. But now, that's where you have to kind of somehow preserve energy and just realize that, you know, everything is not over until it's over. So that's where Anubis have to make sure that they can still play their game if they want to get this thing done with a 3-1.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, they're one of those teams, they just play better when they've got something to lose. So being on the potential last map of the series for them, I think puts them at a whole new level for Anubis to have to deal with in this position. So for Anubis, this is really a must-win round. If they go down 4-2 on the GR side, that is already a great position regardless of how the rest of the half goes for GG to be in. And it is only a solo player on the back of B right now as well. Jaguar, he's going to have to do something big here to make things happen from this position because there's a full team of 5 for GG about to press onto this, and this isn't very common for them. They normally have a lurker ready to go, but this time they're going for the full team effort here. Jaguar flashed out of position. Lionclaw goes for the late peek, gets caught by Dipsy in the underneath staircase, and there you have it. Dipsy down low, good for 3, but Flex immediately there to grab the double kill and the trade. Sad and Comics now looking for that retake position to make this one happen. The C4 still yet to be planted. They're being very, very cautious here, but it's actually sad to find one. Spoxy, of course, the clutch master here in the 1-on-2. It's definitely a winnable round either way, but this is where I want to see Anubis do what they need to here, and that is not take this fight one player at a time.
That's exactly it. You're going to be able to play this together. But it's going to be really tough just because you got the one in B main and then you got the other one coming through GR spawn, so not going to be the easiest. And now Spoxy just needs that time. He just needs a little bit of a duel here to find this 1-on-1, but unfortunately does a little bit of damage here, but he can't seem to get the job done. So decent work from Anubis, kind of playing together even though they were split apart. Not bad at all. And these guys getting a little bit excited now. You can see they're all grouped up together. They're in the gaming house. They're landing together. Right back to a 3-3. A back and forth game we go. It is hard to predict where this thing could go. And now some aggression once more from Anubis. They've tried this before. They're going to do it again. And they get this 1-on-1 trade. But not bad at all. I mean, it's the cost of Flex and Dipsy going down, but not a bad trade-off. I feel like, you know, in some regard, it's kind of like, I feel like Anubis maybe put themselves in the slightest advantage. I mean, it's a good duel and trade-up from Gaimin Gladiators taking down a top fragger or someone like Dipsy, but now Gaimin Gladiators, they've kind of lost their IGL, so he's a little bit absent on this one. So this is now somebody else calling the shots.
Yeah, the big benefit, though, is Dipsy being out of the picture does take one of the better retake players out of the cards here for Anubis in this round, so we'll see if that comes into play later on, but we can see already Gaimin Gladiators putting that attention again towards this B side of the map. They seem to think Jaguar is the target they want to take the fight onto, and I think it's a good play because last round, the only reason they hung on to the site was because Dipsy was able to find 3 from the B pit, so it does give them some strong potential if they can catch Jaguar off guard, but Jaguar, that is a big headshot to hold on to the initial. Dezane on the late swing, able to take down Doom, and this is where they've got to be careful of the lurk coming through as well. Comics working his way on the wraparound behind. Dezane able to find one. Gets the flick as well onto Comics. Sad spotted out, and the 2v4 goes the way of GG.
Oh, what are we watching here? Like, all right, that's going to be a decent round here for these guys indeed, but I need a little bit more of that. And now, again, Spoxy and Dezane still leading the charts here in the fragging department. These guys are putting up some big, big numbers, but decent overall here from Anubis. Still pretty spread out. you know, everybody's pretty close encounter. Like I said, Doom is kind of the only player, unfortunately, that's kind of had himself a little bit more of a lackluster performance, but it's not like it's been super noticeable. But he is going down early. That's not going to be great here for Anubis. So now the question is, with them being down to only 4 players, what do they want to do? They just want to play the normal setup? Do they want to lean on one side potentially? Jaguar's actually playing towards B house. He's actually playing a little bit more of an aggressive angle, just trying to get some information so he can relay it back to his teammates here for the rotates. But you can see that they're going for a 1-2-1. A lot of reliance here for the sniper of Sad. Not a bad idea, though. They have to go for a gamble. But Gaimin Gladiators giving a ton of respect on this round. Just waiting things out makes a lot of sense. They don't want to be over careless. They don't want to just, you know, throw bodies at a situation, potentially get, you know, multi-fragged against, right? But they got to make a decision now. They got to start getting some control. They got to do something. They can't just keep sitting here. Now they're finally starting to make themselves look like they want to go for the split on A.
Yeah, I think it's a good call here. A has been a little bit of a weaker point overall, and it gives them that ability, if they're able to take the challenge early onto either the mid-rotator or Sad, they can have a really good presence to try and push forward and take the round. But now GG, they're actually going to go for the full push out of mid, and this could be a bit of a mistake. Dipsy and Comics able to hold the line and kind of settle the score on numbers, leaving it up to Flex and Spoxy. But if there is anybody you would want in this position, it's these two players. They're going to take it down to the 2-on-1. Sad gets spotted on the edge of the smoke here. Flex knows exactly what he needs to do here. He has the opportunity in the opening for the backstab, and Flex and Spoxy, they're able to get this one done.
Yeah, not bad at all. Honestly, that we're starting to see a lot better performance coming in out of Gaimin Gladiators. We really are. So that's a good thing to see for, you know, any fans, because like we said, it's a 2-1. All you need is Anubis to get this map, and it could have been done. But I don't know if that's going to be the case here anymore, just because of, you know, what we're seeing, and the performance is looking a lot better right now. But I'm loving what I'm seeing. Like, this is what we were kind of talking about. This really is spelling out to be a 5-map series. It really is. But I love that we're seeing Dezane just playing a lot better than what he was. And that was the thing. It seemed a little bit uncharacteristic of how he was performing in the beginning. But now, maybe his nerves are a little bit more in check. Things are looking a lot better. Everybody's just performing at a high level now. This is kind of the expectation of a team like this that you see on the screen here. Like, this is where everybody talks about, like, they are the team to beat. You know, Penguin was mentioning, like, these guys are the champs. These are champs coming back to defend their crown, right? And they've been tested, though, but I got to give a lot of work here for Anubis. They've really come prepared, and they've been making this a very close encounter, you know, which has been a really exciting match to watch to start this first day of playoffs off.
Yeah, honestly, this one's truly going the distance here, I believe. It wouldn't surprise me to see this come down to Mexico, but it'll be a fun one if we go there, because Mexico is one of those maps that a lot of teams have been dodging all season long. But when you get to these best of fives, you've got to show you can do it on every single map, and that's where a team like GG, I think, has the advantages here. I mean, you saw it from the desk at the top of the show today. They have a 4-loss record out of 23 maps against this team, and when you're talking about best of fives, the odds definitely in their favor to win this one, because they just have that consistency overall, especially when their backs are against the wall to pull things off. I mean, they did it in the grand finals last year with a reverse sweep against ROC Esports. So for most other teams at a 2-1, I would probably count them out at this point, but for GG, it's far from over just yet, and they look very strong here in map number 4, especially if they could pull off a 6-3 half on the BL side of Port. In my mind, that almost surely locks up in map 4 going their way.
Yeah, it really does. It really does look like it could be, but this round's going to be really important as well, just because, again, just to close things off here for the first half is, you know, if Anubis can find themselves in the 1-round gap, like, which has been kind of the case, you know, in terms of the maps that we've seen so far. Like, I mean, really, the only one I can think of, you know, like, it was 6-3 for the first half for Anubis on Subbase. You know, then it was a 5-4 that was for Gaimin Gladiators. You know, and then moving to Compound, again, it was a 5-4 encounter for Gaimin Gladiators. So, like, there is a potential here that this could be, again, another repeat that we're seeing, because really it was the first map that was a dominant, you know, bit of a lead. And then all of a sudden now, as we progress in this best of 5, things have just really been, like, round by round, you know, just back and forth, and just a singular difference, which is a huge thing. But we'll have to see if, Gaimin Gladiators can put themselves in a position to find, the 3-round buffer, or maybe it's only going to be a little bit smaller. But now you can see they're still just kind of shooting a lot of warning shots. They're making a lot of noise. They're trying to see if they can get some over rotates, and maybe that actually might look like it could work here.
Yeah, I mean, they forced a 4-player rotation there for a minute. It is going to be quickly reverted to a 2-mid setup here for Anubis, but this is the kind of poking and prodding you want to do if you're Gaimin Gladiators, because Anubis is already anxious to lose another round on the GR side, so going for these fake recommit setups is going to be super critical for them to succeed. But Jaguar, he wants that information, and he's going to find a double kill out of it. A great way to hold on to this one for the moment. The rest of GG going to be swinging out here. Flex not going to find anything on the lurk. Lion Claw goes down as well, and Spoxy, he is left alone once again. This time there's a 1-on-3 he cannot get out of, so a 4-5 half is going to be how the cards fall for this one. Not a bad showing from Anubis to bounce back and at least grab the final round, but still 5 for the BL side. Going to be feeling pretty good for GG as they go into the GR side.
Yeah, definitely is. But I mean, the thing that I've just been loving, and I feel like, it's just so I keep repeating it, but it's the fact that it's just coming down to these like 5-4 halves where, like, I think in the regular season, like, Anubis always had themselves in way bigger gaps, right? And then they were kind of doing the old, like, 3BL stuff where, like, big deficits and then trying to make the comeback, but that wasn't really an Anubis trait that I felt like. But in this playoff, best of 5, it has just been back and forth. They made it so hyper competitive where we're just talking like these first halves are just so close encounters. So you love to see it. But now things are going to be switched over. Anubis is now going to be on the BL side. Gaimin Gladiators, double LOMs once again. Flex is just going to keep it going. We haven't really seen him play the rifle too much. Lion Claw's already pushed himself a decent position here. Not too aggro on Cat. You can see that he's just kind of posted up. He's hoping for that 1 kill, and then he's just going to get out of this. Not bad at all. So getting a little bit cheeky, taking advantage of the timing that he's able to get some decent map control, I would say. Anubis is still kind of putting 3 players in mid. Actually, surprisingly going to find a nice spam lineup here from Comics. Perfectly placed here. Now Lion Claw desperately needs this kill. If he can find this double in this situation, this would be absolutely massive. Oh, man, and he can't seem to find it. I thought, man, surely he was going to be able to, but now he only gets the 1 and done. This is a great position right now, a power play position for Anubis.
Yeah, the big test here is going to be, will they decide to challenge the A-bomb side here? Because even Spoxy alone on A is still such a barrier to try and get through. So it is going to be Anubis thinking about taking this one towards the B side of the map, leaving Comics to lurk in the A connector. But it's going to be a lot of solo holding for Gaimin Gladiators for the remainder of this round. You've got Dizane all alone here in mid, thinking about playing that more support angle on towards the B bomb side, but it's a bit of a gamble either way for GG at this point, because Anubis, they've got the numbers on their side to probably take this one all the way through. Raffin, he's going to be put to the test here and now. 1-on-3 for the bomb site control, and it is Doom ready to take that fight right to him. But Raffin spots a couple players early on, but through the box, he's immediately taken down and out. And Comics as well finds Spoxy on the mid-rotation. Dizane, 1 versus 4, not a whole lot he's going to be able to do here, especially with Comics on the off angle over towards long. Doom as well with the repeak and the swing. Gets the first round of the half for Anubis.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. 5-5, man. It's couldn't be more tense. It really, really couldn't be. But I love the way that, again, Anubis was able to find that, first opening duel, and that was Comics that, a perfect spam, actually, that was against Flex. So right time in the right place, I guess. Gaimin Gladiators not really switching too much up here. They've actually put a little bit more pressure in B main on this side, but waiting things out a little bit more. Anubis just, again, trying to see what they can get away with. They're kind of toying the ideas. And Flex, look at that. Perfect little bit of an off position here on the right-hand side. Allows him to get something done, but look at Dipsy. Dipsy's been able to creep through, and this is what I was talking about for Gaimin Gladiators. This is a mistake. Dipsy might be able to single-handedly find this round Dipsy is just creeping through. Look at this. He's going to be able to get through the high ground. He should be able to get the backstab. Oh, he's going to have the trigger discipline. He's going to wait things out. He knows that he should be able to get this one. He's deciding, who do I go for first? One and then two, and there it is. He's like a bit of a Houdini, and now Gaimin Gladiators, this is falling apart quickly, but all of a sudden it's turned into the 3v3. This advantage is no longer here for Anubis. Plant's going to come through. Gaimin Gladiators, they got to get moving now.
Yeah, this is a tough round. Lion Claw really in the key position on this one. He's got the backstab ready from the A connector, but Flex over the top. Able to find Dipsy. Lion Claw gets the drop down on to Sad, and now it is Jaguar who just can't hang on to this one. So it is going to be a 6-5 lead for GG as the pause is drawn from Anubis, and what a round there. You've got to hand it to Anubis. They got the backstab set up perfectly there, but unfortunately, they just aren't able to hold on.
Yeah, man, that play was huge because again, like I felt like Dipsy was in the best position because he played that honestly perfect. Like he just so much discipline. He was evaluating, okay, look, there's a guy here in GR. He has no idea I'm here. He knows that Spoxy was playing tower. He's like, okay, I'm going to go for this one duel. I'm going to be able to find this double. That backstab was perfect. It's just really unfortunate with a play like that, with such a hero play, that they could not capitalize on it. And it just felt like, you know, again, not taking anything away from Gaimin Gladiators, because I felt like that was a huge fumble that was going to get, you know, just annihilated for them. But honestly, the fact that they were able to recover like that, that was an improvement. That was something on Black Widow they weren't able to show us. It felt like when they left a gap open, then it really was left open and they could not, you know, get any sort of repairs done. But instead, they show us here on port. Not bad at all, but man, this is a little bit of a timeout's going to be interesting just because I think Anubis still, you know, being on the BL side, they're going to have to really think what they want to do a little bit differently here for their attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, for the remainder of this one, it's going to be Anubis having to make almost no mistakes to get this one across the line. They can do here, and I'm starting to wonder what's next for Anubis as things get further and further towards a GG victory in map number 4, because it's just such a tough one for them to crack through, knowing they're going to probably avoid that A-bomb site as much as possible. And I think that's the one big luxury that Gaimin Gladiators has on this GR side, is you put Spoxy on that A tower position, you don't really need anybody else to play A for you, and it allows the rest of this team to take a lot more space and get comfortable.
Yeah, and I think that's been my biggest criticism too, is just the fact of just seeing, like, for me, if it felt like kind of Gaimin Gladiators were getting in this weird rhythm again where they're like, okay, Spoxy, go hunt and go kill, do what you do best, right? And like, yeah, I get it. Like, Spoxy's a menace in the server. He's probably one of the best players in the whole league, but you cannot rely on that. You cannot rely on somebody to just consistently put up big numbers like that to find opening duels. So I wanted to see more of the Gaimin Gladiators. We're starting to get it a little bit here, but it kind of felt like there was one portion where it really kind of felt like the Alms had to be the playmakers. They were the ones that had to do a lot of the lifting, and I think that's still somewhat of the case here on a map like this, but it's definitely been improved. So that's where I feel like, I've said this before, I'll say it again, I do think, in my opinion, tactically, I think Anubis are playing the better game, but I think, you know, Gaimin Gladiators are showing us that, you know, this is a roster that has been together for quite some time now. They haven't really made a shuffle like a lot of the other teams did. So that's where we're starting to see them, like, really showcasing the individual prowess of this team versus like where Anubis has really been building the building blocks of foundation of just teamwork and everything in full big picture.
Yeah, for Anubis, I think a lot of this is going to come down to keeping the stronger team play up to the finish line. That's where I want to see them not scared to do what we saw in the first couple of maps be so successful for them, which is these aggressive start of round full team executions. That's where Gaimin Gladiators was having the toughest time actually holding on to the positions, because they didn't have those moments where they could find those mid-round aggressive plays to actually steal away the advantage. But it almost feels like in the second half so far, Anubis is a little bit too reserved on the BL side. They're not willing to take those start of round aggressive full takes as a team, but I think that might come back to hurt them.
Yeah, I agree. Like I always kind of felt like Anubis, they like playing these like really slow starts. They don't like to do too much, movement. It feels like originally they just kind of wait things out. They're kind of expecting some kind of aggression. So I'm not against that, to play like a little bit more safe and default-ish, but at the same time, like you kind of have to mix up the playbook at times, or you need to kind of be a little adventurous to see what you can, be able to find. Because we saw that a couple times on Black Widow where they just did like a 4-man commit through like, mid door, and they were able to get, underpass on cat and things like that. So it's just when they did things like that, it's really cool to see Jaguar calling things like that. But I want to see a little bit more movement from them. That's been always my biggest criticism, is that a map like this, it feels like teams kind of always just sit back and wait in mid. So I would like to see a little bit of a difference here, for them being on the BL side, to get a little bit more adventurous, I guess, just to see what they can get away with.
Yeah, I'd really like to see them go for, out of this pause, I think an aggressive instant take on A is the best play they could make here, because if they're able to beat Spoxy on the fight once, it forces GG to think about playing that second player on A a lot more than they're thinking about it right now. And I think that's where they've got to be ready to take the fight to one of the stronger players in GG very early on in these rounds and not give them that space to work with. So we'll see what they do here coming in on the other side of it. I feel like Anubis, they've had a strong game up until this point, but the GR side of Port is just a sense of comfort, I think, for GG to hold on to. So it's really up to Anubis to disrupt this game at this point if they would want to take this one in a 3-1 fashion. But it definitely makes me a little bit more nervous for them, just knowing what's on the horizon potentially here in Mexico. Not a map that I can see GG losing on, and it's also one of the scrappiest maps in the game. It's going to be probably the one where you see snipers with the lowest impact out of any map at Crossfire. So I think it changes the tone completely if we go into that map 5 situation, because every team is going to be playing much differently than what we've seen all day long.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really good point, is the fact of like just saying like it's not a really like heavy map, right? I mean, it's one of those maps where on the GR side you can definitely utilize it and put it into decent effect, but when you're on the BL side, like, man, it just feels like you got to rely on some pretty quick plays. You need somebody to get a little bit more active hero with the rifle. So that's where a lot is riding on this map too. Like we talked about map 1 being important. This is obviously just as important, not just because of the obvious, statement about the win, but it's like, putting it as the decider map of Mexico is, those odds look really bad for Anubis in my opinion. But I mean, look, we said that about, we said the same thing about Subbase, where we thought like that was a really interesting pick. I was really questioning that, but I mean, they proved us wrong. So we'll wait and see. There's still plenty of action on this one on Port, but that's where this is like a really competitive map for both these teams. And like you said in the very beginning, is that, look, like, this is a better map for Gaimin Gladiators all said and done, but Anubis have shown us that they've been playing some really good Crossfire here today for playoffs day number 1, I should say. And now with a big pause like this, it allows them to recollect their thoughts and kind of getting themselves prepared here for the further portion of second half right now. So I'm just wondering what's actually happening. We're just trying to get some intel, but I think there was a tech issue initially. So
yeah, it seems like there might be some tech delays going on, but at this point, it is going to be up to both these teams to come back in and hopefully not let the delay get to them too much here. It's always tough to have, these break periods, especially if you're the team with the momentum. It can almost feel like a little bit of a setback to have to take that time, step away, and still come back in feeling like you're able to perform just as strong. So hoping it's not too much longer so they can continue to keep that ball rolling. But at the end of the day, it's a bit of a putting your team through the ringer type of day when you're talking best of 5s, because even with all this said and done, there's still potentially a 5th map on the way. And, that's talking 4, maybe even 5 hour long series for these teams today. And that just shows you the resilience these players have. They're still hitting these shots this deep into the day already.
yeah, and that's a really good point, because it's just, we talk a lot about the difference, right? And I think a lot of people in the chat would obviously know this too, is that, the change from the BO2s to a BO3, that is a big change. And then when you're talking about playing best of 3s and then going the distance of a BO5, it really does take a toll on you, right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, you're trying to play hyper focused for 5 maps pretty much straight. Like, you're getting these couple minute breaks in between the maps, but it's been a pretty swift morning or a swift day so far, that I would say. So the fact is that's where, you know, when we talk about experience, like both these teams have a lot of tenure experience for a lot of different players, but it's really about their preparation and how they came into this day, like, you know, the right sleep, they ate the right food, you know, like that. You can go deep on that kind of a topic, but that's the thing. It makes such a difference. And, you know, Gaimin Gladiators have shown us that they're not, I don't feel like they were always known as a team where they could reverse sweep and like they could always make huge comebacks, but I feel like they've done a good job. Like when things get a little bit tough, they have shown like a lot of perseverance and things like that. So we'll have to see, because they are down by the 2-1, and this map is obviously critical for them to stay alive in this BO5. And like you said, if it goes to a map 5, I mean, it makes me wonder for Anubis' sake if they have enough gas in the tank, because we saw just near the end of the season, they really looked like a little bit flat when they were playing the regular matches. And like when they went to a 3-map series, I think that was GV, if I'm not mistaken, it kind of felt like it just, it kind of hit the brakes a lot.
Yeah, I am curious to see, coming out of this long of a pause, if somebody's going to throw in a little bit of a curveball to try and change things up and catch somebody off guard. If I'm Anubis, I'm probably the team thinking about doing that in this situation. GG, I don't expect a whole lot of change from, but Anubis, the last time we had this long of a pause, they came through, it was on sub base, and just instantly rushed the B bomb site and won the map. So I'm curious to see if they'll do more of the same here, but for GG, I think they just have to keep their cool here, and this should be their map for the taking, and then we'll get forced all the way through. But Anubis, they've got the strats in the book, I think, here to potentially catch them off guard. It's just a matter of if they're going to be willing to take those necessary risks here to get themselves into a winning position, because, yeah, I just don't know how that map 5 is going to go either way. I don't think we've actually seen Anubis play it more than once as well for Mexico in the regular season. So it makes you wonder if they even have the reps on it to feel comfortable even going into that map 5.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, you know, we can always talk about like going the full distance like that, but then man, like the fact that you landed on Mexico as a decider is just, it's like, it's a tough one. Like it really is not the best map at all, but, and I'm pretty sure like when I think these teams actually did play each other, and if I'm not mistaken, like it was a 10-5 that, you know, Gaimin Gladiators were able to get themselves. Like on the GR side, like I'm pretty sure like it was like an 8-1. Like it was just full dominance, right? Like that was kind of the crazy thing. So that's where I'm just saying, like when we look at the history of this, I don't love it going to Mexico for Anubis, just because I don't know if they can show them a lot of improvement, because it's not like a lot of teams want to practice it, right? That's always the biggest thing. But either way, I mean, it sounds like we're just needing a few more minutes, looking like we're just getting a couple things adjusted here, so we definitely appreciate the patience. But man, oh man, what a fun day to start the playoffs off with. Like I was thinking, like we get a really good amount of gifted matches here for day number 1, and this one, it really was a tough one, because it felt like, yeah, like we said, and us in the desk were saying, it's a 3-1 or it's going 5 maps. Like it's like, it felt like Anubis were either going to just come off hot the press and win it, or there's a huge potential that Gaimin Gladiators could make it a grueling long distance to get here.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think, too. This is just the first series of the day. We still have ROC Esports and unKnights coming up after this. And honestly, I was expecting that to be the close matchup of the day, but this one might end up being the one that goes the full distance comparatively, maybe even both games, because I feel like ROC Esports and unKnights is another very close matchup to close out the day. And I'm actually eager to see, especially depending on how this one goes, what our finals might end up shaping to be when it's all said and done at the end of today. So, but yeah, ROC Esports, I feel like they're going to be smiling, I think, if Anubis comes out on top of this one, because I feel like ROC Esports probably the favorite in that second one. And I feel like both teams on the other side in that other semifinal, I don't think either of them would rather face Gaimin Gladiators in the finals.
Yeah, exactly. But there's this part of me that, like, you know, again, not to be biased, but like there's a part of me that just would love to see that whole like Gaimin Gladiators versus ROC, you know, rematch, because like what we talked about in Penguin was like lightly touching on it, is the fact that, you know, Gaimin Gladiators are, you know, defending champs. They were the ones that beat ROC, right? So it's just like there's kind of that like history and a lot of, you know, grudge match onto that factor. But it would be really cool also to see, you know, a team like Anubis that, you know, was in the season, but not the best record. Like, again, they made it with a 9-5.
And to put themselves in a grand final spot would just be absolutely huge for a team like this that has gone through a lot of thick and thin. But like you said, I think for ROC, like them watching right now, they're probably just licking their lips a little bit, because if Anubis can find this, I think in terms of matchup, they're gonna absolutely love playing Anubis in the grand final versus, like you said, Gaimin Gladiators.
Who knows though? Maybe there's a double upset in the cards. I would love to see unKnights go into the grand final if Anubis wins here. Just because I feel like unKnights has never really got their moment. I feel like they're the best team in the West to never win a championship.
Yeah.
I would love to see those guys lift the trophy at some point, because they're always in the top 3. They're always competitive. It always seems like the playoff season. Into the end, a bit of a calm before the storm with that pause, but it is GG still on the GR side, and Anubis apparently all in this mid position, ready to just go for an aggressive play here. I like the play call here. A bit of a risk, but Dezane, he's ready for it. And now the pinch play is set up and ready to go. But it still has to be Line Claw from this position to find something out of it. He's taken out of the picture very quickly. And now Anubis, they've just got to make their move, but it almost seems like they're hesitating a little bit too long here. And now the rotations have come through. Spoxy left alone, though, on the A-bomb site. That's the statement you want to make here. Take Spoxy out of the picture right away. And now it's a 4-on-3 post plant over towards the bomb site. And now Dipsy as well takes down Flex, the early rotator, immediately dealt with, and this is not looking good for GG.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all, and this is the thing for Anubis. This is what's been so great for them, and the fact that like they get a lot of achievements with this is when they do these executes as a full unit, pretty much. You love to see it because again, they're playing the numbers, they're getting that instant trade, they're just really putting the bodies and the numbers to this. So that's what they did there. I mean, like I was getting a little bit nervous for them too. It kind of felt like as soon as they got it, through that choke point in mid, they kind of felt like they were just kind of, second guessing their decisions. But now they're going to try it again. They're going to try to regress. They're going to put these numbers into effect. And look at that. Despite losing Dipsy, they bounce right back here, putting them on a number advantage. They catch the rotate of Lion Claw. Now Gaimin Gladiators on the brink of losing the lead that they had. Now going to be shifted over onto a new tide here for Anubis to put themselves on a 7th round. Unless we see a huge clutch, a decent nade catches on to Sad, but no, Flex doesn't get that timing. And now Spoxy with a rifle, out of all guns in the world, a 1-on-4. There's no way this is going to happen. And now Anubis, once again, they realize that they just got to put their whole team into the executes. It's going to give them some round wins.
Yeah, this is what I was looking for the entire map so far from this team. When they execute aggressively together, they don't tend to lose too often. So for GG, they've got to adapt to this here. Raffin has to solo hold this line, but again, it's a 2-for-1 trade, but this time a lot more damage dealt in the process. Doom and Comics, 10 HP apiece for the remainder of the round, and this is where you might see some potential. Doom actually taken down to 1 HP from that nade over the top. But look at Spoxy and Lion Claw. They just go in guns blazing here. And it's already down to just Comics with 5 HP. And there is no way to win that one. I like the idea, though, from Anubis. Unfortunately, Raffin on that first anchor position, he just did so much damage.
Oh man, but again, like, yeah, you're right. I mean, the thing was, I love that Anubis were just playing that system of like, look, let's just all put the 5-man unit. Let's have the full brute force going for this. But yeah, it just felt like Gaimin Gladiators were a little bit more somewhat prepared for it. It was good damage that was done. It was kind of that initial duel that was looking a little bit grim, but now Anubis realizing, okay, we can't just kind of, full accelerate on this anymore. We can't just keep running around. Now they're back to their old setup. This is where they kind of just sit back, a 4-1 split, leaving the C4 a little bit behind just on the outskirts of spawn. They're going to wait things out just a little bit more. Flex has actually pushed himself pretty deep in this position. Oh my god, I can't even get that duel. I don't know how Dipsy gets away with it. I was going to think surely Flex was going to be able to win that engagement, but now that's really changed things around here for this round.
Yeah, Flex going down there opens up the opportunity for Anubis to potentially take this one, and you can see a lot of early pressure onto mid, though. Lion Claw able to take down Dipsy. Finds the equalizer for the moment. Raffin, though, changing up his position on this B bomb site. Going to be playing the single box instead of the wide peek down the B tunnels. Dezane scooping up this mid position after Flex went down. And this is where Anubis has to show what they can do in the later portion of the round. These mid-round plays have been where they struggled quite a bit. You can see Doom on the lurk here. The rest of the team pushing quickly onto the B-bomb side, but Zane and Spoxy, they are ready to go here. Jaguar looking for anything he can find, but Jaguar and Sad take the 2v4 down to a 2-on-2 now. Lionclaw is on the backstab, though, and they have no idea he's coming for them. And GG, they are right back in the lead here now, 8-7.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Okay. Gaimin Gladiators, I was thinking maybe they were running out of gas and they were on steam, but now, I don't know. They did a quick refuel. I was thinking things were looking like it, but they're getting closer and closer to getting this map win. The trade's instantly back, but Zane is able to find this double kill, able to avenge his teammate, and looking for a little bit more, but unfortunately he can't seem to find it. But Dipsy, looking for more blood, he finds himself this double. So all of a sudden, what was a huge advantage right now for Gaimin Gladiators has now turned into a 2v2. Flex and Spoxy, the powerhouse combo. No arms, they're straight rifles, leaving it all down to the IGL himself. Now he's going for a long run here. He's going to go for the big flank. This is interesting. And you can see he actually makes his presence known. Dipsy now gets a second chance at this with 7 HP. And all of a sudden, it has come down to Flex to put up the biggest clutch that he needs to get themselves on the map point. Sad giving away his position. Flex is just doing everything in his power to finding damage on this. He's hunting. 20 seconds remaining. A fake defuse. Sad just biting on it. But you can see Flex. He's expecting somebody to be close. Can he be able to find this? He gets the first duel, but he will not be able to find the second, and Anubis survived the threat.
What a round there from Dipsy to keep his team in the fight. And it all comes down to an 8-8 on the scoreboard to decide who can close it out here. Anubis looking for the 3-1, but Gaimin Gladiators looking to take this one all the way to Mexico for a map 5 finisher here. And Anubis, they've done a great job of staying toe-to-toe with GG throughout this entire map, but these last 2 rounds of regulation are going to mean everything to them in their potential series. Lioneclaw starting this one off by holding the lower B tunnels. He's going to be caught early. Dipsy, another huge double kill, goes the way of Anubis to start this round, and now it is a 5-on-3 situation. Flex knows he needs to find a way to get active in this round and pull the numbers advantage away from Anubis. You can see Spoxy desperate to find something through the window, but Flex able to reply with at least one. But Dipsy out of the picture is a great way to start turning things around.
Yeah, taking on Dipsy is a huge impact kill in the sense of, just like you said, a decent threat removed. But again, they're still down by numbers. You've lost to Zane, you've lost Lionclaw for the cost of just getting one duel. So right now for Anubis, with 1 minute and 10 remaining on this, on the outskirts of B, Raffin might get tested here. Gaimin Gladiators going for a bit of a 1-1-1 approach on this. They're kind of gambling it. They're just leaving Raffin on his lonesome. He gets the first one. Now he just needs to survive. He needs to be able to find these kills. They're gifting it to him. They're just giving him these 1v1s. How is he able to stay alive this long? Spoxy, he's able to avenge his teammate just in the last split second here. Comics down to 22 HP. C4 still needing to be retrieved with just under 40 seconds remaining. A lot of work cut out for him. Gaimin Gladiators, they're split apart on this. They're playing the 1v1s, but they're trying to use themselves perfectly to get this trade if they can, despite their positions are a little bit different. 25 seconds now. Time is depleting. Comics has to go for the plant. He has to get something done, but Flex is playing this perfectly. He's just waiting patiently. Spoxy is now going to try to get himself a little bit closer. The plant is done. But now Comics has to be able to find this duel. Flex, can he get it done? Indeed he will. And Gaimin Gladiators, they are going to put themselves a map point.
It's not over yet, but GG, they are one step away from a final map situation in this series. They are looking for that 5th map opportunity to do what they do best and steal back these series in the playoffs. But for Anubis, they could still force the overtime if they win this final round of regulation. But GG, you put the pressure on them. It seems like they are just ready to react here. So right now, it's going to be up to Anubis here. The final round, their final chance to hold on to Port as a potential map for themselves. And we can see GG playing the safe approach. 2 in the B tunnels, 1 player on the solo hold in mid. You've got Flex boosted up into the A connector. And of course, Spoxy locking things down on that A tower position. And Anubis, they're going to play a game of run down the clock here. They want to see if anybody is going to over-aggress.
Yeah, they definitely have an inkling that, that for Gaimin Gladiators are going to get a little bit aggressive on this, but they're actually going to try this, cat control one more time. Flex, he got out-dueled here from Dipsy, and maybe it's going to be a little bit of a reoccurrence on this. It looks like Dipsy might be the one that's going to go for this engagement. You can see they're kind of playing a little bit of a bait and switch. Line Claw is going to be the one that's going to be the first point of contact. Flex is going to go for the swing despite the win or lose. Big kill coming in, but now Flex, can he be able to find himself more than the one? At least the trade comes back through. Still a little bit of a danceroo here on short. They're still just trying to decide who can tango better. And now Flex has taken so much damage, he has to get out of here. He has to reposition, and indeed he will. But what are they going to do now? Anubis just remaining here with the last minute on the clock. They got a lot of decisions they have to make now.
It all comes down to this. Flex maybe making the call of the map here to get out of there with his life. Normally, he's going down swinging in almost every situation we've seen all day long, but this time he goes for the safe route out. But it's still going to be a test over on this B bomb site, and this is where Raffin has to continue to be a strong anchor. He can't afford to go down without a kill, and Raffin starts it off perfectly. The headshot takes down Jaguar. The rotation now there, but the nades are going to finish him off. Potentially, he actually is alive off of 2 nades. Finally goes down to Comics, but what a way to hang on and run down the clock. 20 seconds. They know they have to force a plan on the C4. It opens up the opportunity, but Comics going to be good for one. Sad, good for the trade. It's down to the 1v1 Spoxy for the map. It's not going to happen. Sad takes it into overtime.
Oh my goodness, man. What a way to keep going on this. Anubis are not letting it go. They want to make themselves in the comeback situation to get this thing done with a 3-1. So now with this round win, it's going to push this thing to overtime, which is going to be the first time we see it here for playoffs. My, oh my. What a game we've got ourselves here, Kyle. Just when you think it could be all done and over with, we're going to Mexico. Ain't the case here. A lot of smiles, a lot of excitement here from the Anubis Gaming. On the cameras you can see. And now they got themselves a second crack on this, another life on this. But what are they going to do with it? That's going to be the biggest question. Can they be able to actually seal the deal? Is there going to be all for nothing to push this thing to a map 5?
It's up to Anubis at this point. They've got a chance to still take it in a 3-1. But they have to have a really strong showing in this overtime. Honestly, the most underwhelming thing we saw from Anubis was actually their GR side in regulation. They were not getting a lot of rounds here. So if they can turn things around on the GR in overtime, there's still a really good potential for Anubis to win this map and take this series away. But it all comes down to what teams are going to do on this GR side in overtime a little bit differently. When you've only got 3 rounds to play with, it makes taking a risk in overtime so much more critical on your overall success. So I'm curious to see if Anubis is willing to be the type of team to finally take those risks and have it pay off, because just 1 round of a slip up on the GR feels like everything when you're talking 3 rounds of overtime.
Yeah, I'm still in so much disbelief. Like, this is just going right down the wire. You love to see it. And this is, again, like it kind of felt like, there's all the pressure for all these teams, right? Like when you're kind of in the top 4 in your playoffs, like it's kind of a full reset. But again, like when you kind of look at history and you kind of talk about, this is the team to beat. Like Gaimin Gladiators are the former champs. They're the guys that won the league. They're the guys that, have been able to go to some international competition recently, last year, things like that. But they are definitely, they had the target on their backs. And man, it seems like that target is gigantic right now because Anubis have done their homework in the lab. But now this is where we need to see everybody just kind of like fully depleting the playbook. This is where now both these teams just have to showcase everything they got to seeing where this could go, to either a map 5 or this thing is done with a 3-1 scoreline. I will be curious to see on the BL side what's going to be the idea. Like, are we going to see these fast aggressive plays where we saw Anubis kind of, putting the bodies in there and just getting really aggro, or is it just going to be a very slow, methodical kind of, really slow tendering game? I mean, that's the biggest question to me right now.
Yeah, I mean, for Anubis, I feel like I'm expecting them to play a little bit reserved in this first round here. I feel like they're probably not going to take a lot of immediate risks. I think they want to see what GG's going to do after that round because they're the team that might be a little bit more heated after losing that one in regulation. It was a 2v4 against them to get to this position. So Anubis, they do have a slight momentum, I think, on their side to start off this overtime. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a one round at a time situation here for both of these teams with how much back and forth we've seen on Port alone, let alone this whole series. It is going to be truly one false move could cost you everything in these overtime moments. So a lot of these teams are just going to be thinking about everything they can do in this situation to try and catch the other team off guard, but also they've got to play to their strengths here. And that's where I feel like Anubis has been the difference maker throughout the day is they've got those team play moments locked down just a little bit more so than what we've seen from Gaimin Gladiators so far on the day. And I feel like in these very heated overtime situations, having that extra little bit of team synergy could be the difference.
Yeah, it really could be. And I always kind of, I kind of always wonder too, like like when you talk about a team that plays in a LAN and a gaming house and things like that together, that's been the really cool thing about a team like Anubis too, is that they're doing all the right things. Like they're doing all the right things to be a top contender team, right? They're landing together, they're playing together, they're building that relationships, outside and inside the server. So that's what's been always again another expectation for a team like this is just like they're putting a lot of the resources and time in, but them making playoffs was definitely a big check mark for this season. Last season we weren't sure where they were going to go with it, but now they're going toe to toe with some of the big dogs. And now Gaimin Gladiators unfortunately couldn't close it out. Now they have to push things over to full overtime. And Om is going to be back out. It was a little bit surprising to see them kind of running the rifles. Like it felt like the Oms were just getting removed on a map like this, which was a little questionable for me. But now they're going to group up. Gaimin Gladiators, they're not going to mess around. They're not going to wait too long. They want to just go for the stack on this, making some noise, throwing some utility, seeing if they can just catch somebody with damage or maybe a kill. Well, thankfully for Sad, he only gets caught just a little bit here. And now a reset once again from the Gladiators.
Nice shots there from Dipsy, though. They were ready for the A fake into the mid peak, and this time they catch them off guard and take full advantage of it. So for GG, it's not looking good here in round number 1 of overtime. They've already lost Flex, and Raffin as well taking a bit of nade damage to start off the round. And there's going to be a full B execution here. You've got Jaguar and Dipsy kind of on this anchor position together. Dipsy again hitting the headshots all day long here. Good for a 3rd kill on the round. Doom right there for the support, and Spoxy not going to be a miracle worker today. Unfortunate for him. He'll go down in the 1-on-5, but Anubis, that is a big statement to kick off overtime.
Oh boy, indeed it is. Indeed it is. Not bad at all. So for Anubis now to get themselves a little bit of that, a little bit of a relief here to get the first round done. Nade's gonna get thrown here from Gaimin Gladiators. They actually do land it this time. They're able to fully find the connection, a little bit of a touchdown moment, and there it is, a secondary kill. You can see Sad was just trying to be able to find something, making a bit of a play. Not going to be the case here. And Gaimin Gladiators now aggressively on the post plant, just getting so aggro, looking for these duels, leaving it all down to Dipsy. So, like I said, it's been a teeter-totter. This thing has just been going back and forth. You can see Dipsy's getting very vocal on the cam right now. He is talking to his teammates. So this is allowing them to clean things up. He knows that this is a pretty much impossible task that he has to go for the retake. But nonetheless, we're right back to a tie game. This thing is not over by a long shot.
Yeah, we're truly in an anybody's for the taking type of situation here. I mean, every single round has just been up in the air up until the final moments. So a lot of this is going to come down to Anubis in this final round on their GR side. Can they find a way to hang on and hold against this A pressure that GG is constantly just throwing their direction? This time, though, they're going to fall back, but they leave Flex to lurk. That's the big key difference here. Are they going to fall for this little bit of a change that GG has presented them with? They're still looking to actually execute on the A bomb site, but they're hoping somebody makes the mistake of pushing out A long. It's actually something they caught Dipsy with in regulation with this setup, but this time around, Anubis, they're going to play a little bit smarter to it, but the counter utility also puts a lot of extra pressure onto GG, but Flex still hasn't peaked out of this position, and this is where he might have a chance to lurk, but actually goes ahead and decides to back off with the rest of the team here. So it's a full reset into mid as they look to reset towards the B-bomb site.
Oh, and Dipsy waiting for it. Oh, he actually misses that shot too. So with him getting equipped here with the arm, he's trying to mix things up just a little bit as well, but double arm's going to be equipped here for the defensive side, but look at how much they've been able to just go for a big flank. This is huge, and now Gaimin Gladiators, they have to get moving. This is becoming a sandwich that they don't want to be a part of. But now you can see that I think it's actually Doom, and he's trying to get something done. He's not able to find this kill. Things are getting a little bit awkward. Things are going to get a little bit weird, and Comics now just has to get out of this. He's going to retreat. They know exactly where he is. With 35 seconds, though, this is not good. Gaimin Gladiators, they have a chance that they can get towards this A site, but Jaguar is going to be already posted up. He's in a strong position here. If he can find a kill and really just allow for that rotate to come through, this should be an Anubis round, but he's actually getting aggro. He's still moving around. Oh, he actually goes for the swing. He's even hungrier for more. He finds this double. Gaimin Gladiators, they've waited too long, and the IGL, the veteran of this team, is able to put up a triple kill to put them back into a lead.
Yeah, massive round there for Anubis to be able to win. Does give them a slight edge going into the second half here, but it is still not over just yet. It's going to be the GR side for Gaimin Gladiators to potentially decide how this one goes. It could even be a golden round finish at the end of the day here to maybe decide everything. But for GG, the nerves are really starting to sink in here. They're starting to realize that they might not win this map after all, and they're really going to have to bring their A game going into the GR. They would need a flawless 3-0 half to take this one in overtime. Otherwise, the best case scenario is a golden round for them to try and win this map. However, the big advantage would be in the golden round, it is Gaimin Gladiators who would stay on the GR side in that situation. So even if they have to play an extra round here, it does mean they're on the GR for the remainder of this match. So for Anubis, it's going to be their biggest test, I think, all day long that we've seen for them, and that's closing out maybe their most important match of the season on one of the tougher BL sides in the map pool.
Oh boy. Can't believe we got all the way to this point. And a lot of conversation happening now, and this is where we talk a lot about, for Gaimin Gladiators being such a momentum-based team, and it really feels like that momentum has just never been really up for grabs for them. It feels like it's been, so reactive, like they're just trying to stay alive in these games, and now things are getting very, very tense. You can see that the atmosphere is looking a lot different for both these teams, right? I mean, there's a lot of tension here for Gaimin Gladiators, as you can see on the screen. A lot of pondering of what they want to do. Nerves are definitely at an all-time high. A lot at stake here because the winner of this, like we said, is going to get themselves in the grand finals to go for that big prize pool. Otherwise, the loser of this game will be putting themselves in that third place matchup tomorrow. So makes things a lot more of a big gap in terms of what can happen here. But what do we see a little bit differently? Looks like maybe potential. I was thinking maybe a tech issue. Hopefully not. But you can see that there's some poking a little bit here. Dipsy's just having a look-see on Comics' screen, but I don't know. Is there anything for you, Kyle, that you've noticed as a gap for either of these teams, or maybe something that you want to see a little bit more, just given all the history that we know from these guys?
Honestly, for Anubis, it's just to not be as shy as they are in some of these rounds. When they're confident, they're the better team, I think, in this series on the day. I just feel like sometimes when Gaimin Gladiators has a pop-off moment from a Flex or a Spoxy, they almost turtle up and give away a bit too much. We saw that kind of be the reason Black Widow didn't go so great for them, but you think to sub-base, that being their most decisive map, it was because they weren't afraid to just put their foot on the gas and go for those aggressive plays on the BL side, and that's what finally got them across the line there after losing a string of rounds. So I'm hoping going into the second half of overtime, they've realized that on the BL side, they just need to be decisive and confident with it, and they should be able to win this series.
Yeah, they definitely should be able to, but still waiting things out just a little bit more. Okay, everybody's getting a little bit more propped up, so now things might be back in motion here, but a lot to see though. We've seen a lot of good efforts from players like Dipsy. We play, players like Sad that's been having himself. Even Comics has been able to find some good impact at times. Maybe not leading charts, but all right. It's Spoxy though. He's gonna get tested. They were trying to see if they can overwhelm him, but it looks like now these alms are just going to be able to bring the full effect, maximum effort. They just lock things down. 2 players remaining here for Anubis to be able to find themselves something. They've been able to get Dipsy across. He's got the AK. Oh my goodness, the trigger discipline. No way! Oh man, he needs to be able to find these kills, but look at the reaction from Gaimin Gladiators. It was just a little too late. The patience just gets annihilated for them, and now Gaimin Gladiators are back into a tie game situation.
It's not over till it's over for Anubis, and these BL rounds are not going to get any easier for them. It's down to just 2 rounds left in overtime. Both teams dead even in this one, and I like the play calling from GG. No players in mid, only Lionclaw holding mid from the lower B tunnels. Everybody else just playing towards the anchors to make sure nothing goes untraded here. It's a really unconditional approach from GG. Normally, they love having a player just kind of solo aggress here, but they're playing way more reserved than usual. Flex, though, maybe rethinking that approach here, wants to maybe take a fight onto the A connector. The timing is going to be perfect, though. He takes down Jaguar. The trade not going to be there either, and he's able to get out with his life.
Yeah, with Jaguar going down, though, that's going to be a big problem. But a huge victory potentially here for Gaimin Gladiators to get themselves back into the lead. But oh, now Lionclaw, he's able to get himself that one, and he is able to actually tuck away from this. So C4 is going to get dropped. So now this is a question of what is Anubis going to be able to work with. And you can already see that Flex has already gone himself for a bit of a look-see-loo. Now he's going to be able to potentially put himself in the flank. Flex, you need to get these kills! Oh no! This is falling apart. A big man advantage is all of a sudden turned to a 3v3. This is something that was risky. I thought Flex surely could have been able to find this one. But him dying now has really just opened up a whole other avenue for Anubis.
Raffin, though, still alive here. Was able to find himself a nice kill onto Doom. The C4 now working its way through mid. Sad needs to be able to win this fight, but there's only 20 seconds. They have to commit now to the B-bomb site. Raffin, it's all about the timing here. He just looks the wrong way at the wrong moment, and that opens up the B-bomb site completely. But the rotation from Dezane is already here and ready to go. But Comics, the timing, the backstab, pure perfection. And now it is Lionclaw all alone. It was a 5-on-3 for GG, but it's not going to stop Anubis from taking this one to match point.
Man, oh man, this is already down to match point. This could be all it. Match and series point on the brink here for Anubis. 12-11. They just need this one more, and they are done. They will cause a huge upset, taking down the #1 team. This is a great start. They find the opening duels. A little bit of a reply back from Lionclaw. It ain't over yet, but still the man advantage in favor for Anubis. This is a full DM round, and it's all just down to Spoxy, the hero player, somebody that's been clutch factor, but now he's got a rifle with 35 HP, and he needs to do the most impossible task for him to pull up a clutch factor. He's been able to make the cross on the bridge, but now they know exactly where he is. Time is against him. Time is not with him right now. And it's a question for Anubis. They just have to play this together, and surely the job can be done here. They just have to be able to utilize themselves with this minute and 35 remaining. Spoxy potentially to tee things off to push it to the full distance, but no, indeed he will not. And Anubis have booked themselves right into the grand finals.
What a way to close it out. It took so much effort to get this one done, but in overtime, Anubis booked their ticket for the first time in a long time to a grand finals appearance, taking down and dethroning the defending champions of GG. And That's probably the biggest shakeup of the season we've seen so far, and a rightfully earned win on top of it. And now the playoffs are indeed wide open here. You can see the excitement, especially from Dipsy. He knows what this means to their team. Not only is this a spot in the grand finals for this team, this is a shot for them to be one of those 3 teams that makes it all the way through to EWC as well. So there's a lot at stake here that this team just took home, and they can show you how much it means in tomorrow's grand final as the first team to lock in that position.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing too, is like we talked about, and I'm glad you bring it up, is for like EWC, things like that are going to be later in the year. It's like this has now created an opportunity for Anubis to have themselves a nice spot to get themselves to go to that event, and that's something we haven't been able to see them at an international for a little bit of time. So all this hard work and everything that Anubis has been able to do is really panning out nicely. I was really questioning what we were going to get from Anubis. We saw good glimpses of them in the season where they looked dominant, they looked like a very fearless competitor, but then we also got these moments where they just were not playing their game at all. But honestly, they did all the preparation. You can tell the teamwork was just pretty much right to the fullest amount of effort. So you got to love to see it. But look, we're going to take a little bit of a break. That's the first series done here with Anubis being able to get themselves in the grand finals. We'll take that break and then we'll come back to the desk. We'll see you a little bit later.
I mean, just like you mentioned, the underdogs, to say the least, they performed the best and they managed to secure a 3-1 versus GG.
Yeah, as I said, Anubis, they're coming with a very high confident level. These guys have a new strategies. These guys have a new like set of reactions versus the team. They studied GG very hard, and the hard work pays off.
Yeah, I mean, a quick question before they bring up the MVP. We're gonna talk about the set summary, but I want you to guess for me who's gonna be the MVP.
The guy I chose before, it's Dipsy, definitely.
Dipsy, right?
The
Yeah.
guy who popped off all the series, the guy who managed to pull back port by his pushes from BC, his takedowns, his kills, his presence in the map. He hybrid the AK, the AWM, so this guy needs to be the MVP. In my heart, he's the MVP.
Fair enough, fair enough. I respect that. I respect your opinion. And I think you know Dipsy personally, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a good friend of yours.
Yes, yes.
God
he's,
bless.
yeah.
Honestly, I think Anubis played hyper aggressive and it worked. And to say the least, GG, it's not over yet. They still have a chance to come in third place and a chance to get something out of their prize pool. And nonetheless, they did perform excellent throughout the league itself before playoffs. They were first for the most part, and I think they knocked out ROC at some point from first place. And yeah, I love it.
Yeah, definitely GG day. It wasn't their day. As I said, it's playoffs. It might be your day, it might be not. So today is not GG's day at all, because if it was GG's day, Anubis wouldn't stand a chance versus these guys. But this is the life. You can't be always on top, and this is the good thing about our league, that it is always a new winner. It is always a new team. Like we saw TBI Esports winner of 2024 season 1. Now it's changed, and look at this Dipsy. Definitely he's the MVP,
formidable player to say the least,
of the
yeah.
series, and he's one of the most valuable players for the Anubis.
Well deserved.
And he's now one of the best players in the Egyptian scene and in the EU men as well. So
the
well
West,
deserved.
yeah, the MENA West,
Yes.
yeah, to say the
Yes,
least.
yes.
I highly agree. I mean, Dipsy made a very well performance in all 4 games to say the least. I hope we go to an interview with him soon. If not, I think it might be with Doom. But anyways, let's look at some of the MVP highlights, man. This guy carried, I'm not going to say carried the team, but he did a lot of plays that did secure rounds for them, whether it was early on or late into the round.
Yeah, as you said, that when he was absent in Black Widow, his team struggled a bit. Yeah, we're not saying it's all about Dipsy, but he was one of the key factors on one of the most important parts. Like, he's the golden ring of their chain. So he really, as you can see, the sneaks that he did, the kills that he has secured, the kills from the BC, as we can see now, he clutched a lot of rounds when it matters the most. And a
hybrid player as well.
GG a bit underestimated him in some situations, and he punished right at the point.
Yeah, and I mean, he alternated between the AK and the OM as well. He made something exceptional when it comes to the rounds that he did secure. It was well played, to say the least. He did amazing. He did really good, and I respect the fact of what you said earlier, that you did mention that Anubis, yeah, they're 4th place, but they can compete for top 1.
I know the black horse spot, yeah.
Exactly. And now I'd like to take it to Dipsy for the interview, and I'm gonna let Penguin handle most of this, right? Because I know you guys are friends, so let's go.
Congratulations, Dipsy, for your first win on the playoffs.
Thank you.
What are your expectations right now, and what are you hoping to play again, especially that you're going to be guys watching versus unKnights versus ROC, and you will be waiting. This is advantage that you guys have, that you will be able to see both of the teams playing now in front of your eyes, and one of them will come on to play against you. Who is the most one you want to play against, and how you guys going to be preparing for it?
I think ROC.
You guys want to be playing against ROC?
Yeah. We want to revenge, you know.
You already revenged in the group stage. You guys beat him. They beat him.
We want to revenge in the final. You know?
Oh, they want the hype to be two Egyptian teams fighting each other for the prize pool. I mean, I respect it.
Yeah, but what do you think about today's games? How you guys prepared for this? I know you guys prepared very hard. I know you guys stayed a lot. You guys prepared very hard. Just tell me a brief. Who thought that you guys can be able to get them neck to neck at 3-1. Okay, in our scene, it was like, I'm not saying that no one expected, but it's the most of the guys went for GG. How you guys handled this pressure?
Yeah, I think we just study them and we prepare for them so hard. We just play our match, like what we do in breaks, we do in the series, and we play our games. And yeah, that's it. I think it was a really good series.
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, I think you guys did a great job against GG. I really respect your organization and all the effort that they've done. You can tell that you guys have done your homework and you've scrimmed and you've stayed up late nights and done all the hard work. And I hope it pays off. And I wish you guys, hopefully, to even take first place, if not possibly even in the EWC. I wish you the best, man. Thank you so much, Dipsy. Is there anything you want to say to your fans?
You want to say anything to your coach?
Yeah, First, I want to shout out to everyone in the team, especially to Alex AFC. We learned a lot from him, and he's just really good, you know. And I want to shout out to all the players and the manager, everyone. We working hard a lot, you know. And yeah,
perfect.
I want to thank you everyone for supporting us.
And thank you, Dipsy, and thank you, Anubis,
Thank
for
you.
giving us a show today.
Thank you.
We're gonna head back. Thank you so much, Dipsy. Much love from the studio here. Anyways, man, what did I want to ask you before this? Do you really think they have a chance at coming in first?
Yes.
Really?
Anubis is going to be the first place. I already expected Anubis being the Black Horse. Black Horse is not only going into the finals. Black Horse is grabbing the whole tournament. These guys are in extreme confident level. So I guess
they're an
they
old
can do it.
organization, to say the least. So they have a big opportunity to actually secure this. Anyways, now let's jump to what I would say is the match of the entire league at this point, which is going to be unKnights versus ROC. These guys have battled it out through the entire series on first, second, and third, to say the least. There's been a lot of fluctuations and stuff like that, but I don't know. I cannot tell you who I think is gonna win. To be honest, we're gonna at least have to wait and see game one. But what do you think, Penguin?
unKnights playing versus ROC is always a very close matchup. These guys have been playing together in 2 times before in playoffs. 2024 split 1. They played in the grand finals and the ROC were able to win after grabbing the huge comeback versus unKnights when unKnights were leading 7-3 in port, which was the last map, and the ROC were able to come back and win the tournament and win the league, and then meeting them after in 2024 split 2, but it was before it was a ladder, so it was the 3rd and 2nd place, and we were able to beat them 2-1 in the golden round, which was the iconic round where Snare killed Alucard in Barn, and they won the golden round for them. So if you talked about the series, always ROC won the series. They have 5 series wins versus 2 only from unKnights, but guess the maps. 19 maps won for ROC, 15 map ones for unKnights. That means it's always very close. There were never a stomp except in the regional finals 2024 when ROC destroyed unKnights 3-0 and they went to the grand finals. Other than that, it's always very close matchups. Even 2025, they went into group stage 2-0 for unKnights first split, second split right away 2-0 for ROC. When I remember when Slayer got banned and unKnights capitalized on this game and they were able to win them. So ROC and Knights you never expect, but when it comes to playoffs, always who closes the games is ROC Esports.
Yeah, I am a big fan of both teams, but nonetheless, I have to say, and it's not just because of my roots, it's to say I really enjoy watching ROC play CrossFire, man. It's entertaining to say the least, and they bring a new kind of tempo, rhythm, momentum, and gameplay towards. It's like a new meta. The way how they can play on defensive side and just be more aggressive than their opponents is insane. It's very, very, very like well scripted. You can tell these guys X3BL, they've done their homework. I think you were a part of that as well. Yeah, and just tell me what do you like? Tell me a little bit more about unKnights.
Like 3BL ROC Esports playstyle is aggressive. unKnights is totally different. I'm not saying they are defensive, but they are the team who are organized. They are a bit the same as Anubis, by the way. They play
Yeah.
on strategies. They have Pietro, their IGL, their captain, their coach. He's doing most of the job. And he's always the guy who's preparing the papers versus the teams. So I'm pretty sure he done his homework. And these guys are always playing on the enemy team. They try to play the adaptive play style, but the bit defensive adaptive play style.
Yeah, and I think you're at some point when I just got into this scene as a host, you mentioned to me there was something I was missing. Is that Genzer, Kiko, and Alucard got but got replaced in the
In
roster
the
of
team,
unKnights with
yes.
their what was it, HZZ? Yeah. Anyways, let's look at the teams. Now we can see the camera of unKnights. That's a cool tattoo, Kiko. That must have been painful, man. It's on your neck. Anyways, I like tattoos. Alucard, I don't see as many smiles as we usually
He's
do,
the
but
serious
I hope, nah, man. I love this guy. He's always smiling.
Yeah.
I do, but it looks like it's game face, right? Like these guys are locked in, they're ready to go. And to say the least, I'm pretty sure ROC is the same. So this is gonna be the kind of match that's not gonna be what we're used to throughout the series. No, this is gonna be bloody. This is gonna be hectic and prime Crossfire to say the least.
Yeah, unKnights coming here to win. By the way, there is more pressure on the guys because whoever is gonna be losing, he will be facing GG, the contenders and the champions who will rebuild their legacy, and it might be starting from the Southern Force because they want to book their place in EWC, then you want to get third place and then top it up by the next season, maybe get first or second, and then you book your place on EWC. So now they get the two teams who are playing right now. They want to be focusing. Yeah, of course, their goal is to win. But unKnights here, their goal is to counter the aggressiveness play that's gonna be going on from the ROC Esports team. Usually, ROC, they are the team who are initiating strategies, and unKnights who are the reactive team. And Pietro is doing his homework in the reactions,
They
and
adapt
as you can
pretty
see,
well, yeah. They adapt very well. I'm kind of curious how the maps are gonna be, right? And soon, obviously, we're gonna go and get introduced to ROC's roster for all your new audience out there. Thoughts and Snare, Horus, Slayer, Snake, and that's it. Yeah, but anyways, I know you've played with some of these players and played with and against some of these players, man. Break it down for me. Like, who's the IGL? Who's the entry? What's gonna be? What are we looking for in the next game?
yeah, definitely I played with these guys and I played against most of the guys for more than 7 years with and against, with Todzin, with Horus, against Snare, Snake, the Deadly Dude, these guys who are gonna be shaping this series today. Of course, definitely Snake is the IGL and he's the captain and he's the engine of this Ferrari. He's the engine of ROC Esports and he's the guy who's moving the team. But talking about Snare, he's like the exhaust. He's the guy who not everybody sees him, that he's doing most of the job, and without him, the engine might blow. So Snare is one of the guys I'm gonna be looking at today. Snake, he's the engine of the ROC Esports, and definitely Slayer, Todzin, Horus, the three golden men. They are doing their job and they are clutching at the most. And Slayer especially is one of the best Egyptian players right now, being facing against unKnights. His friends, they're very close together. So
yeah, I think all across the board when it comes to ROC, they're like a family, you know. They're literally like a family. So what I'd like to ask now is, what about the expectations and veto? Like, what do you think about maps?
ROC Esports are playing 7 maps. That's a fact.
7 maps?
They play the 7 maps.
Okay.
They're the, I guess, only team that they play 7 maps besides GG. So ROC Esports ban is going to be based on the enemy team. And I guess they might be banning Mexico. Talking about unKnights also play the 7 maps. But they still don't want to play a specific map versus ROC. And maybe I'm saying that ROC maybe unKnights is going to be banning Port, and ROC is going to be banning Mexico. Based on numbers and expectations between the two teams, ROC usually don't want to play them in Mexico because they usually lose versus them in Mexico, and they have a high win rate versus them, and beating them in the playoffs 2024 season 1 split season 1, they beat them in Mexico and they went to map 5. So I guess they don't want to recap this again. So I guess for ROC, banning Mexico will not be
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I mean, Subbase and Mexico are banned, apparently, from what we see over here. Ankara, of course, wow.
Picked by
unKnights picked Ankara against ROC.
Yes.
That's
unKnights
why.
usually beats ROC in Ankara.
I see.
And unKnights knows that ROC are not very good on Ankara, but based on the last scrims I did versus ROC, unKnights, you don't want to play ROC on Ankara.
I think so?
Yeah, I don't want to play them on Ankara, but look at the video. Black Widow picked by ROC, Port picked by unKnights, and it's gonna be Blacklist unKnights. Eagle Eyes picked by ROC, and this is a very, very valuable pick, because if it went to Eagle Eye and it's the decider for ROC, I'm putting all my money on it.
Yeah, I mean, from my limited experience in Crossfire and observations, I don't think ROC has ever lost Eagle Eye, and even if they
did, but without Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It was a sub, but as
it was
a main roster,
playing,
right?
It was them playing versus unKnights, and they just came into a second sniper. They played 2 snipers in Eagle Eye, which is a very close and small map that needs trades. It's like Mexico needs high gun precise, high gun shoots, and AKs, M4s, and he played with snipers, so it was very, very tough for ROC Esports. But I'm pretty sure that if it came to Eagle Eye and it was the decider for ROC, it will be very, very, very hard for unKnights. I'm not saying that these guys cannot win Eagle Eye, but it's just gonna be hard. Other than that, all the maps are equally balanced between the two teams, with the ban of Subbase from unKnights and with the ban of Mexico from ROC, although they play it. And I'm pretty sure that unKnights, they showed us very good play style on Subbase, but they just don't want to play versus ROC in it. So the V2 is very balanced for both teams. It's really hard, but I can guess that maybe it's going to be going 3-1 in favor of ROC Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very accurate breakdown from you, Mr. Penguin, man. I actually enjoy so much working with you, because even me and the audience, we're learning new things and new experiences with regards to these teams and the history of Crossfire in West as well, you know. So my last question would probably be, who do you think is gonna win map 1?
Map 1, it's Ankara. Listen, I said if Anubis wins first map, they have a very high chance of winning the whole series. If ROC wins the first map,
then it's over.
It's gonna be like 90% ROC Esports winning the full series, and maybe it's 3-1 or 3-0.
I kind of think the same, to be
so
honest.
Because unKnights picked it, you're playing versus them in Black Widow. Black Widow usually destroyed unKnights. ROC Esports played very good. Ankara, by the way, unKnights usually destroyed ROC in it. So if you win their map and you win your map, it's over. Then you don't need anything else.
Definitely, yeah. I couldn't agree more, to be honest. I can't wait to see what's gonna happen. What about which players? Pick me 1 or 2 players that you would quickly wanna highlight.
unKnights, the one and only. The guy who's been carrying this team since the join. I mean, it's Alucard, of course, definitely. Yeah. He's one of the best snipers in the Egyptian scene.
I think you're gonna pick Slayer, if I'm not mistaken.
ROC?
Or
no,
Snare?
I'm picking the engine, Snare.
The engine?
And the exhaust Snare.
The exhaust Snare.
Yeah, the exhaust Snare.
Anyways, enough about us. Let's take it to map 1, to the casters, please.
All right, it's time for the second semifinal. It's going to be ROC Esports against unKnights, and I'm exceptionally excited for this now, knowing we've already had one upset on the day. Maybe we'll have another here with unKnights showing us something cool, because I feel like throughout this team's history, ROC Esports has been the team that's always standing in the way of unKnights. But as we go into map number 1 here of this series, it's going to be up to both of these teams to kind of set the pace and show us what they might be doing differently going into this playoff situation, because as strong as ROC Esports did look in the regular season, as we've seen today, anything can change in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's all about just getting yourself into the playoffs, and then really it's a whole other elevation of gameplay, right? And that's the thing where, you know, we talked about in the previous series that Gaimin Gladiators, #1 seed, you know, they only lost twice. That's kind of the same case here for ROC. Like, these guys were, you know, they were, you know, a little bit of an ego going into this whole season. They were like, we're never going to lose. We're going to take this whole season undefeated. Like a very dominant mindset, but it kind of proved that, you know, they were 11-3 going into this. unKnights right behind them with a 10-4. So unKnights really, you know, doing a lot of better work in the later portion of the season. I felt like they were actually getting themselves more in the winning columns. The beginning was a little bit dicey, it felt like, but now that we're in the playoffs, everything is wide open. This is, like you said, this is where unKnights, they've been in history. Like when I first joined CrossFire, I remember they, like, you know, they caused a big upset as well. So with a team like this, you know, it is completely a world where this could be an upset as well.
It is going to be ROC Esports putting their sights on the A bomb site here in this first round. It's going to be Jin on that anchor position. He doesn't have a whole lot of support, though. Kiko on the late rotation gets caught, and already ROC Esports off to a great start here in this first round. It's going to be a 5-on-3 retake. Alucard starting to retake position over towards the A connector. You've got Pietro working his way in through the GR spawn, but there's still a lot of utility to work with here for ROC, so they can stall this bomb to perfection. But look at this. Beck finds one, Alucard finds one as well, and now they've got a 3-on-3 real chance at this, but with the utilities still in play, there's not a whole lot of time to get this one going in their direction, and even with the opening picks, it's not going to be enough, and ROC Esports take the opener.
Yeah, they definitely do. And this is the thing. There's a lot of expectation for ROC. You know, they're the team that, you know, got signed by an organization. They, you know, there's a lot at stake here for them. And one of the teams that, you know, arguably should be in the grand finals, right? But they're going to have to make sure they take this round by round, because I think unKnights have shown us in the regular history that in the matchups, like, it honestly has been a really interesting split. Like, I mean, we've seen unKnights getting, you know, a 10-7 victory, a 13-11 victory, you know, in the early portion of March. And then even more recently, when these guys played each other again, it actually was ROC that was able to, you know, get the 2-0. So they've kind of gone back to back, but in the history books, it's, you know, a little bit interesting because they've been relatively close games. I think the only biggest gap that we saw where, you know, ROC was able to, you know, dominate a team like unKnights was on Eagle Eye, where it was like a 10-4. But nonetheless, every other map feels like it's been very close encounters. That's kind of what I was expecting going into this. But we're going to have to make sure that unKnights, you know, they come in with the full game plan and everybody's, you know, getting prepared. It's been a bit of a long day. They had to wait things out for the first matches that had to happen. But look, first round is going to go to ROC. But, I mean, this is what we know about unKnights. They can definitely be able to bring things back. And they're definitely a team that shows us that even when their backs are on the boards, they can make things interesting.
Yeah, right now for unKnights, it's all about the response here on this GR side. It is a bit of a BL-sided map, so it's already a difficult position to be in to kick off this series. But at the end of the day, they had to have chosen this map for a good reason. So we'll see what they have left in store here. They are a team that is really strong at adapting on the GR side and setting up some really good plays. But at the moment, it is going to be a lot of pressure towards Pietro for him to deal with. He doesn't really have a whole lot of a support system here, so he's going to go ahead and back off and play with the rest of his team on the B bomb site. You can see there Alucard just holding underneath for any sort of late lurk in the underpass, and this is where ROC Esports plays their A game, though. They're one of the best teams at running down the clock, playing in those last few moments, but still having a strong push, even with the pressure of the clock working against them.
Yeah, ROC is definitely notorious for, you know, running the clock really, really low, and, you know, always just kind of taking their time with what they want to do. But I felt like the one thing that was really cool to see them in this new season, you know, we know that Penguin, like he was mentioning too, like he's been with the group for a very, very long time. They just switched up the coach a little bit to kind of change up their image and their game plan and, you know, what they view. So we've been seeing that as well, where they take some more assertive decisions on their BL side, where they start to get a little bit more active. They start to, you know, go for big plays. Whereas I think in the past, they always kind of took it slow and steady. And there we go. Snake's going to be able to find himself a nice opener. And look at Snare. He's been able to get himself behind enemy lines, allowing them to get the site control. Alucard, a little bit of a tipsy-roo. He gets himself a bounce back here, winning the engagement with a pistol to a sniper fight. But now the smokes, the utility just going to get dispensed. And the clock running low, but not going to matter. Even with 17 seconds to spare, that C4 is going to go down.
Yeah, at this point, it is going to be a tough retake for unKnights, but at the same time, they're going to have to check these corners because Horus, he is always ready and waiting in the shadows to get that one done. And unfortunately for unKnights, it's still a bit of a shaky start on their hands, and this is where I worry for unKnights against a team like ROC Esports. Against everybody else, unKnights, they're really good at adapting and catching teams off guard, but ROC Esports, they have so much structure behind what they're doing, even when they're aggressive. It's just so hard to deal with, and Beck, he was just so blind and out of position there. Very unfortunate start for unKnights, but if you're a ROC Esports fan right now, you're loving how this match is kicking off.
Yeah, you definitely are, and ROC are really just, again, you know, making a lot of statements here. They're just trying to get things off with a really good start, but they got to make sure that they keep their full focus on this because even though it's a 4-on-3 now, there's still a lot of threat remaining here for unKnights. A little bit of a slower start. Alucard putting himself with a decent duel, taking down Horus. So now the question's going to be for unKnights in their position here. Looks like a bit of a lineup with some utility. Plant's going to come through. Not going to be able to find any damage inflicted, but Kiko now even compromised. His position's known. Totson finds himself a duel here. Maybe the secondary one. No, indeed, he will not. There we go. Things are getting cleaned up nicely, and there we go. ROC once again. Big chance here. Totson getting fired up. Everybody's excited. That's a 3-0, and this is looking like a convincing game thus far.
Yeah, I mean, everybody fragging on ROC Esports. They know exactly what they want to do in these situations. You can tell they've put that extra attention into how they want to coordinate on these aggressive plays, and it just pays off dividends every single time we see them execute. So for unKnights, I feel like they need to change things up a little bit. The trade's not looking so good for them. They're having a lot of trouble just taking these early round fights. They're used to being that team that can be aggressive and not get punished for it, but right now in this matchup, that has not been the case at all. ROC Esports great when it comes to counter utility and taking control over these early positions on the map. So Horus, he's going to catch Kiko early on. Snake as well. Raining devastation over towards Alucard, but Pietro at least a chance here on the backstab, able to find himself 2. Jin, good for 1 on the B bridge as well, and just like that, finally, things are starting to kick up for unKnights to the 2-on-3.
Yeah, this is what we were kind of expecting, right? We were wondering when unKnights were going to kind of wake up a little bit, and now they put themselves in a man advantage, which is not a bad thing. But again, they still have to worry about this post plant. You have Totson. He's actually putting himself in a little bit of a lurk. He actually might try to go for the big flank. This is huge. There's a lot riding on him. So right now, Slayer, he has to be that 1 point of distraction as well. But Totson, he's trying to get behind enemy lines a little bit here. It's a little bit of a cheeky play, but 15 seconds is going through. Diffuse getting commenced. Now they're going to be able to find the diffuser. Totson might have been able to single-handedly do this. 9 seconds remaining now. He's just tagging them. Diffuse coming through, and then 8 through. Is he going to be able to find this job? He will! My goodness, lands the utility. Perfect placement, and allowing them to keep their undefeated streak alive. And you can see that little smirk on his face.
Yeah, I mean, that positioning choice was really everything there from Totson that they needed. So ultimately for unKnights, they're starting to get their footing a little bit more, but the team they're up against has all of the firepower to win in clutch situations just as much as they do at the start of the round. And that's what makes ROC Esports so deadly to go up against. They have, I would guess, more clutches behind them than any other team in this season. And it's just because of the individual firepower that this team brings to the table, because that's the one big difference you see between a team like ROC and a team like Gaimin Gladiators. Both of them have strong aimers, but the coordination and the synergy on top of that ROC Esports has just makes them an extremely deadly opponent to think you're going to win a map against, especially for unKnights. You would think this is a toe-to-toe situation. This is their map pick. They are a good GR side team. I would say one of the best in the league, and they are still struggling to find a first round.
Yeah, and that's a really good point you bring up too, is the fact that, you know, for unKnights, they are arguably one of the better GR-sided teams in the league. So the fact that they're already down by 4-0 is really just getting a little more concerning here for the unKnights fans. Pietro should be able to find this duel. He does, and now it's an instant trade back, so things are going to be fine. And Snare's starting to get a little bit more aggro. So unKnights are kind of in an awkward spot right now because things are split a 2-2 in the defense. ROC still having themselves some good territory, and actually even that duel of Jin getting a little bit over on the peeking department now is going to cost them, but the rotates are coming through, so now they're not going to mess around. ROC are just going to try to get themselves in the sight. Dex trying everything to go for this labored spray, but it's all just down to Kiko now. C4 is going to be dropped, but he got himself in a 1-on-2. He's playing behind the green box. He has to get a change in position. That's what he's going to do. He's playing a wide open angle. He's trying to be able to find a duel. He just wants to get one-on-ones as much as possible. Maybe indeed he can. Maybe a little bit of a misplay, but no, Horus will be able to put himself in the clutch factor as well.
Right now, ROC Esports, they just don't lose in these key situations. And if you're unKnights, it's got to be a frustrating experience to go through, because the first thing in your mind is you really want to win this opening map, but also knowing there's a chance you get steamrolled in the first map and you still have to figure out that way to bounce back, because this is a 5-map series potentially at the end of the day. And so no matter which way this goes, they have a lot more opportunities to win this. And I want to see them really use this timeout to think about those options, because it's one thing to lose the map, but to go down 10-0, that starts to affect your mental game and really could spiral into the next maps of this series. But I feel like even if they can get, 2 or 3 rounds out of this first half at this point, it's going to give them that much more effort they can bring to the table going into the future of this series.
Yeah, I was thinking, man, like you're already so optimistic that this could be a 10-0, but honestly, I don't even blame you for kind of mentioning is that the way that we're seeing ROC play, I mean, there is a possibility maybe that could happen. But like you said, a timeout now going to be commenced. It's a good amount of time here for unKnights. A little bit of a reset. Things are, they've lost a bit of a grip on this first half, but if they can get themselves a few rounds, that could be just enough, right? It could just be enough for them to feel a little bit better transitioning to that second half. But I don't know, for a team like unKnights, being on the GR side, down by this many rounds already, it definitely makes you worried a little bit here for any unKnight fans, just because they have been arguably really good when they're on the defense. Their BL sides haven't been too bad, but I think that's going to be a tough task asking against a team like ROC right now. But either way, this is a good amount of work for them just to kind of reset a little bit. I think that's very much needed. There's always a lot of stress, like we talked about. We cannot stress that enough, is that there's so much pressure riding into this now. But I think for unKnights, they desperately need to get this round following this timeout right now.
Yeah, there's no other way around it for them. It's a map where they should be looking a lot more comfortable than they are. You've got some of the star players for this team still pretty quiet as well. We're used to seeing, players like Kiko and Pietro really pop off and find those openings, especially on the GR side of these maps. So I'm curious to see if they'll maybe switch some positions around, maybe change the way they're holding things down, because this is just such a difficult map for them to let lose in this series. Just knowing you're going into ROC Esports pick coming up next, and you really want to have the best showing you can on your own map choices here. So for unKnights, it's definitely going to be back to the drawing board as they hop back into it. It looks like we are ready to go into our next round here. Still an uncontested one so far for ROC Esports. I will say, though, the rounds are getting closer. The first 2 or 3 rounds, almost nobody died on ROC Esports. At least now they're getting things down to the 1-on-2s and the 1-on-1s.
Yeah, that's a really good point to bring up too, just because, again, like the fact that these rounds are getting a little bit closer in the sense that the 2v2s or the 1v1s is better, right? That's some progress being made here from unKnights, but now it's just, really just getting the goose egg gone. Like getting a round on the board is definitely going to be a nicer take for them. But a 5-0 right now for ROC fans is definitely some early celebrations potentially on this map alone. But right now you can see ROC giving a lot of respect on this. unKnights have not really changed up their status too much. Alucard just playing on the B-side bridge, just looking to see if he might be able to find something through double door, but not going to be the case right now. And ROC are really just taking it slow and steady. Potentially even this underpass control that they could grab almost for free, it feels like. But actually, a little bit of a reconvening, a new positioning happening. Looking to see maybe to go back for the old A-pop, which might be the test of here of Jin and Kiko. So it looks like a potential fake to see if they can get these rotates off guard.
Yeah, I like the play calling here from ROC Esports, just trying to poke and prod and figure out exactly where these defenders are going to be playing before they fully commit towards any sort of push. But this is where they seem to thrive. The time on the clock not really going to bother them too much as they slowly ease their way into mid. Beck able to pop one shot onto Snake, make it a double kill. Slayer goes down as well, and unKnights, they're going to lock this one down nicely. Now it's a 5-on-2, make it a 4-on-2 as Snare finally gets the first kill here for ROC Esports. But this is a round you can't afford to let slip because the two remaining players use this as a fake opportunity to take and actually completely open a bomb site. And as much as a 4v2 looks good, when you give ROC Esports a plant, we've seen what they can do already on this map.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing too, is the fact that like in the position of this, they still have Snare alive, they have Tots on the left, so they got the sniper and also the AK kind of in conjunction with each other. So a lot riding here for Pietro on GR spawn. So if he can't find this duel, that's just going to allow ROC to be able to reposition themselves. You can already see that Snare's kind of changed his position. Tots in, spots the feed of one, gets Kiko easily. Oh, shot missed, but okay. It's a little bit of a rebound. Not bad at all. Now Pietro finally makes a little bit of connection. There we go. A little bit of a sacrifice of two players, but they finally get themselves on the board. Not bad at all.
Yeah, a really good retake there coming in from unKnights, but more importantly, the start of the round, just looking really confident on that hold in mid. Beck, really nice double kill as well, and that at least gives them a chance now to claw back in this first half. You can see Kiko trying to sneak his way through back towards the A bomb site here. They've got 3 over towards it now. Nobody holding on to the midsection of this map. It's kind of a weird thing we've seen in the meta a lot this season is teams not putting as much emphasis as they used to on aggressively controlling the middle of this map, more so just playing stacks towards the sites. And they're going to finally put Alucard back in this position to stall out the mid window. Snare goes for the peak. No connection just yet, and this is where ROC Esports is going to go back to the old faithful strat, the A execution. They're very solid on this push, but Jin, he's going to go ahead and peek it this time around, has that aggression ready to go on the vent, but he is instantly annihilated there. Alucard at least able to find the lurk of Snare with that arm in hand, but Kiko, he already knows it's going to be all about the retake in this situation. The flash is going to stall him from having any success on that push, and now it's going to come down to this 4-player stack on the GR spawn wall. They're actually going to get caught completely by this flash.
Yeah, this is a really good utility, and you can see Pietro's getting ready to throw some utility to allow them to funnel out of this. But now, Pietro is able to get himself that opening duel. Okay, things are looking a little bit better right now for unKnights. But now Snake is able to find himself that double kill, and all of a sudden Kiko, the young gun, the newest addition to the team, on a big task for the clutch. Not going to happen. ROC solidify the post plant with a pretty amount of ease, and now put themselves at a 6-1. A really good effort that came through from unKnights, but it just was just not enough.
Yeah, a very, very tough one to deal with there. And now it's a pretty commanding lead once again for ROC, completely resetting after just one round from unKnights, and they still have the potential to make this an 8-1/2, which would be quite the devastating blow to kick this one off. Alucard not going to get a shot at that. You can tell even with the peaks they're taking for ROC Esports, they know exactly what they want to do with these positioning choices. And now at this point, it's really going to put that pressure even more so onto unKnights to grab one of these final 2 rounds in the half. It is a BL-sided map, so a 6-3 isn't the end of the world here, but if it goes any further than that, that is where things start to look pretty grim. But Pietro, he's really stepped up these last couple of rounds, gets the opener onto Totson.
Yeah, Pietro's put himself in really good positions, and honestly, I love to see that someone like him is really stepping up to the plate when he needs to. I mean, this is where, again, like I was talking about this in the first series, but, a player like Pietro, I felt like in the regular season, we weren't really getting the same effect that we normally saw from him, so I felt like there was a bit of a, I don't want to say a slump, but definitely a little bit lackluster, more of a performance from him, but now it's only the 1 kill, but at least it was a start of something. And now Alucard gets himself a little bit of a consolation prize, but now this is just duel for duel, trade for trade, and allowing unKnights to be in the position of a 3-man versus 2 advantage, I guess. But the site's going to be up for grabs right now for ROC. They're going to be able to get this plant down. Lots of time to evaluate. They don't always have to overcommit it. Now they're going to go for the plant indeed. Slayer is going to play towards underpass. unKnights now going to try to flush on through. They're not going to wait things out. They're not going to burn the clock. They're going to just try to figure things out quickly. And getting a little bit more active. The fake diffuse going to be spotted. And there we go. Nicely done from Alucard. Puts himself, I believe that was a triple kill all said and done in the round. So getting themselves a secondary round and a much needed one.
Yeah, unKnights looking really good coming out of that pause. And they've only lost one round since it, so 2-1 since the pause for unKnights. A third round here definitely gets them moving in the right direction going into the second half. And for ROC Esports, they're going to be doing everything they can to try and hang on to this one because, honestly, with how good they looked at the 5-0 during the start of this match, a 6-3 is a bit of a win for unKnights to close out the half. So at this point, ROC Esports looking to try and grab this final one for themselves, but with Pietro and Alucard starting to step up and find these entries, it has proven to be a bit more of a challenge for ROC Esports to just kind of waltz their way into sight like we saw in the opening part of the half. And as we can see here, this round, it is going to be a bit of a different approach. ROC Esports with 4 players pushing through the lower B tunnels. You can see Beck playing the counter flash on the opposite side of this, and it's going to work actually quite well. Flashes 4 out of the 5 players on ROC Esports. He's able to find one of them. Pietro with the backstab takes down the lurk of Totson on top of it, and for unKnights, this is a really good start to the round.
Yeah, it's a really good start indeed, and yeah, the fact they're able to find some big duels, and you take down Horus, you take down Totson, this is a really, really good note for them. We haven't seen them in a position like this, like a 5-on-3, right? Like all players alive. Alucard, yeah, has taken some big damage, but again, this number advantage might really work out for them, that they can try to use those numbers to their advantage. But when they play like that, that might just be the disadvantage. That's just going to allow ROC to have more of an opening. Oh my goodness, look what they've been able to do. They find these 3 duels. All of a sudden, it comes down to the 1v1, but Jin able to get the clutch factor. They are able to get themselves at least 3 rounds in this first half. And like we said, that's all they needed. That's something they needed just to get themselves a little bit more confident, a little bit more in the positive note. But a 6-3 is not bad. How, considering this was sitting at what, like a 6-0 at one point?
Yeah, it was a tough start here for unKnights, but there's definitely some hope for them after all, after how this one closes out. These last 4 rounds coming out after the pause, they were able to win 3 of them. So honestly, a really good position to be in now going into the side swap. They're going to have to show they can do it on the BL, though. ROC still very solid on the defense, and having a 6-3 lead is still going to feel pretty good for them going into their GR side. And it's going to come down to the rest of the players we haven't seen come to life yet, I think, in the second half for the side of unKnights. We saw Pietro and Alucard really start to step up, but for me, when it comes to the BL, I'm looking to Kiko here. This is one of those players where if he's on, the BL side is so easy for this team to have success on, because when he's firing on all cylinders, he's an excellent entry fragger.
Yeah, he really is. Like, you know, I think you and I were talking about this very early on in the season, is that it was cool to see unKnights when they did the little bit of a roster adjustment, like bringing in Jin, you know, and Kiko was already on the team, but he was kind of more permanently on the team. I was really happy to see that, because Kiko is like this, you know, younger talent that we knew he can bring a lot of firepower. So it's cool to see when he's playing well, like he is playing well. So, and it makes a huge difference. It's not like the Spoxy factor, but it kind of feels like that, right? He's like a player that really can be a shining star on this team. So like you said, when he's firing on all cylinders, he is not a player to mess with, but that's where we need to see it happen here. This is where we now need to see them being on the Blacklist side of what they're going to be able to bring to this. And if Kiko can find himself the right footing here to put that AK to work.
Well, here we go. unKnights already sending 5 players over to the A bomb site. It's only Totson on it for ROC Esports. We'll see if he can hold the line. He's got a good position to try and do it. Totson only able to find one, almost a second there onto Beck. That's enough to get this opening rolling here for unKnights to work with. Alucard needs to be careful, though. Able to catch Snake underneath. Alucard actually good for 2 kills on the rotators. And now it's just going to be Horus left alone in a 1v4. And unKnights, they're here to play to kick off the second half.
Yeah, indeed they are. And even Jin able to find himself a nice double at the end there. So now what we were talking about, like a 6-0 or 5-0 lead, is now turned into a 6-4 scoreline. So definitely not bad at all. unKnights have now shown us that they're not on the Whitecaps anymore. They're definitely on a bit more smoother sailing, but still they got some bumpy waves ahead of them. Snare going to put himself a nice bit of a duel. Takes down Pietro once again. and finds a secondary one too, just when you think that Kiko might have been able to overwhelm him. You can see what Snare is able to bring to the table. And it's definitely a full serving right now on unKnights, down by 3. Needing to find some kind of control. They need to find a duel, but look at ROC reposition themselves. They're going to play the full passive game. They're not going to overextend on this anymore. They're going to make this even more difficult for unKnights to have to work for it.
Yeah, the second round, not quite as simple here for unKnights to steal away. Snare making it very difficult with his aggressive play in mid. You've got Slayer here to support him now as well. Snare, though, good for the quad kill on the round already, leaving it up to Beck in a 1-on-4, who does manage to get control over the B-bomb site. However, the C4 is completely surrounded by ROC Esports, and there's honestly no good way to take that fight, and Snare says, why not grab an ace to get them a nice lead of 3 back in their hands.
Yeah, and that's something that really glad to see, like someone like Snare, because when we saw him last year in 24, like man oh man, he was just putting up big numbers, like a player definitely to watch out for. Like him and Spoxy were going toe to toe, but now talking about toe to toe, ROC are going to put full aggression through A main. All 4 players are just going to barrel through this. Look at all the control they have. They have so much information, and now they made it a little bit known, throwing a deep smoke. And now this is going to allow them to play some mind games on unKnights. Now kind of scratching their heads going, okay, what do we want to do? Do we want to push through mid? Do we want to refight for this control in A? Do we just want to commit B, knowing that there were so many players committed to this? But instead, they're going to wait things out. ROC going to put the double players right in mid stairs like this, waiting for Snare to be able to find himself a duel. Look at how aggressive he is. Look at how confident he is feeling right now. Forrest going to be able to save his life, and indeed he will. And ROC, this is what I was talking about with the new coach. This is what I was talking about, them under the new banner in the organization. They have changed their whole image, and they are still putting pressure on this on the GR side.
Yeah, just crazy aggression here coming out from ROC, getting the trades. And now it's just down to Pietro and Beck. They're going to go ahead and get the plant off here, but Pietro, he's no health left to work with. There's 2 nades for Snare and Slayer as well to maybe finish the job on Pietro, but Snare has to be careful. Him and Horace now very low on HP as well after some of those fights almost go against them. So the time is starting to tick away. Slayer, the only full HP player left here, has to try and make his impact known quickly because they are running out of time to make their move. Pietro, is he going to be able to hold on? Yes, he is. Snare just not checking that corner in the final moments, and unKnights continue to pull this one even closer.
Yeah, you can see the excitement too, like on the player cams. Like everybody's now starting to show a lot more life on this. Like even Jin just getting fired up. And, you can tell there's a lot more flame into this one. And now there's going to be some aggression. unKnights are actually going to try to get this A main control fast as well. But actually, they allow Snare to just be able to play this position. And look at that, Snare just putting up a magic show, finding this double kill. He does not get punished for it. He's still going to put pressure onto this point. Finally gets overwhelmed, but ROC, despite losing that last round the way they did, they will not let another round go into the favor of unKnights, leaving it just down to the IGL by himself with a 1-on-4, C4 dropped. This is not a likely round for him, and this would have to be a huge misplay from ROC right now. They are playing this the best way they could. They got 3 players in A main, just posted up on the C4. They have the lurk of Slayer just to make sure there's no backstab. This is a tall task for Beck, an unlikely one. That's like a 1% chance, it feels like, that he's got this.
Yeah, Beck just kind of hoping somebody makes the mistake of peeking him alone, but he's going to spot Horace there. Might not matter for long, though. Quick 4-on-1 gets it done for ROC Esports as they move very close now to capturing this first map. It would be a nice one to take away as well, as this was the pick of unKnights for this series to kick it off, and unfortunately for them, they haven't been fully prepared for what ROC Esports in playoffs is looking like. Snare able to find the opener, at least Kiko able to grab the quick trade, but here comes the rotation. Horace ready to go for the wide swing, finds the kill, and now they're ready to take the fight all the way through onto A long. Horace ready to look for more here. He's gonna find it, half blinded, doesn't seem to stop him, and now it's up to Beck and Alucard trying to hang on in the 2-on-4. They make it a 2-on-2 very quickly, but the HP just does not look good for them at all. Now Beck, he is trapped in this A-long corner, and there is no way out of this one, and it is already map point on the table. I think Totson was so excited he almost took his camera off the desk there, but you know what? They're feeling it for a good reason.
Yeah, they definitely are, right? That's where we were talking about so much here today, where it's playoffs, right? There's so much riding on this. You know that ROC, like they're coming in the mindset that they want to win the season. They didn't want to lose at all. They took a couple losses in the regular season. Now they want to make it more of a statement here in the playoffs. This is where it matters the most, where they can get themselves into that first place, get the big prize pool, you know, the guaranteed, you know, ticket to get themselves to EWC, things like that for the international competition. A lot is riding on this, so you can see the passion here for these guys. Like we said, a team that was signed to a new organization, a lot to prove for that. And now it's all come down to this. ROC on the map point to start things off. This was the map pick of unKnights, and it's looking like it might be a bit of a blunder potentially, unless they can find themselves more of a kickback into this round. But you can see even Snake is still playing ultra aggressive in mid. This nade might actually do a little bit of damage onto Kiko. Actually takes more than just a little bit. It actually connects very nicely.
At this point, it's going to be on to unKnights here. They've got to find some sort of opening to work with, but they are so scared. They're pretty much just turtled up in their spot at this point. Snare's the one who has control of A-Long here. Beck goes for the fight, and already it's 2 players down and out for unKnights. Kiko and Beck out of the picture. Snare still aggressing by himself on A-Long, able to find a second kill along with the C4. Snare gets all 3 A-Long players and the C4, and this one is surely over at this point. It's a 10-5 map 1 victory for ROC Esports on the unKnights map pick, and that is a bold statement to kick off this series.
Yeah, it's definitely a big, bold opening statement indeed, and I think, you know, honestly, very impressive to see from ROC. You know, they started this off very well with, I think it was 5-0 1 point, so the fact that they pretty much put the first half in their favor already, and unKnights just looking like they were not even on the same level, like that's what I was kind of wondering, like what ROC Esports are we going to see here today? Saw a little bit of gaps here and there from them in the beginning of the season, and a couple losses that probably should have never happened, but nonetheless, honestly, a very strong performance to get things over on map number 1, which now means that we are going to be going to, I had to look that up really quickly, was Black Widows. So that will also be an interesting pick, but that is the pick of ROC. So they are sitting themselves in a prime position right now to potentially put themselves at a 2-0, maybe to start things off here for the best of 5 and making it a little bit more relaxed than having to go toe-to-toe and map to map. So we're going to go to the desk. We're going to let them take things away and tell us what you guys think.
And what I think is that you're absolutely right, Laz. I mean, ROC is exceptional, and they did do so much work this series, and even the losses that they happened to face, I don't want to blame it on something, but there were some games where they were fasting, to be honest, and that can take a toll on you mentally, physically, psychologically, you know. All these things can impact you in such a way that makes it impossible to play a game that requires strong hand-to-eye coordination.
Yes, and also not to mention the Slayers ban that affected their team and the loss they got versus unKnights. Maybe just shaked a bit their confidence, but these guys are coming back now and they are so confident and they are so reliable on winning these fights. And as I said, if ROC Esports would be able to beat unKnights in the first map, it's gonna be a one-sided series. But we didn't imagine or we didn't expect that this series or this map is gonna be this fast, because ROC is it's 10-5.
Neither did I, and neither did I think the audience as well, to say the least. ROC did play pretty aggressively, yeah. Yes. ROC played pretty aggressive.
Everyone expects ROC playing aggressive.
I think so. I definitely do. But the most thing that I'd like to highlight is something you mentioned earlier, is your star player, in your opinion, and his performance this game was amazing.
Yes, Snare is one of the best Egyptian snipers and one of the best in EU MENA. To be honest, Snare is one of the best in the world. He's top 3 sniper in the world. In my opinion, this is my opinion.
I agree. I couldn't agree more.
Everybody has his opinion, but Snare, if he's in form, if he's ready, if he's awake, if he's focusing, then you will see him getting
shine.
a lot of kills that matters the most for the team. As you can see in the summary, Snare has 1.75 KD. None of ROC Esports teams are below 1.0.
That's almost
Even Slayer.
combined of some of
Yes.
unKnights players, which is
Yes.
incredible.
Yes.
Young talent, very, very strong individual to say the least. But I don't know. I feel like they've poked into unKnights and figured out their strategy, and now they're capitalizing on it.
Yeah, and these guys, they studied unKnights a lot. We have seen them in the movement while they are taking hotel control, and then they are switching back to A side. They know that someone from A side is gonna be pushing alongside on A main, and if you kill him, the A side is gonna be open. We saw ROC Esports doing this strategy multiple times until unKnights figured out and they adapted and they started winning more rounds. And we saw how good we're taking hotel. As we can see now, how good in taking hotel. Do you know that that unKnights have some difficulties in holding hotel, so they capitalize on it and they work on it and they play on their weaknesses. We've seen it and it was very clear. The strategy of ROC was hotel control by their side, and yeah, it paid off.
Yeah, and I mean the roots of ROC are something that you cannot tether. It's impossible. The way they play, their aggression, the way how smart and intellectual they are with their plays and their picks and their rotations, and they're very sneaky as well, to say the least. You know.
Yes, as you said, and unKnights, they started off very slow, but then they come back. But the slow start they had affected their scoreline because it was 5-1. Look at this, 5-1. It's 5-1. So if you start very slow 5-1, then you need to come back very hard. And they couldn't. But I'm pretty sure that the next series is not going to be the same as the first series, because unKnights will get into the mood, they will get into the playoff stage, and they will wake up more, and they will keep more shots, getting more rounds. Yes, it's Black Widow, picked by ROC, one of their... I'm not saying it's the strongest map for ROC, by the way. ROC used to ban Black Widow and avoid Black Widow for the last days, but they had to play it because they know that unKnights are not that strong on Black Widow, so they forced themselves to play it. I used to scream with ROC when I put Black Widow into the game. They said no, just skip, just skip it. But
sense.
after this, just 1 week before the playoffs, I screamed versus ROC. They kept asking for Black Widow. So that means that these guys are preparing something for Black Widow versus unKnights. So we're going to be seeing this next map. So it's going to be very tough for unKnights. But
yeah, I hope you're right. I really hope you're right, because at this point, yeah, game one is usually kind of... usually it's one-sided, right? Like until people get the rhythm and the tempo and the ability to be able to play the game and perform and do well. So we're gonna have to wait and see, to be honest, what's gonna unfold.
Yeah, as you said, we can have wait and see. But I'm pretty sure that unKnights, they need to be playing more better now, because if it went 2-0 to ROC, it's almost impossible to come back versus them. Yes, it happened versus LCK in 2024 Split 2. But I'm pretty sure that ROC is going to be more aware now that this should not happen. So unKnights, it's the ball in their field now. And they need to play it very perfect. And I guess they have everything to do. They have Alucard on Black Widow. This is something that gives you a boost. You have Alucard and Black Widow. You have Beck in Black Widow with his M4. He's really good with M4 and Black Widow. And his sneak plays. So I guess unKnights have everything to do it and they can come back.
Yeah, and I think they will come back, hopefully, just for the audience, so we have a best of 5. Anyways, let's take it to our casters. Thank you so much, Penguin.
Thank you.
All right, it's time for map number 2. It is going to be Black Widow on the way. Like the desk was talking about, this is a strong map for ROC Esports, and in recent history, looking even better on this map. And of course, for unKnights, I'm already a bit skeptical after the first map we saw from them on their own pick. Not looking the best on the day so far, but in a best of 5, as we saw earlier with Anubis, anything can truly happen. So there's definitely a lot of time left for recovery still for the unKnights fans in the audience here, hoping they can grab this second map here and kind of flip the tables and get things back on their side. But for ROC Esports, they're going to be taking it easy in this first round, playing very passive and looking to see what unKnights can do, which looks to be starting towards that A push.
Yeah, unKnights are really just taking a lot of time on this. You can see even Slayer was getting a little bit aggro, just getting some info. So you can just see a little quick jiggle. Now he's going to play a very tight angle to see if he can find this first engagement. But he's going to be by himself. I mean, Horus is a little bit near, but nice shot from Kiko. That's what we wanted to see on the first map. Him getting a little bit more active, him getting a little bit more bloodlust here with the AK. And now Snare going to put himself in a good position to slow things down. Look at this. Them just playing the long-range battles has allowed them to get a couple kills, but this thing is still open. It's a 2-2, and now leaving it just full rifles, and Alucard's still alive here for the so he's going to be able to potentially put himself in a bit of a highlight reel. Totson getting aggressive, spots Beck already, so this thing's going back and forth. Some good utility, and Snake's made his presence known, so now some intentions there. Totson needs to do something. There's a lot of distraction made here from Snake. Can Totson be able to find himself a better position? And this might be an unKnights round potentially, and indeed it will. It's going to be Alucard to put the nail to the coffin. They finally get themselves an opener.
Yeah, nice solid start here for unKnights on the blacklist side, and it's going to be up to them to keep that momentum rolling. We saw how quickly it was taken away from them coming out of the pause from ROC Esports in map number 1, but at this point, they're going to have an early start again thanks to Kiko. Snare goes down, Kiko starting to step up with these entries in map number 2, and now that could be the difference maker they need to get things moving in this right direction for themselves. And unfortunately for unKnights, though, they might not be aware of the setup towards the B bomb site. You've got Slayer pushed up pretty aggressively underneath the B bridge, and Jin just completely caught off guard from that one. You can see Kiko and Pietro thinking about starting to rotate in this direction to maybe help out, but at this point, they don't want to take this fight without potentially giving up the C4 here. They've got to be really cautious, but Slayer, he wants to take the fight again. He pushes right back underneath the bridge to find himself not one, but 2 more kills, and just like that, it is completely fallen apart, left on the shoulders of Beck, but not for long. ROC Esports, they're back in business for round 2.
Yeah, they really are. Yeah, them just kind of letting that first round go, that kind of maybe got them a little angry, because that was a very convincing second round to get themselves back into this game in a tie situation. Look at even Snare. He's playing himself in the mid-ramp, and he's just annihilating these guys. Any sort of position, he's just putting the connection here. Penguin made a bold statement saying, look, he's a top player in the world. He's one of the best snipers in the world. And he's definitely showcasing it right now here in the playoffs, that he is definitely someone you cannot mess with. And putting himself to the double kill, now putting it on a 5-on-3, and unKnights looking very, very worried in this. They're shaking in the boots a little bit. They don't look like they have any sort of, comfort of what they want to do. They don't really look like they have a good game plan right now. ROC have really just been able to throw a wrench in the gears, so it's going to be a 2-1 split. Pietro might be able to try to be a bit of a distraction here on towards B main, but that's a lot of reliance for him to do something here. And it's now going to go for a double player stack at this A site. Totson and Snake close together. Shoulder going to be exposed from Totson. Alucard needs to be able to find the second kill. Can he, or one of his teammates at least, underneath? They're going to get themselves across into the site. They should be able to get the plant, though.
Yeah, it's a nice position to be in here for unKnights at the very least, even though they don't have the full numbers advantage to work with. Pietro, though, gets caught off guard on the top side of mid, and this is where Alucard really needs to have a massive round, but Alucard already going to be good for one. He get a double kill, but he has to do it all now to hold on to this round. Is it going to be the clutch opportunity? No, it's not. ROC Esports making sure they're able to hold on to this one, and more importantly, they're going to grab the lead right back.
Yeah, they want to get back into winning ways. They don't want to play this, comeback game. They want to make sure that they can set the pace on this. So the 2-1 is going to be in their favor. But Alucard giving us a little bit of a showcase that he can be a very strong sniper player as well. Different style, I feel like, when you talk about him versus Snare, but now you can see ROC, they're getting active. They already have long A control. They got the house control already. Totson might even be able to push on this as well. He does. He overextends his welcome, so now is allowed unKnights to get themselves an early advantage. Even allowing Snake, he gets himself in a wide open position. I'm not sure what he was going for, but now it's down to Horus and Snare. Horus might be able to sneak through. Indeed, he will not. Jin, though, finds him. He knew he was going to be a little bit cheeky on this one, and now Snare fully compromised on his position, and right back to a tie game we go.
Yeah, really good execution coming out from unKnights. You can see they were just fully prepared for that one, especially with Beck, Kiko, and Jin just kind of having a nice triple setup together to make sure everything was traded out perfectly as they pushed through. This time, it's going to be ROC Esports going for some early map control towards mid and B, but the rest of unKnights outside of Pietro working their way up towards the A bomb site push. You can see they've taken a little bit too long here, so Horus is already back in position with Snare to help stall things out. But Pietro, this is really the key position in this round. If he's able to catch Slayer, maybe going for an early push here, it could be the opening they need to push back on towards this B bomb site. Here, not overcommitting to the fight, might have a chance to hang on after all.
Yeah, let's not forget. It's interesting for me just because I wasn't sure, if they felt like they just were that much better on a map like this. I know unKnights haven't always been the greatest, but it's not like this has always been a favorable map, in my opinion, for ROC. But look, maybe they've been able to prove me wrong, or they can prove me wrong. But now Pietro spots the shoulder, trying to find himself that fight, expecting somebody to swing through connector. One by one, we're starting to lose these unKnight members. And it's going to be a split. So Kiko's going to be by himself on long. Double player once again. So they're playing this weird 2-on-1 or 2-1 setup on the offense. Things are getting a little bit tight. Things are getting a little bit awkward in the sense because now Kiko's got himself an A site. It's up for free. But now it might be a little too late. He has to go for the big flank. He has to get active. He has to do something here. This C4 is going to be wide open. Alucard, if he goes down, this round is 100% over. But Kiko, thankfully, can find his kill into spawn. But now, the bomb's going to be dropped. Now this is even more work for him with 28 seconds remaining. The swing should happen, and indeed it does.
Yeah, just really good positioning choices coming out from ROC Esports in that round. Able to catch the rotators off guard and get these nice lurking plays to go their way for the majority of them. This time, though, it's going to be a quick collision over on A long 3 versus 3. Alucard able to get the first kill out of it, and unKnights decide to just back off and hold the advantage for the moment. Pretty good call here, just knowing there's a lot of other players still in the mix towards this A position, but Snare, again, just knows how to get active at the right moments and find these picks to immediately respond to the offense. And this is where he has so much value because not only does he open up, run towards B long, get the pick, now he's already right back in mid, able to hold on to this position as well.
Yeah, and even Totson, I was thinking, him playing in that position by himself on long like that, I was thinking surely he's not going to be able to find maybe more than one, but he does get himself that double kill, so that actually really pans out nicely here for ROC because it keeps them in the 3-on-2. Once again, on Knight's positioning, you just see this. The C4 is all by itself. You got Kiko by himself in the A site. He's going to be able to cross. He should be able to get this plant, but you have Beck on the other side of the map. He's in spawn. This is where him and Horus are going to be able to have this head-to-head. Oh my gosh, you got to just look. He's going to get a free kill. Horus not really paying attention, falling asleep at the wheel just a little bit. But now, this is just an awkward round because really Beck is kind of being the point of distraction. Kiko's not even doing anything. He's just posted up an A site. He's expecting someone to swing for this. I don't even know how we're in this kind of a round. Now Kiko's going to go for the plant. Now he knows exactly where Snare is. But the question is, where does Kiko go for the post plant?
It's a tough call, but it might be a quick collision underneath the catwalk here. Snare, though, does he check the corner? No, he doesn't. And Kiko makes the right call for this one. It's going to keep this fight really close as we continue forward in this second map. ROC Esports having the numbers advantage for a lot of that round, but just getting caught off guard off of some pretty bizarre positional choices there. So we'll see what they do to maybe change things up this time around. It's going to be a quick 1-for-1 to kick off round number 7. Though Snare and Pietro both going down early, and that's kind of the missing piece for unKnights right now. It feels like Pietro sitting at a 1-7 scoreline, not anything like what we saw on map number 1 from him.
Yeah, we've been seeing that ROC have really made a bit of a statement on this where they really want to fight for this long A control, like they're getting this house control, and then as soon as they do that, they can just leave one player there. So it's been really interesting to see that they've made a bit of a game plan on this, saying look, we are going to get real estate, we are going to put ourselves in a better position where one player can just lock things up, then we can kind of put a little more of a leniency on the defense. So you can see the Slayer, like, he's actually still kind of, again, like, really jiggling around. Like, he's kind of, it looked like he was actually entertaining the idea of still pressing forward, but in this position now he has intel that nobody's made it through yet. unKnights are actually trying to creep through onto Cat, looking underneath, just expecting somebody to be there. Forrest now going to be joined with his comrade. They're going to double swing this, and I was thinking, oh man, that might have been a collab potential, but now with this kill from Slayer on the double kill, allowing that C4 to get retrieved, but Beck, a 1-on-2 in his hands. Positioning here from ROC is a little bit spread thin. Snake's going to be here on this B site. And now Beck has a lot of decisions to make. He should be able to get a free plant, but again, with this plant means that he has to go for an aggressive post plant in this kind of position.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough call here. He's trying to figure out exactly where Slayer is going to be coming from. He has a pretty good idea that Snake's already towards the B side of the map, but could be a quick collision here on the catwalk. He's able to find himself the first of two. And now he's got a chance to maybe shift in for the plant. But now Snake, he's going to use this opportunity to take that space, sneaks his way up into the A window. And if Beck doesn't check this, he's surely going to go down on the plant.
Oh man, no, his back's turned, his back's turned! I can't believe it! Beck gets away with it! The 1-on-2 clutch, he is playing a phenomenal individual game. Like we saw the previous, 2 rounds ago? He was the one that was, finding these duels one by one. He was the one that was able to, put I think it was a 2-on-3 back into a situation where Kiko was able to get things done. So, man, Beck is really just coming in with putting everything on the line, realizing that he has to perform at the highest stakes, and now long A control once again here for ROC, but can they hold on to it? That's the question. It's looking pretty good. Slayer just dancing around, and now leaving it just down to Kiko. 52 HP, with a tall task of 3 players to go against, and there we go. ROC are not going to allow any sort of a big lead to happen. They're going to bring things right back into a tie game. But boy, oh boy, unKnights, they're showing us they got some things up their sleeves right now on a map that really we didn't get to see them too much on.
Yeah, honestly, a really close game still on our hands, but ROC Esports, they're just trying to bide their time until they get over to that BL side where there are a lot more advantages for them to work with. And this is where unKnights really needs to find this last round if they want to take this map away from ROC Esports. But Snare, he's going to run into trouble. Beck continuing to deliver in this second map. He's up to a 10-6 score himself, and now it puts that extra bit of pressure onto ROC to see what they can do in the mid-round, because Snare, he's been that key to success in opening up a ton of these rounds. But now Slayer, he's going to take the Yam into his hands and make it happen. Jin goes down over on A long, and it forces them on the side of unKnights to start working their way up towards B.
Yeah, it's a good change up here too. Like, I like that unKnights are actually going to try things a little bit differently. They've just always had lurks on this side of the map. They don't really seem like they want to commit to it very often. But look at ROC. They're going to put 3 players into this. They're going to go for a full bar fight on this. And oh my goodness, it's an absolute massacre. Look at that. 3 kills for the cost of 1. And now Alucard by himself. ROC will be able to solidify the first half with a 5-4. Still getting fired up. Still getting really excited. But it was definitely a close encounter. But ROC looking like, this aggressive GR side really was the name of the game.
Yeah, honestly, just some great calls being made there from ROC. And now they're going to be going into the more favorable side with the lead as well on this map. So they should be feeling pretty good about their chances. But unKnights, they've definitely stepped up a little bit more in map number 2. So they can't afford to assume the job's done just yet for ROC. And this is where we're going to see what they decide to do for pacing. We saw a lot of the rounds on the first map tend to go down to the wire. ROC doing what they like to do here in terms of running down the clock and waiting for unKnights to get a little bit impatient to find those early kills. And this time around, it seems to be a bit more of that same strategy here. And they're first on the BL side, but they are a bit more spread out than usual. You can see Slayer kind of roaming alone here towards the B-bomb site. Totson as well, just lurking over towards A long.
Yeah, this full cat control is going to be really, really nice here for 3 players. I mean, some distraction here from Slayer. He's just going to throw some utility at B. Again, a little bit of a ruse. It's just going to keep those 2 players there. It's not really going to, turn any of the rotations through. You can see that Beck is still kind of floating around. He's thinking there might be a bit of a mid-split. Alucard with a great shot to start things off. Some good trades back, and there we go. ROC just load the kill feed so quickly, so fearless, and look at that. They lose one player, and then they just were able to find all 5 duels in their favor. So they just stay cool, calm, and collected, honestly, and unKnights, unfortunately, they fell for the bear trap.
Yeah, I mean, right now, for unKnights, this is the hard side for them against ROC Esports. They're probably one of the best teams we've seen on this side of the map, and the BL is just so challenging to shut down for them because when they go full force as a team, you're almost certainly getting a one and done at best against them, if anything. So for unKnights, it's all about making sure this GR setup is essentially flawless to make sure these trades go down perfectly in their favor. But for Slayer, he's going to take the solo challenge this time around, pushing his way up the catwalk by himself. A bit risky, though. Beck able to catch him early, along with that support from Kiko. And this is where ROC is going to play the numbers down game now, having 4 players grouped up towards B, but they're quickly going to back off and reset some of them towards mid.
Slow around indeed, and now Slayer going down. Actually, the top fragger here for ROC. ROC have shown us in the regular season they have a nice little bit of an execute on this, so that's exactly what they're going to do. A little bit more of an easy one. They're just going to go for the pop flash and just going to barrel on in. But Pietro does keep himself alive a little bit longer than I thought he was going to be able to. But now the question is, Beck is hot on the heels, and do they expect it? Snare had a bit of an inkling, but he still can't react to it fast enough. Now things are going to get a little bit more problematic right now for Totson. You can see he's posted up, he's waiting. But the C4 has to go down eventually. They still got 39 seconds to work with. unKnights are playing the patient game right now. They know that ROC are in more of the hot seat. They have to do something here. They have to go for the plant, or they have to go for these gunfights. Looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. They run right into the trap, and Beck's able to find that double kill. Nice read, good discipline from unKnights to be able to react to a situation like this. But ROC, they're going to still have the lead, but it's only going to be by 1 now.
Yeah, right now, it's only getting closer in this series, but ROC still maintains the lead throughout, and this is where unKnights need to try and show us they can get one back-to-back to really get themselves back into a fighting position here. Otherwise, it's still going to be a 2-round spread if ROC Esports is able to pick up another. They do take a lot of early utility damage here, though, Horus especially, down to about half, and Alucard is going to be on the other side of this one, just holding off that catwalk position. Has to be ready for the counter flash, though. Still able to get one before the trades come through. It actually is Beck again who saves the day for his team. Able to find 2 big headshots there. And, of course, Kiko and Alucard rotating in to get the job done. So, honestly, the round's looking better and better for unKnights here. We're all tied up, and this one's anyone's to take away now.
Yeah, it really is. It really is kind of like wide open once again. This is a question if, unKnights were going to be able to, we talk about their GR side, but there's a question if they were going to be able to still show that, true colors and the dominance that we've seen before on a map like this. And a team like ROC, on the BL side can be just so relentless and so scary. So either way, unKnights are proving that they still got some fight left in them to bring it to a tie game situation. And unKnights are playing a 2-1-2, leaving here Beck again, just kind of floating in towards GR spawn around mid doors. And the rest is just going to be turtled up for the defense. ROC going to be able to get this long A control for free, so that's going to be Snare. Hoping to be able to find something. And this might even just be the 1-3-1 split right now. So this is where you're going to see a couple players on Cat, maybe going to be able to utilize this and find an opening. Because right now, Alucard, he is posted up here with the as well in A, but Beck now has some good intel. He's been able to spot some bodies. He took some damage, but his life is still intact.
Yeah, right now with a minute on the clock, you can tell ROC Esports are still eager to lean in towards this A-bomb site. Pietro trying to get that kill through the mid doors onto Horus, not quite able to find anything from it just yet. But now this is where they're going to have to make their move, and it's going to be up A long, actually, with the majority of the team for ROC, but Pietro finds the first here. Totson able to get the trade as they take control of the A bomb site, but Alucard, he is stuck here in this position. He's got to have at least a kill here before going down, and he's going to find himself actually 2 and maybe the round along with it. Alucard, what a way to hold on and put unKnights in front.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. And unKnights are, again, this wasn't even their map pick, and they're looking like they, again, still can put up some big fighting numbers. I was questioning a map like this if they could do something, but very close encounter. Now ROC getting a little bit more tested. Things aren't as easy as what we saw in Ankara, but now close encounters. Some deep discussions now between these teams. I think it's going to actually be a timeout if I'm not mistaken. There we go. Yeah, and ROC, honestly, I don't mind this. I think, you know, considering that this is going back and forth a little bit here on the second half, they just need to clean things up. A good conversation with the coach as well, just to be able to, you know, chit-chat about some good things that are happening, some things that need to be improved on. But I'm loving what I'm seeing from unKnights, especially from Beck. Like, I really am impressed to see his calling, his, you know, the strategy he's bringing into this, but also his performance as well. Like, he is really, really stepped things up and realizing there is a lot at stake here. So I love this is where we talk about playoffs and who's going to show up, and an IGL like that to be popping off with big numbers, you absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, right now, unKnights, this is the perfect position for them to be in. They've got the lead for the first time in a while, and they've only got themselves a couple more rounds needed to seal the deal on tying the series, and then they would follow it up going into their map pick as the next one. So really good comeback potential here if they can find their way through Black Widow. But as we've seen with ROC Esports, it is not an easy path to close out a map against them. So this is where this pause time is going to be pretty critical here for unKnights to do just as much thinking about what ROC might throw their way, because honestly, I feel like even on the second map, ROC Esports, they've had the better shots. They're just playing a little bit too loose strategically on this one.
Yeah, I kind of want to see things getting a little bit more tight on for ROC. Like, I feel like they're kind of playing. We're noticing a lot that they like to play this like default-ish setup. I noticed that they normally like to go for executes, what we saw in the regular season. But even if they go for that, I kind of want them to do it a little bit quicker. It feels like they're still taking things a little bit too loose for my liking personally, just given like how we know they like to play. They're a very structured team, so I'd like to see some of that structure coming through. Fist bump's going to happen now, so it looks like we're going right back into the action. But now it's a big question of, you know, what's going to be improved from either of these teams, right? I think, you know, unKnights are showing that their setups are not too bad. A little bit of reliance on some of the firepower, but it looks like that firepower is really starting to warm up. But now for ROC, they need a round to bring things back to a tie game. Otherwise, unKnights are putting themselves in a 2-round lead.
It all comes down to what the decisions will be coming out of this pause from ROC, and you can see they want to put a lot of aggression over towards A. Totson lurking by himself in the B connector. At this point, though, they're just slowly easing into it. There's the pop flash. Unfortunately, it's going to flash a couple of teammates in the process, setting up unKnights for a nice little swing and pick, and that's going to be a 4-for-0 exchange. Slayer left alone now, a 1 versus 5 to try and deal with this, but there's no way out of that corner for Slayer, and unKnights take their biggest lead of this series so far.
Yeah, biggest surprise for me. Like, I really was like wondering, you know, I felt like this is going to be, I felt like this was going to be more of a wash. I felt like ROC were really going to be able to show a lot of dominance on this, but that's where I was kind of surprised they went for a pick like this, but it makes sense, right? With the BL5, they didn't really want to play Mexico. I get it, but unKnights are really showing us that they've done some good preparation on this. The GR side, like them getting as many rounds as they did on the BL has allowed them to just make themselves in a lead position right now. So now ROC, a team that has been very known for, like, when their backs are on the boards, they can, you know, make the comeback happen, but we'll see if they can do it here when it matters the absolute most. This isn't regular season anymore. No mistakes can happen. And you can see, I think that's even Pietro. He's pushed himself in mid-door. He's getting a little bit aggressive, and unfortunately, he can't seem to find any advantage with it. Instead, it's going to be ROC that's going to be able to find themselves a decent duel, still giving them a nice man advantage. But what do they want to go for this? unKnights now going to need to scramble a different defensive setup.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough one here, but Beck able to find two just about there, actually. Horus somehow gets out with his life, so it is still a 3-on-3, but a 1 HP 3-on-3 for Horus, so he's going to have to be really, really careful here. Maybe he even grabs that from Slayer to see what he can do, but it's actually Horus. 1 HP not going to stop him in that fight. He's able to take down Beck. Slayer very low on HP as well. Kiko just goes for the full rotation here. Him and Jin trying to hold on to this round, but Horus, he is somehow kicking in this one. And if he gets another kill with 1 HP, that's just going to be a devastating blow to the player who hit him for 99.
Yeah, the fact that, Slayer is so low, this is going to make it a little bit more challenging, but decent duel from Jin. Now he's just going to be able to stay alive as long as he can, but unfortunately he gets overwhelmed now. And this is a tough one, Kiko. Full HP, a nade. If he can get this nade placement perfectly... Oh man, Snake, he caught that. I was going to say if that was Horus, he would have been dead, and this would have been a 1v1 guaranteed. But Kiko now... He's wounded a player. Horus, the skin of his teeth, surviving by 1 HP. Time is ticking. Kiko needs to be able to find this swing. He needs to get this connection onto Snake as much as possible. You can see Snake trying to bounce around, but there it is. Headshot going to be commenced, and there we go. ROC right back into this game. And not a big lead going to happen yet from unKnights.
Yeah, honestly, a crazy round there. Horus getting 2 kills on 1 HP, and just barely they're able to hang on and grab it. And now it's going to come down to this mid-duel, Alucard versus Slayer. But Slayer, he's able to win it. A nice 5-on-4 to kick off the round. And now they can put that extra little bit of pressure towards the A-bomb side. Slayer pushes alone, though. A bit of a surprise there. Him and Jin able to find a couple kills, though, for Kiko as well there. And now it's on to the B push. ROC going to go ahead and full force their way through and look to try and get another post plant set up on this B bomb site. Jin, the only player who can really put a stop to it, but the smoke screen is going to make this next to impossible. But there's already a full rotation in place in ROC Esports. They're just unprepared completely for that rotation, and it leaves Snare in a bit of a bind here. He's going to be spotted out through the window, able to find himself one, though. He knows there's a player underneath, but the rotation there from Beck might actually net them the round here. He's able to sneak up into the corner and get Kiko tucked away under the B staircase, so it's a really, really strong positional setup now. But Snare, he still has the ability to hit these shots, but not this time around. Again, Beck makes sure they take this one away.
Man, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. And this is what we always talked about in terms of the playoffs. How things can really just get a big change. And now for a 9-7, something I was wondering, what unKnights were going to be able to bring into this. It looks like it may be even a map win to making this a 1-1 split. And now ROC, a lot of work cut out for them. They're going to play a very, very slow stance on this. They're expecting some kind of aggression, and not a bad read because it was Pietro. He was the one that was trying to see what he can get away with, but unfortunately it's the Grave. It's a quick sleep for him now. So ROC have put themselves in the 5-on-4 advantage early on this round, but what are they going to do with it? That's the biggest question. Where do they want to capitalize this slightest advantage?
Yeah, for ROC, they do have the numbers set up towards B to go in for the quick execution. They've already got Snare as well, starting to lurk out towards mid, so they do have a good grasp on this round. It's really only Jin holding on to the B bomb side, but they have to be careful. He's got an OM positioned right on the B door, and it is going to be held pretty safe here, but if they can flash him out of position, there should be a pretty free chance to take this bomb site. You can see Snare starting to throw a little bit of a fake over towards A, throws some utility up the catwalk. Jin, though, able to find the first kill. Back on the rotation, gives them the opportunity now to potentially take this map after all. Horus looking for the cross here. He's going to get the smoke screen down so he can safely move his way through underneath the window, but Jin is already going to be on the other side of it, but they still have the setup in store for the post plant.
This is a tough one now, and even Snake, Beck's doing a good job just to distract them a little bit here too. But now he's going to get taken out. Now the question is, what are we going to see from the 3 remaining players from unKnights? They're grouped up together, but look at this. It's kind of a bit of a triangle fight that they have to go for, but they're able to find it. So now they made some connections, and now all of a sudden, Horus is by himself. He has to be the clutch factor. Everybody's wounded. It's all about just hitting one shot and somebody's dead. 8 seconds remaining. Horus just hoping to rely on the time, but Horus will be able to save the day, and ROC Esports will stay alive in map number 2 for the time being.
It's not over till it's over. Horus, what a beautiful 1v3 to keep the dream alive here on Black Widow. ROC Esports 1 round away from taking this one into an overtime to potentially still hold on to an uncontested series score for themselves, but it's going to come down to this final round in regulation to see if they can do just that. Horus going to be spotted out, taken down by Beck. Kiko with some solid spray down as well as Beck here, and it's going to be the map along with it. Nobody falls. It's a 10-8 victory on map number 2 for unKnights. Both teams now winning each other's first map pick.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. I was definitely not expecting this, but like I said, when I was looking at the vetoes, I was a little bit surprised in the sense of, like I said, seeing this pick coming through for ROC. Like I didn't really expect it to happen. Like I was just like, well, they're not bad on it, but I thought unKnights, they haven't been the greatest, but there definitely was still a huge fighting chance on it, and that's it. So now we're going to be with a split here of a 1-1, and honestly, not a bad showcase here from unKnights. And like I said, Beck putting himself in probably the MVP of that map, in my opinion. Alucard had himself some really good effect as well of getting that Omen to work. Not the same effect like Snare, but I think, he was able to hold things down when he needed to, but nonetheless, still really, really exciting, because that's what we were wondering, if this was going to be a 2-all wash right away, or can unKnights be able to cause some kind of a, I don't want to call it an upset, but some sort of a way to come back into this game. And now, with a 1-1 split, this thing is wide open still.
Yeah, honestly impressive from unKnights, especially considering how one-sided that first map looked. But we are going to go ahead and throw it to the desk to break things down and get us ready for map number 3.
Thank you again, Kyle and Laz, for all the hard work. Much appreciated, to say the least. What do you think? Like, this looks like it's gonna go to a game 5.
Now we've got ourselves a series, because as I told you, Black Widow, it was a wild card for ROC Esports. They are not that good, as I said. It's a map that they usually avoided.
Yeah.
But they started preparing to play only against unKnights, because they thought that unKnights couldn't be that good in Black Widow based on the past performance.
The previous history,
so,
yeah.
but now these guys are good. And as I said, Beck, I mentioned Beck's M4 in Black Widow, and he's the guy who popped off. It's 2.0 KD. Beck single-handedly took
I feel like
unKnights.
when we looked at the cameras, Beck was the most person who looked locked in, to say the least. And Kiko was
be honest,
having
Alucard as
energy
well.
drinks, and Alucard, this is, in my opinion, if game 1 went very close between ROC and unKnights, and ROC managed to secure the win with a small gap, it wasn't that big. I really think game 3 and 4 is possibly gonna go either side, and then we're gonna have the final decider map, which I'm kind of curious how that's gonna pan out.
There's gonna be Compound, and Compound, it's one of the strongest maps for ROC Esports, by the way. So they kind of saved themselves for Compound in case it went to map 5. But talking about map 2, look at here, like Snare did all the job needed with his own in the first half, but coming into the second half, he struggled to find these entry frags, and he struggled to find the key kills that he used to get. Beck, on the other hand, he was consistent in both halves, so he played very good in Globers. He tried his best, and also in Blacklist he got the entries, and he got the mind game plays, and he got the wall banks that he needed, the retakes and everything. So ROC Esports, we cannot say that they came into this map, they are not favored. No, they were favored, but they still Black Widow for them after reforming and after the meta change. I said that ROC Esports usually avoided Black Widow. They only played it for unKnights, and now they lost it.
I mean, they did lose it, but that's the best part about having playoffs is that it's a best of 5 game to say the least, and that makes it way more challenging mentally, physically, and in all aspects, right? Like, it's really hard to maintain your attention for like 2.5 hours of intense gaming. Even it must be difficult for us and the casters. But nonetheless, we are CrossFire fans, and so is our casters, and we love this game so much to the point that it doesn't even feel like a job when we're just watching a game like this.
Yes.
I mean, just watching the highlights
Really
alone is so
interesting, yes.
amusing and entertaining.
Yeah, it's really interesting to watch these two teams playing, and just to mention these two teams, I said they are always very close to each other. It's only the regional finals 2024 where ROC destroyed unKnights on this series, but unKnights usually putting the fight to the end. They usually fight to the end. Usually we see them till the last map. In the best of 3 they come to the third map, but they cannot close the game. They have problems in closing the game.
Yeah.
In the best of 5 they come to the 5th map, but they still can't close the game. Maybe this day, maybe tonight, they can win it and they can close the game and they can close the series and go to the grand finals to play versus Anubis.
I mean, that would be a dream for some Egyptians, to say the least, you know, watching two formidable OG teams playing against each other. But I do not want to single out unKnights. I have to make some kind of Hail Mary for unKnights, because they did just win game 2, and I really think there's going to be a lot of intense crossfire in the next few minutes once the game starts. I mean, look at the set summary. Compare this one to last game. You can tell it's just a mental game, right? I feel like ROC after game 1 kind of put the gas off the pedal a little bit, you know.
Or
and
maybe
now
unKnights just push it hard.
Pushed more, yeah.
Yes.
I agree.
And as I said, unKnights, okay, first map was for them as a, let's say, as a warming up, because this was not unKnights that we know. They played really slow. They started very slow, but I guess they came back and now they are into the playoffs, and now we have a series and these guys can fight, and you can never expect who's going to be winning, but I think it might go to map 5.
Yeah, let's go to game 3. Black Widow it is. Take it away, casters.
It is that time, another game 3 on our hands and another tie in a series as well. So 1-1 the score, and now it comes down to who's going to close this third map and maybe get themselves enough momentum to take the series here. ROC Esports really dominant on map 1, kind of letting it slip there on map number 2. But for unKnights, kind of like what the desk was saying, Laz, it feels like they're finally hitting that full stride we were waiting to see after the first map.
Yeah, definitely. It felt like, you know, that they were able to get themselves a little bit brushed off on the first map. I was kind of wondering if it was going to be a short tail here and it could be a 3-0 on the docket, but that's not the case at all. Now we get to go into port, which is going to be interesting because this is unKnights pick, which I don't know how you feel about this, Kyle, because I know unKnights historically have been pretty decent on this, but at the same breath, I feel like this is a pretty strong map for ROC, though. Like, I wouldn't say it's their best map, but I would say this is a pretty strong map in the top 3, that I would say. So this is kind of a bold one, because if unKnights can find it, I mean, you're going to be moving over to Eagle Eye, which I think I would still put an advantage for ROC. So really, this one's interesting just because if unKnights can find the win, I think this could spell out a 5-mapper.
It's a tough map, but Totson makes it look easy here in the B tunnels. Big triple kill to get it started, and now Alucard and Beck are left alone, but these are the two players who've been key all day long for unKnights' success so far. Beck only able to find one before going down to Alucard. That nade gonna finish the job very quickly, and that is where this map is so difficult. The GR side has a lot of advantages, and one of those is this angle you see Totson just annihilating them with in the B tunnels.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, too, that was actually the ace for him as well. So not a bad way to get this thing started off, indeed. So ROC going to, you know, get themselves a round win. They're going to get Totson the full ace. So not bad at all. And Totson's been very vocal. You can see it on the cams. He's getting excited. He's definitely one of those guys that rides on the good vibes and the momentum. Like, we even saw that a lot in, you know, the summer champs, things like that. Like, definitely a player that when the momentum's good and the vibes are strong, like, that's when he's starting to perform really, really well. But now, we'll see if they can keep those good vibes going, because now Snake's actually going to use the smoke to investigate a little bit in mid right now. unKnights are going to be able to get themselves this short control, leaving the rest of the players here on the back of mid. So Beck is going to be the leading charge on this. They might even try to potentially even sneak through mid. They might even just try to commit fully on A. But Snake in this position, the smoke's going to dissipate eventually. He's going to have to be careful. He decides he wants to commit to this or he's going to fall off. unKnights now going for a bit of an execute. This is a bit of an awkward one. Snake does get eaten alive on this one, but now Horus and Totson, look at that. They just load it up easy. Not even going to break a sweat at all. Pietro, he's been very quiet so far in the playoffs, but it's not quiet over here on ROC. They're going to be able to find themselves a secondary round win.
Yeah, not too bad when you're talking about 8 kills in the first 2 rounds for Totson, but it's going to be hard to maintain that pace. But even then, with the rest of ROC behind you, it's looking really good to start this one off. And this is where I think it goes to show you how much value ROC Esports has on this GR side. But Kiko, again, able to find himself a nice opener, but it's still a tough team to crack on this GR side, especially with Slayer and Snare, both with the Om in hand. And Totson continues to make magic happen here. A nice nade kill on to Kiko. Settles the score early on here. And honestly, I think even though this wasn't their map pick necessarily, this is a ROC map all day long for me. And especially when you talk about this level of team, getting the GR side, I think, is way more important for these 2 teams than picking the map.
Yeah, I agree. No, I definitely agree. Like I said, I didn't think this was like a top map for them, but it's still a map they're very competitive on. And I would still probably put as like one of their top 3, like just considering. But here for the CFWL teams, we know that compound is definitely their bread and butter. That's the home cooked meal. That's the comfort food, comfort map, I should say. But either way, them being on the GR side is definitely going to allow them to feel a little bit better being on a map like this, the pick of unKnights. But now we have to see unKnights and what they want to do with this, because again, like being down already Kiko, like one of your star riflers, he's going to be gone. You still got Alucard on the table. But right now, this defense is going to be split up, a 2-1-1. And unKnights are going to group up. They're just going to get into B house now. You can see Slayer. Like, again, you don't ever get to see him with an Om very often. Okay, that's going to work. And okay, Slayer finds himself one more. Why not? Are they going to expect Totson? Oh, Totson, a little bit of sleep. Dozing off a little bit now with 30 seconds remaining. The rotate's coming through. They still got Snare alive. But this is tough. The smoke's going to get thrown. That might be able to buy them a little bit more time. But back for a big swing with a double hit. And they're right back into this.
Yeah, honestly, Beck just picking the right position there to hold on to in the post plant. And now ROC Esports, they're going to have to respond to their first lost round of the map here. And this is where unKnights has a chance to change the pace. If they can quickly tie this game, it's still anybody's for the taking. But if you start to let the GR side run away with it, this one can slip really quickly. So at this point for ROC, it's just going to be about locking things down and keeping that extra pressure onto unKnights, who are playing pretty reserved so far on their BL side. This time you can see they're just looking for either a B long or a mid pick here to get the ball rolling, but ROC Esports playing very reserved.
Yeah, they're going to be a little bit more composed on this one. Not a bad thing at all, but you know, again, they still have, I believe that's Horus. Yeah, he's going to be boosted up on the just on the long box here. Not necessarily going to go for the short control, but again, just going to try to play a little bit of a high ground position. And unKnights now, they're going to be grouped up into mid. Slow and steady once again. All 5, no lurking. Double going to be in mid. They're going to just go for the old pop here. Decent nade. Yeah, that's a great nade. I think that was actually thrown from Snare, so that actually lands beautifully. Some good damage already. Another one going to get thrown. And there you go. Horus is able to get that communication. He says, yep, they're all here. You guys are right. Good inkling on this. Good spidey senses. And now the rotate's coming through. And look at that. ROC. They've been able to just maneuver around this entire round and making it really uncomfortable for unKnights. And now they're starting to scramble.
Yeah, unKnights forcing their way back into the B tunnels isn't going to work out for too long. Totson able to hit one there. It's going to be Alucard going down. Pietro and Kiko trying to fight for their chance to survive in this round. It's Pietro, good for a first on the entry, quickly traded down there. And it's all going to be on to Kiko. A 1-on-3 finds himself the first, almost the second there. I'm surprised he wasn't able to connect on Snare, but the C4 still being down in this situation. 10 seconds on the clock. There's just no way he can take that fight comfortably, and ROC Esports make it a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, and this is what ROC were doing really well in the very beginning, right? I mean, this is when they were able to get themselves some good starts, but it kind of feels like it slows down, right? They hit a bit of the freeze button, and now unKnights are going to get more aggressive. They're going to try to just barrel in, and they are, and there it is. That's Kiko. That's the one we wanted to see. This is the guy to be able to find this double. So now, guns a-blazing, and now Horus is trying to be able to cut things off, maybe. But now he's actually going to take the long route. He's expecting somebody deep in mid, and right now, this could be a decent play. He might be able to get this noise information as well. But unKnights are going to take the long route. They're going to go all the way back. They're going to go through long A. Horus has a decent inkling on this. This might be a full retake scenario right now for ROC. Because you can see unKnights, they're not messing around. They're not going to have lurks. They're just going to commit to this all 4 units of the players remaining.
Yeah, after the peek there, Horus is going to have the full indicator. It's an A-bomb site hit. He'll have a quick flank already in position on A long, but it's going to be up to Snare and Snake as well to get things rolling. Horus able to find the first kill onto Alucard. That's a huge one to find here. No on the table now for the unKnights post plan, and you can see the rotators starting to reposition here to support Snake on this retake angle. Snake gets another through the smoke, and now Pietro needs a big play here, and he might just find it. Takes down Snake, and it's going to be Beck to find another. Horus down to the 1v1 versus Beck for the round. Only 10 seconds to make a move, and Horus knows he has to take this fight almost instantly. And Beck, the patience is there, but not patient enough. It's going to come down to a half second on the clock, but he still gets the defuse for ROC Esports.
Oh man, look at how excited they are too. This is kind of getting revitalized. These guys are right back into the winning ways. Like you said, it was just a really unfortunate circumstance here for unKnights. Surely that just needed to wait like 1 more second, and that could have been their round, but just a little bit over antsy in a situation like this. But now things are getting really, really tough. Things are really becoming a problem. ROC now put themselves in a gigantic lead with a 4-1, and unKnights, for a map pick of theirs, this is looking like it might be a bit of a blunder. This one's looking a little rotten right now. And right now, Totson has put himself at 10 kills already, top ranking the entire server. And Pietro does give himself a little bit of a nice opening duel. Snare getting a little bit over-committed, but a trade back immediately. So a little bit of a weird encounter, but now you can see the double player at A. They might get tested on this. unKnights teasing the idea. They're not even committed to this. They're just kind of playing around with the idea. They're just kind of toying the idea of maybe going towards that A hit.
Yeah, for ROC Esports right now, it does put that pressure onto this mid hold, but they're going to do nicely. Horus and Slayer each finding a kill. The C4 downed on top of it. Now Jin and Kiko, they're going to try and force a play themselves. The Snake nade might get the job done from Jin. There you go. It is going to be a nice nade kill there to make it a little bit more attainable. Now Kiko might run into trouble with Jin here. Horus and Totson go for the wide swing, but it's actually going to be met with a nice little spray down here. Totson, though, back in business, able to find himself a nice kill onto Jin. But Kiko, he's able to scoop up the C4 and now has the opportunity to go for the full rotation.
Kiko now. Where does he want to go with this? In a position like this now, he's going to be able to get this plan. I was wondering if he was actually going to commit to it right away or if he actually wanted to do a little bit of investigating, but instead he's going to try to get aggressive, and actually he wins that fight. Surprisingly, Slayer can't seem to land the shot. No matter. Leave it to Totson again to put himself in higher digits, able to put himself in a clutch factor, and now allowing ROC to put themselves at a 5-1 scoreline. Now things are starting to ramp up. These guys, they're not cruising in cruise control anymore. These guys are putting themselves in a little bit more of a higher gear. They want to get things done. They're frustrated that second map did not go their way. Now unKnights, they're going to just try to full send it. They're just going to try to rush on into this. And actually, it looks like it might be enough just for them to get in the site. But unless Snake can do something, oh my dear goodness, Snake is able to find the 3. And look at that excitement all over the board.
Yeah, just plays after plays for these ROC Esports player. If it's not one of them, it's the other here. This time it's Snake with a beautiful triple kill. You thought for sure that Totson was going to be able to hang on in the beginning, but he didn't even need to here. And now ROC Esports, it's feeling like map number 1 all over again. They've cranked up the heat. The pressure is on unKnights, and they're just not finding any success here. Pietro as well, already down early in this one, makes it much more difficult to try and handle for unKnights as well. They really need to find some sort of a pick to answer back with, but for ROC, they want to continue to keep this pressure onto unKnights. They just want to weigh them down and quickly move themselves into a potential map point situation here so they can move forward strong. But for unKnights, we saw them on Ankara. They brought it back to a much closer game. Maybe we'll see more of the same here as well.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe, but this is like the ROC that, you know, again, I think was everybody's expectation. Like I said, I mean, the number 2 team going into the playoffs, you know, a big expectation for a team like this to be making playoffs, but was wondering what kind of performance we were going to get from them, and now maybe decent nades going to get thrown, but not going to connect onto him necessarily, but instead ROC will be able to find it. Now Snake putting himself in a good position here, tight angle, and now unKnights, just under a minute remaining, they have to make a play on this. They're going to go for the 2-2. They're trying to cause a little bit of distraction against Snare, but they got Horse equipped with the Om too. But look at that. Even with him going down, Snake quickly onto this and putting himself maybe in the triple kill. Jin critically low, not able to find any sort of success. And look at that. Beautiful play we're starting to see from ROC Esports. These guys are trying to make a statement right now.
It's working. 7-1. Very, very strong performance here on this third map so far. An 8-1 victory. It's basically over at that point if they can grab that on the half. So for unKnights, they really need to find anything they can out of this final round in the first half. Beck trying to find anything here in mid that could net them an early kill, but ROC Esports, I really like this setup. Aggressive in the B tunnels, passive over on the A bomb site. Snake, you give him a box shot with the M4, he seems to be good to go all map long here. So it's going to come down to the execution. Here comes the push. Kiko, good for the entries with Jin. Totson able to find that late trade on the lurker over towards the midsection here, but Horus is already in position. Horus, not every day you see him with an on, but he's able to find at least one before going down. Totson looking to try and be the hero again for his team, but only good for one. Snake, can he do it again? Yet another clutch needed to take this half 8-1, and he's going to spot Pietro and Jin early on. He knows where they're playing this one from, but he has only a smoke to work with in this situation, so he's going to go ahead and throw that down really early. But you can see how much hesitation there really is in planting this bomb. unKnights, they want to just take the fight right to him, but Snake, he's got the position. That is a massive half now for ROC Esports.
Yeah, man, you definitely nailed it on the head of the nail there, is the fact that, you know, it just feels like unKnights, they're really overthinking it. They're very hesitant what they want to do. Like, even in this play right here, like, that's the position where they could have gotten the plant, but they were so worried that he was close on by. They wanted to make sure they can clear things off. But my goodness, an 8-1, what a statement to be able to put themselves in for the first half. And now ROC are just, again, trying to speed run through this. They want to be done this. They thought that, you know what, we should have been able to have a 3-0. They want to try to get back into this with a 3-1. And look at that. It is just a field day. It's just target practice right now. The Alm is just making full connections right now. Totson has put himself at 15 kills. And it's been a very rough road right now for any unKnights fans. Because, again, we just haven't been able to see much life of them.
Yeah, definitely a bit worse for wear. unKnights, they've got Pietro and Kiko on next to nothing for health. Jin under half now as well after a quick fight towards Snake. And this is really looking like a bit of an unwinnable situation here. Snare able to find a nice one. Totson takes down Kiko, and just like that, it's already a 9-1 game. Blink and you'll miss it here because ROC Esports is ready to go to map 4.
Yeah, they really are. And that's the thing, like, we stressed this a lot in the very beginning of the opening series here for today, was like, look, like, when we talk about best of threes, you know, versus best of fives. Like, that's what we're kind of seeing. We're still in the early part of this. Like, this is only map number 3. And right now, I mean, it looks like unKnights, they just look deflated. There isn't really anything at all. This was their pick nonetheless, too. So, the fact that we're sitting at a 9-1 in favor for ROC, you know, I thought this might have been the scoreline potentially on a map like Ankara, but I never would have in my days thought it would be a map like this. unKnights have just looked defeated. And I mean, this is asking a lot. You need 8 rounds in a row to push overtime. Like, that is, I don't think I've ever seen that personally, Kyle. Maybe you have in the history, but I know for me, like, that is a lot of rounds to get back into a game.
Yeah, it's a rarity. It has happened 1 or 2 times, but I don't think it's happening this time. The way this ROC Esports roster has been playing, it's just on another level in this third map. And it's not even just one person. Sure, Totson had a great start, but now everybody is rallying here to get this one across the line for ROC Esports. And now unKnights are just unsure of what they want to do in this situation. But Beck, he's going to get a little bit active here, goes for the kill, takes the Snake, a nice way to get the round started. And now you're going to see the rest of ROC Esports grouping their way up towards this B bomb side. It's going to put that pressure onto Kiko and Pietro. Beck swinging in for the support as well. So they've got 3 potential defenders here on this bomb site. Pietro actually backs off at maybe an inopportune moment, but Kiko holds for 2. Could it be enough? Maybe not if Totson has something to say about it. The 2v4 quickly taken down to a 2-on-2 situation. Alucard looking for anything he can on the other side of this bomb plant. Jin sneaks out, though, out of the B barn onto the back of the site already, but Snare, look at this angle. He has a chance to fight it, but no, it's actually unKnights who swoop in and stay alive at least for a moment longer.
Look, I mean, I know, you know, if Jordan was here right now, he'd be chirping me because I always say this stat is that whatever team is on map point, I swear, like the win percentage following that it's got to be under like 10%. Like, no team is ever able to close things out. And I was thinking that too, like, maybe there's this chance that stat can be moved a little bit. Maybe there can be a little bit of a change in the water, but no. You know, ROC, unfortunately, with a 9-1, they couldn't be able to get things done with that big of a performance. But for unKnights, at least now they can, you know, get themselves a little bit of a short breath on this. But again, we were talking multiple rounds needed to push to an overtime situation. It's been done before, like you said, but that is it feels like it's an impossible task, just considering the way that we've been able to see ROC play in this game thus far in this series. And now unKnights, could that be enough for them to feel like, you know, rejuvenated, for them to be able to back into fighting ways like what we saw on map number 2? I don't know.
Yeah, this is an uphill battle to say the least here for unKnights on map number 3, and you can see ROC Esports just slowly working their way towards the A bomb site. They've got Horus put up in the A connector, and you can see Snare as well, trying to see if he can sneak his way into a quick fight on mid. It's going to be Jin on the other side of that fight, looking to see if he can maybe catch them off guard, but ROC instead scoops up the bomb to group up for a mid hit. This is going to be a good play, I think, here, because Beck has his back turned most of the time, isn't ready for the angle, checks right on time, though, and Jin going to try and hold for a little bit longer, but it's not actually going to work out too well. 2-on-3 now for Snake and Slayer. Kiko will be stuck here on the back of the B-bomb site, but Snake, he's still going to have this mid control to work with. You can see Slayer wants to recontest here in mid, potentially to take this fight on to Alucard, but Snake, he's already out on the A bomb site, might actually even get the backstab here. If he can catch Alucard early, this is still a winnable situation for ROC, and he's going to find him here. Now Kiko and Pietro are stuck playing a full retake.
Yeah, this is not good at all, so the plant's going to get done pretty easily. Kind of wide open on the top of the tower, so this is a decent position, but now with the time remaining and the 2-2, like, what do they want to go for? 6 bullets in the chamber. Slayer not going to be able to go for this aggro play. Instead, he's still kind of jiggling it. Oh, wow, he gets punished immediately. So full face of lead. Now Snake needs to come alive, needs to be able to find the clutch factor to finally close this thing down. But no, it's going to be Kiko to keep them in this game, putting himself at a 15-11 scoreline, trying to go for the top fragging abilities in this server. We were talking about who's going to be able to step up from unKnights. It's the young gun here on the bottom left corner of your screen. And he's trying to make some magic happen. Round by round, unKnights are not giving up at all right now. They want to keep themselves in this. They want to push this thing to overtime.
Yeah, right now, they've got a little bit of momentum, but for unKnights, all it takes is one small mistake to cost them the map at this point. So they've got to be extremely careful how they take each and every round here. This time, though, it is ROC Esports playing pretty safe, looking for the early pick in the hands of Snare potentially here, who's just aggressively peeking on the mid bridge, trying to catch an early player, and Jin makes the mistake of getting caught off guard a little bit too early. Now they've got the numbers to work with and a potential to close this one out.
Yeah, and Alucard might get tested now. This is where we have to see what he's going to be able to bring to the table. This is the first one. Finds himself that secondary, so takes down Snare, but look at that. The rifles, they start to sing a beautiful lullaby right now. And unKnights are going to sleep. And there we go. This could be it. This could be all that's going to be done here. unKnights looking like their map pick might be a bit of a backstab. A 1-on-4 for Kiko. With 34 seconds remaining on the clock, he has to do some kind of magical play. He needs to be able to do something so miraculous to keep them still alive. This isn't even able to win the game. This is just continuing on their round-by-round wins, but unKnights, they might just have to push things over to the final map here, and there we go. ROC is going to be able to get it done. Big celebrations, a nice victory for them, now putting themselves in a 2-1 status here in this best of 5, and they only need one more to close this thing off to go to the grand final.
Yeah, biggest map of the day we've seen so far from any team, and what a time to pull it out for ROC Esports. I mean, you had Totson picking up 10 kills in the first 3 rounds. Just overall, though, incredible performances from all of ROC Esports. When you have a shutout like that, it puts a lot of pressure onto unKnights to see what they can do next, especially to think their entire season, Laz, might come down to Eagle Eye now.
Yeah, and that's such a heart-wrenching status, right? I mean, the fact that we're even talking about, Eagle Eye has to be the map that keeps, unKnights alive in this best of 5. But for any ROC fans, I mean, they're definitely going to be, licking the lips a little bit. They're definitely going to think like, look, this is a really good chance for ROC to close things off here with a 3-1. But you never know. I mean, we saw so far in this series, like each map pick hasn't really looked that great. I mean, maybe that's the case here. We saw that unKnights, they went for the pick of Port, kind of backfired, wasn't really the best map in the world. Maybe Eagle Eye is going to get anti-strata. Maybe unKnights have been able to realize that it was going to be in the map pool. They knew that it was going to be on the docket, but that's where we're just going to have to see with this couple minute of a break. We're going to let the desk kind of talk through this and get some insight. So take it away.
So much Laz and Kyle, man. I mean, 2-1, and excuse me, before this match started, I said Black Widow. That was a complete error, unprofessional error on my part. Yeah, going into game 4, what do you think?
Let's talk about map 3. How it was very strong map from ROC Esports. I spoke with Horus before the playoffs, and I asked him if there is one map unKnights didn't want to play versus you in such map, what map can be? And he told me Port, because their Port is really on point and they usually clutch when it comes to Port. And we saw Totsin, how Totsin did very good in tunnels, in B tunnels, how he's grabbing the kills, multi-frag versus multi-frag, and he's just complete devastating team of unKnights team. Why? Because he usually having Barn and BC is one of the most important parts of Port, but Totsin didn't allow unKnights at all to go into this part, and he didn't allow them. And look at the stats, man.
Yeah,
look how Totsin played very good.
Was going hype as
2.2 KD.
He was doing exceptionally well.
Yes.
I want to highlight that the last 2 games, the scoreline was very similar or near each other, but now it's 3-10. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with unKnights, but I'm pretty sure that they need to reassess, reevaluate, and try to go to a best of 5, because that's their only chance at this point. Now it's 2-1, ROC's at match point.
Yeah, as you said, and as also Kyle said, that this is the biggest score that we've ever got today. and it's unKnights versus ROC, which is usually ending with draw. As I told you, ROC was able to win 5 series before. unKnights were able to only to win 2 series. One of them is 2023 group stage, is an invitational tournament. It's only group stage, and then they lost to CBL in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And now they have another playoffs after the 2 playoffs that they played in 2024, and still ROC is very close of closing the game. 10-3 gives you big momentum when going into Eagle Eye. By the way, Eagle Eye is picked by ROC, if I believe. So yeah, we know that Black Widow was picked by ROC also, but Eagle Eye is completely different because ROC is one of the strongest teams. ROC and GG is one of the strongest teams that they are playing Eagle Eye right now. And unKnights, they were the first team to play Eagle Eye, by the way, in the competitive scene, and they were the first team that putting effort into Eagle Eye. But ROC has very talented players in Eagle Eye, such as Snare on A side and Horus.
Yeah,
Horus in the hotel. So it is a tough situation for unKnights, but it's not the hardest ever, and they can come back to it because, as we see, first map Ankara, it was 10-5. If you watch this map, you would say that it's gonna be 3-0, and then unKnights come in a style, in a fashion, in a devastating way, and they destroy ROC and Black Widow. Also, it was ROC's pick, and now it's port and 10-3. But now it's match point, it's series point, it's the map that gets ROC to the finals, and the map that puts unKnights back to the comeback.
Yes, perfect. Very honest critique from you, Penguin. I couldn't agree with you more, to be honest, because it is crucial. It's not just about the prize pool. I would say, yeah, the prize pool is good for the organization and the players. But to me, if I was an esports player, which was my dream at some point, right, I would definitely be looking to secure leagues and series like this, because at the end of the day, right, all you have is your name, right, as an individual and as a group of friends. So it's very important, to say the least, that being able to win, come out first if you keep in mind, it wasn't called CrossFire West, right? If I'm not mistaken, it was called Elite League. Yeah. If it was Elite League, then we have to understand that now things have changed. The game has evolved. This is one of the newest series, to say the least. And now, to be the team that comes out on top, it's going to be super important to secure that.
Yeah, not only the West League, but you're talking about also the EWC, because this league is also qualifying for the EWC. Teams want to accumulate points between the 2 West League leagues, Season 1 and Season 2. Now you're in Season 1, you're in playoffs Season 1, you want to be accumulating points, you want to be going to the EWC, you want to be attending the first EWC for CrossFire. You don't want to miss this part. If it's a part of, like, if you're a CrossFire player or a professional player, the most important thing is to attend all these big events. One of them is the EWC and the CrossFire Stars Grand Finals at the end of the year.
Yeah, and even as an individual, if you think about it, right, you are loyal to your team, but at the end of the day, you might get drafted to some of the more competitive regions, so you never know, right? Anyways, let's take it back to our casters. I hope it's not match point, but we're gonna have to wait and see. I wish both teams the best of luck.
All right, this is what it all comes down to for unKnights. Their playoff hopes on the line here, and it's going to be Eagle Eye to decide their fate. So ROC coming off of the biggest map of the day. They've got all the momentum on their side here, Laz. But do you see the opportunity? Does unKnights, in your eyes, have a chance to take this to map 5?
Man, that's a tough one. It really is. Like, there's a part of me that is hopeful that we can push this thing to a full, map series or 5-map series. But I don't know. I just feel like the way we saw them play on this 3rd map, I don't know what happened to them, because, I think Penguin made a really good point, is that historically that's a map where unKnights, I was thinking they should have been able to get the W, but the fact that they looked the way they did on their pick on a map that they've been so prominent on, it just makes me wonder if maybe things are just too high strung, maybe things are just not working out for them. So I'm going to think that ROC have themselves in a prime position for the 3-1, but I'll keep my small hopes for the underdog story.
Yeah, fair enough here. I mean, we've seen crazier things already on the day. And Alucard starts it off on the right foot here. Totson, he had an ace in the first round on port, but this time it's going to be no kills for him. Alucard getting a nice little shutdown, and now they've got the 5-on-4 advantage as they work control of mid to set up what looks like an ace split in the making. But ROC Esports, they still have a solid hold on the mid double doors here, and you can see Pietro almost getting run down there, but thankfully Jin secures a nice trade. Horus quickly grouping up for the backstab, though, and ROC Esports, even without the numbers, they still have some nice control over this bomb site. But Beck, again, always seeming to be the saving grace for this team, able to steal away the round.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. And this is, like I kind of said this in the very end of map number 3, where I was like, it's funny to think that, in terms of map picks, it's really just kind of been ignored, right? Like whoever picks the map, they don't win it. So that's where I was saying, like, there is a chance where unKnights, maybe, even though they picked Port and it didn't go the way, and now ROC picked this one, maybe unKnights have been able to do their homework. We'll have to wait and see. Now they're going to just fully execute into this A site. They're just going to run on in. They're going to try their best. And look at Pietro. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. He even finds the triple. He's been quiet. He said, I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving. A 5-on-2. And ROC now might be able to get themselves bounced back in this, because you can see Beck, he's going for the backstab. He's on the full hunt. He is looking for blood. They are frustrated. Look at this discipline. Oh, he's not even going to wait. He's just going to go for the duel, leaving it all down to Horus by himself. A 1-on-5 with some great shots, but it's not going to matter at all.
Yeah, great early start here from unKnights, and that's exactly what they need here. They need to have a decisive map if they want to think about taking this series away, because so far they've only won one that was pretty close and down to the wire, but the other 2 maps have gone heavy-handed in favor of ROC Esports. So at this point, it is going to be up to unKnights to continue this pacing, but this time around, it is going to be a little bit of a trade favor over towards the defenders. Jin now left alone in a 3-on-1 situation, but he still has a chance to win it after all. Takes down the first player, but Horus and Snare make this so hard to hold on to. But Jin, what is that headshot? Able to find himself 2 out of the 3, but not quite enough to seal the deal. ROC finally get their first on the board here for map 4.
Yeah, not bad at all. And this is kind of the thing where it's just been like a lot of back and forth, right? That's what we were kind of saying in some regard, in some points. But whew, that's a pretty nice shot, I'm not going to lie. Love that production's able to capture that. But now, ROC's back on the board, not bad at all. But Jin's put himself in really good numbers right now. I mean, 6-3. And he was, he had himself, unfortunately, a very, very low-performing map on the previous, but, again, that was a difficult one for them, all considered, right? So now he's starting to kick things up a little bit. Him and Pietro, the Silent Assassins, now putting themselves in a better position. And, I mean, Kyle, for your history, I mean, I feel like Eagle Eye, if I remember correctly, like, it was always kind of like a slightly GR-sided map. Would you say that's still kind of the case, just given the meta and where we're at now?
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty close to a 50-50 right now. It does lean, I think, slightly in favor of the GR side, but only by a little bit. But a lot of it just comes down to how the GR side's playing as well. ROC Esports, they play a little bit riskier than most teams as well on this side of the map. They go for a lot of aggressive plays, so it almost feels like a bit of a coin flip for them, because they're always going to contest no matter which side of the map they're on Eagle Eye. So for them at this point, they might need to take the pedal off the gas maybe just a little bit here. It's costing them, I think, a couple of these early rounds, and already we see a 3-1 on the table for unKnights.
Yeah, this is actually, again, very impressive, like where they, like I said, they look very deflated. There wasn't really much from unKnights at all on the third map, and now this has kind of changed a little bit differently, where they got more of a beat to themselves. They're starting to feel a little bit better, and like I said, Jin has already almost pushed himself in double digits early on in this game, so you love to see it. And now the question is, can they use that to get themselves a bigger lead? And ROC, in a surprise of events, haven't really looked that great so far on this map, and a map they actually have played a few times this season. They've been okay on it, but maybe unKnights have been able to do some really good anti-stratting and taking a little bit of play from Gaimin Gladiators, because we know this is a map that they absolutely love to play.
Yeah, right now, though, it is going to be Slayer and Snake shutting things down pretty decisively over on the A bomb site. Jin going to be left here with almost no HP. He goes down, and Horus right there for the multi-kill to make sure things don't go too far out of hand. So ROC Esports finally getting their footing here underneath them, and I think this is really what they needed here. If you look at the last couple of rounds, it's almost like they took that momentum from the second map that they won a little bit too far and were overextending. Now they're playing their safer game, and this is where they're solid on the GR.
Yeah, round by round, but I mean, at least now for the sake of, ROC, at least they can make this a one-round differential, but so they're actually getting a little bit aggro, and Beck's going to be able to find him, so this is always a tough one to be in just because now they've lost their sniper. They do have it for Slayer, which is, again, so funny. I'm so surprised to see it because it's like you never get to see him or Horus really, like, alming that much, but they're going to try for it. On a map like this, there's a lot of long-range fights. That's what we kind of talk about with a map like Port 2, but now unKnights, they're going to group up, go down Banana. They're going to try themselves to get closer towards B. And that's just leaving Horus. He's kind of the sole anchor. He's one player locked in here for B. So he needs to get this information, and then he has to get out. He has to be able to just stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, for Horus here, he's going to have to play the timing pretty perfectly here, but he's going to find himself a triple kill spray down. What more can you ask for from him? He's done his job, and now it's a 2-on-3 situation for unKnights left to deal with, and they're going to go ahead and scoop up the C4, and Alucard able to settle the score here, evens things up, but Totson, he's already there for the backstab, finds the first of two, and now Beck needs to be the hero of the day again for unKnights if they want to hang on to this one. He already knows Totson's going to be lurking behind, but he doesn't have any clue where Snake is going to be playing from just yet, but I like the play call here from ROC Esports. They're going to go ahead and play this one together in the 2v1.
Yeah, the C4 right now from Beck. I mean, he's just clearing things off. Again, he's just making sure nobody's close on by, but he's only got 18 seconds. So either you got to commit to this or you got to go A, and this is exactly what he's going to do. But look at how fast that ROC are right behind him. They're just able to get a little bit on the heels. Beck should be able to get this plant. That's not going to be the problem. It's more about what do we do now? You got these guys close there. He doesn't probably realize this. Now he's been exposed. Now he's been able to spot them. He actually does win the one fight, but thankfully for ROC, they're going to be able to find themselves in a trade opportunity. So we're right back into a tie game. And we're starting to see the IGL here of ROC put himself in some pretty good fragging abilities. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he's near 8 kills right now.
Yeah, you can see the ramp up coming in from ROC. Horus, especially in that previous round, though, getting a lot of the big work done. And Slayer getting that value with the Arm in hand. A nice kill. Takes out Pietro early on, and this is the ROC we were expecting more so after that last map here on Eagle Eye. And Beck and Alucard looking to contest now over towards A long. The mid-rotation coming through as well. Totson about to run into some trouble here if he's not careful. There is a lot of players grouping up near him. Doesn't seem to stop him in the slightest, though. It is going to be a 2-on-4 situation, but it's not going to matter for long. Snare collapses, and actually an unconditional miss there on the second player, but the trades are there all day long for ROC Esports, so they're still going to be feeling good.
Yeah, still looking good, but at least now they're getting back into fighting contention here. And now unKnights, this first half's getting closer to an end point. A slower game here for Kiko, unfortunately, but some other players have really been able to step up a little bit, making this still a very competitive fourth map. Waiting things out just a little bit more on unKnights again, still kind of playing around, just defaulting. Some nades going to get thrown deep. Not going to be able to find any damage inflicted against ROC, but Horus now pushing himself a little bit deep. Now he's actually getting himself some good intel. Just trying to make sure he can get some information. Still being the sole anchor, so a little bit of a change up that what we see from ROC. This wasn't normally what they were doing in the regular season.
Yeah, a bit of a different approach here, but could be a change up that pays off potentially. Snare playing a little bit risky, but Alucard, he's kind of just stuck here on this A-long position. They're going to go ahead and fall off to play it a little bit safer for ROC Esports, and this is where unKnights might need to group up a little bit more to prepare for this push. They had a really good burst of rounds in the beginning of this map, but now ROC Esports, they're playing a little bit more methodical and making sure they take these fights with the trade potential in mind. And this is where unKnights hasn't been quite as successful here. You're going to see a nice little counter flash over the top. Pietro is going to try and sneak in, but Pietro, he can't find anything too easily behind the smoke, but it's still not going to matter. He finds himself a double kill with the Colt, and now it's going to be up to Snare and Totson to clutch this one up, but Jin just gets the backstab on the both of them.
All right. I'll love to see it, a tie game, and it's all come down to this for the first half. And now a full rush here from the defense. ROC are just going to barrel through mid. They're going to try to just make this a bit of a speed run if they can. Alucard realizing, oh look, they scrambled into mid. They've tried to put themselves some pressure on this, and unKnights react perfectly to it. They're able to find themselves a duel. They don't lose anybody. I don't even think they've taken damage at all. And now ROC, they're going to reconfigure the game plan. They're going to reset up their defense despite losing the one, keeping Snare close into mid. And now they're going to put a little bit more of a leniency onto towards this B site, expecting unKnights to kind of go for this bit of a hit. unKnights have really just trying to tiptoe around on this, just taking their time as much as possible, waiting things out. It's a question if ROC want to keep, again, like, looking for more pressure. I just don't feel like they need to. They're the ones that have to be on the defense. They're the ones in the disadvantage, and there we go. Now we're starting to see this defense composition. It's actually scrambling again.
Look at Horus, though. He's pushed up all the way B long, and they don't seem to have any inclination to what he's doing. Snare able to stall for a double kill as well on A long, and could be a bit of a difficult situation if they're not careful. Horus still on the flank, but two have gone down now on the A-bomb site. But look at the timing from Horus. This could be everything they need for the round. Horus, it's going to be cautious timing, but he gets the double kill. Looks quickly for the final player. It's going to be Jin in a 1v1 against Horus for a massive round for either team to try and take away. You can see Horus not too sure of where the peak's going to come from, but with the C4 down, he knows Jin has to take an uncomfortable fight. And Horus, what a time to come to life here, secures the half for ROC Esports.
Oh man, yeah, and especially with a deficit too. Like, this is not a bad, a bit of a stake that we were seeing. Like, I was thinking for ROC, like I think it was a 3-1 at one point. Like, it just felt like they weren't really getting a whole lot done, and then the fact they can able to finish this half off in their favor, not bad at all. That was honestly a bit of a slow start. I was wondering for them, if they were getting a little bit tired or a little exhausted, but these guys are definitely known to be, like we said, they played a lot of competition, and internationally where they played multiple BO3s in a day, so I feel like a best of 5 shouldn't be too much for a team like this. But either way, not bad for unKnights. They've actually shown us, despite them being in a poor performance on the previous map, they're looking like they still got a little bit of fighting ways on this. And now I'm curious how this is going to go for them being on the GR side. Again, a team that notoriously, and for CFWL, they've been strong on the defense. Is that going to be the case, or is it going to be the same showcase we got on Port?
Yeah, I mean, for right now, it's going to be ROC Esports in a bit of a shakier place than what we saw on the previous map, but still looking stronger when push comes to shove. So it just comes down to what they're going to do on this BL side, and that's where I think they can actually really run away with this type of a map, because they have a lot of good coordination when they get to go for these aggressive team fights, and unKnights has to be really ready to shut things down. I feel like Alucard's going to be kind of the staple in making that happen here. He's pretty good at dealing with the pushes that ROC Esports has thrown throughout this match his way, but the rest of the players on unKnights a little bit unstable when it comes to holding down the GR side against them. So we'll see what's in store as we return to this one. But ROC Esports, you can tell they're getting a little bit anxious with this one. They had a few mishaps that we didn't see in the previous map already on Eagle Eyes. So it is going to be up to them to really drive that force continuously forward if they want to close this out and not potentially risk going into the next map on the table here, because that's where things I think might get a little bit scarier for ROC Esports, because this is their pick and they have to go into a little bit more discomfort if it goes to a map 5 situation.
Yeah, I'd be, again, like it'd be a little bit surprising for me in some regard if like when I was kind of looking at this, just looking at the vetoes, it kind of felt like, ROC were in a great. I thought they were in a better position in terms of the veto process, just because I think their map pool is a lot deeper than unKnights. But I think the fact that the way that it's kind of been going back and forth a little bit, it felt like unKnights, causing a little bit of a racket here in the sense of the second map victory has kind of made things a little bit more interesting. But not to say unKnights can't compete, they definitely can. They've shown us that they've been pretty strong, especially in that mid-late season. They were a lot better than what we saw in the very beginning. But now they're getting tested against a pretty strong beast, and now we're finally ready to go. We're in the second half of this. 5-4 for ROC. Going to be on the BL side now. Jin going to be equipped here with the Alm as well. And he's actually getting really close encounters right now. He's getting in some dangerous territory, but he's going to be able to find this duel. And now another one's going to happen here for unKnights, and Kiko. A little bit of a backpedal on it. He gets himself a nice headshot, and ROC, they've already lost 2 big players already.
Yeah, a bit of a tough start to this round, and now they're going to go ahead and try and double down towards the B-bomb site. They've got Slayer lurking in mid, causing some distraction, though, and Horus, he's got a good angle, but it's not going to matter. Jin gets the shutdown kill, and Pietro right there to take down the lurk of Slayer. So 1-on-4 now for Snake, and he does, at the very least, have a chance to maybe get this bomb planted, but it's honestly not going to be too easy to hold on to. But Snake, wait a minute here, able to find a first. Gets the opening back towards A if he wants to double back in that direction, but he may just take the fight after all on this B-bomb side. And with a minute on the clock, he can afford to play this one a little bit slower, maybe get some more isolated kills to go his way. But this is going to be something you're not really expecting if you're Snake there. A couple players posted up on the top of the stairs. Gets the job done for unKnights.
Yeah, that's a really nice round. Really, really nice round from unKnights and getting themselves right back into this game. So the fact that we see, someone like Jin that puts himself in a double kill, and then pretty much everybody else able to find themselves pretty much one apiece, except for Alucard, not bad at all. So everybody kind of sharing the love a little bit here. And now we're right back, like you said, to its high game. A 5-5 we go. And ROC are going to have to show us what they've been able to cook up here on the offense. A 3-2 setup from unKnights, going to put the lean a little bit more on this A side. I'm kind of expecting ROC maybe to go for it. Does actually make a lot of sense. I feel like in the regular season, ROC have been kind of known for just going for these A hits. But I do like that they're mixing things up. They're going to leave the C4 all the way in the back of mid. So not really committing. They're just trying to be pressing a little bit to get themselves some map control, which is not a bad thing. But I'm curious if unKnights they want to switch anything up, or if they're just going to play very, very passive on this one. And that kind of looks like that's the name of the game here.
Yeah, for unKnights, they're not quite as aggressive on their GR side, but they still have a pretty good approach to it, making sure they can get these trades locked in. And this is where it's so difficult for ROC Esports to break through, since they're not entirely sure until they fully commit where these players are going to be posted up. So for unKnights, they do take mid control, giving up B in the process, but look at the wraparound that's happening right now. unKnights has them fully surrounded in the B hotel, and they've almost taken a bit too long here. ROC Esports, they're just running right into a trap at this point. Jin able to find Totson on the cross. Beck with the backstab, gonna take down Slayer, and now Snake and Horus, they've got to do something insane here if they want to hold on to this round. Horus already going down without much of a fight here. Snake only going to be good for one, and unKnights, they are in the lead now here on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, they're getting themselves slowly and surely back into a lead position. And this that was a pretty convincing round, and honestly, I got to give it up for Kiko. Like, the fact that he's able to find that, bit of a flank, that really allowed them just to get themselves in way more firepower ways and putting themselves in a better position. So now ROC, I think they got to realize, look, like, playing this slow setup might not actually be the best thing for them. So I'm hoping this round is going to be a little bit quicker in the sense that they just start to be a little bit more on the movement side. And now Snare's going to put himself in mid-tower. Now they're finally just going to flood out the gates. They're going to try to see what they can do. But looking on unKnights, oh man, they set up the trap card. They're able to find these kills. But oh no,
A little bit of an Uno, a reverse Uno card now going to be thrown here, and as ROC has been able to bring things back to a 2-2, you have Jin, you have Kiko alive. Arguably the stronger performers of this team alive here for unKnights, so it's not a bad case to be here for any unKnight fans.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough hold here for Snake and Totson, but they're also out of utility as well, which makes it even harder to hang on to this A-top position. But Snake, he's poking and prodding perfectly with these peaks, but he just can't find anything. There it is, though, from Totson down low. Gets the job done here. 2 kills going his way, and we're right back into this one at a tie once again. So ROC Esports, they are starting to come to life now in the second half. Snare, though, still yet to find his first kill in the second. He's going to be looking over towards the B Hotel to try and make that happen, but the rest of ROC working alongside him here to try and find an opening. But for unKnights, like we've seen, they play this one extremely safe on the GR.
Yeah, they haven't really done anything too adventurous, right? I mean, they are just kind of playing this very standard setup. They're not really mixing around their playbook as much on the defense. Like, they're kind of just sitting a lot on the GR. And, you know, I think we saw I think it was the first round or the second round where Kiko went for, like, kind of the big flank. Now they're kind of getting a little bit more, you know, a little couple pop flashes here and there just to see in Hotel, nothing at all. But they're trying to play it safe. They're trying to be really cautious of this. And that can be a good thing, but also can be a bad thing a little bit. ROC like playing the slow game, so in some regard, I question if this will be a beneficial thing for unKnights. And now they're going to switch things up one more time. Kiko might even just be playing the utility to allow Jin to be able to swing this. And now this is looking like the C4 is actually making its eye on the prize of maybe towards B. But they still got lots of time, Kyle. They got some time to make decisions here.
Jin, though, through the smoke, able to find Totson. A great way to get things started, but not really a whole lot of active pushing coming through just yet from ROC Esports. We saw the last time they kind of played this B Hotel lurk position, they just slowly got collapsed on, and it seems to be what's kind of happening here already in this round as well. They need to take this site before the rotation comes through. At least this time, they are going to commit a little bit sooner. The smoke screen gets them on site, and now the lurk of Snare has to find that value. Snare going to be good for a first here. Able to fall off and reset. Wants to take this fight on to Jin. But Jin, what a repeat over the top of the box. Brilliant maneuver there to get them back to the numbers advantage. But Slayer and Snake, headshot after headshot, they're able to hold on for a little bit longer here. But Kiko on the turnaround, good for 2. Takes it down to the one-on-one for Horus to try and hang on. But look at this. Is it going to be a ninja defuse? No, it's going to be Horus taking the fight straight to him anyways, and he'll win it. ROC Esports, they are back on top here, and they're looking to close it out.
Yeah, back on top, but honestly, not by a whole lot, right? I mean, this is the thing. It's only a 1-round differential, and these rounds getting close, and good utility work coming in. And look at that. 3 players from ROC are already down by half HP, or 2 of them at least. So some good utility work from unKnights, but is it going to be enough? Because look at how much control they have of this site. They're able to just put the execution into this, and now they're just looking for blood. Now that was maybe enough for them to just get back into winning ways, because they're taking this round full stride. Slayer putting himself in a double kill alone, leaving it just down to Jin by himself, a 1-on-4 task. But this is looking like it's going to be a ROC 8th round right back on the board. I was talking about, you know, a big advantage, and that advantage is definitely going to get big by 2.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be on unKnights. The pressure starting to sink in that could be the moment here that turned the tide for ROC Esports to potentially close this one out. But if they've got anything left in the tank, this is the time to bring that pressure here from unKnights. They still have that potential to win this one if they can keep the fight alive here and now. But ROC Esports, after they hit, not going to be too surprising to see them grouping up to try it once again, because this time unKnights, they stack 4 players towards the B Hotel, but now they know something's up here because ROC Esports, they are full committing up towards the A bomb side. Alucard has to hold the line. He's gonna be good for 1 so far, but now he's stuck in a difficult position. Alucard good for 2. What more can he do to hold on here? Alucard good for a third. Finally, he gets traded down here, but he's done a lot of work already in this round, but the rotation's already in store here. Pietro takes the fight onto Snare, who is not ready at all for that fight on this position, and now Pietro might have just done everything they need to keep this one alive for unKnights. The nade going to come down. The C4, though, still going to be stuck on his position on long, but now Horus has to go for the full rotation fight to try and win this one back.
Yeah, you can see he's just trying to, you know, maneuver as much as he can, just kind of working the map as much as possible, seeing if he might be able to find, you know, Jin that was kind of just on the back skirt of it. There we go. unKnights are going to be able to show themselves right back into fighting ways, and that gap's going to get a little bit smaller. So by 2 is now turned to 1. So not bad at all. And honestly, it's the efforts. Yeah, you know, they're able to pick up a, you know, ROC was trying to get aggressive. Good utility work once again. And they're just going to run into this. They're not even going to let go on this. They're just going to fully send it. They were saying, like, look, we should have had this before. And they're putting their bodies right into this. They're just going to push and shove themselves inside the site. They're going to be able to get the plant for free. And now unKnights so quickly on with 2:03 before the timer goes in of the C4. This is now a retake scenario for unKnights. You got the still in the hands of Jin. But this is not going to be good. This is not a very fun position to be in. Beck is just trying to see if he can find an easy duel. But Snake is just going to tuck himself away. And they're playing this very, very well. And Snare's going to get ultra aggressive, looking for the 1. He does get a 1-on-1 trade. ROC have now put themselves in a big advantage to closing this thing off.
It all comes down to this. The last stand for unKnights has to happen now. 2 rounds needed to force overtime, and that's their only way back into this map at this point. So for ROC Esports, it might be another trip down A long here. Like you said, it was their bread and butter in the regular season, and it seems to be doing some good work here in these last couple of rounds as well. But they've gone for the push. You can see Horus putting that early utility pressure onto Alucard. unKnights, though, does have a passive 3-stack this time around, so maybe a good change of pace here for them to work with. But ROC, they're not going to be playing it too aggressive this time. They're waiting to see if somebody overextends, but Snare, that's the start of something good here. It's the opener.
Yeah, it gets a big opener indeed. Not bad at all. But is that going to be enough? Because right now, you know, we saw Alucard, you know, he was having himself a field day here. He was able to lock things down before previously, but now unKnights losing Beck. Might have his eyes a little bit more set to see what his players are doing, but he's not going to be able to bring any of that firepower into this round at all, and it's potentially map and series point on the brink of this for ROC. Jin desperately looking for a duel. Getting a little bit more of a rotation into Hotel. He's going to get a close encounter. Is he going to expect this? Oh no! He misses the shots, and now he has to make a quick decision. Where does he go? And now he's just trying to split this off as much as possible. Now things are falling apart. His teammate's going to go to the grave. Jin somehow he gets away with 2. I don't know how he's alive in this. ROC have been able to fumble this. This one might have just turned around on itself. ROC is overthinking the situation. They're split apart from each other, and unKnights, they still got a fighting chance.
It's not over till it's over here for unKnights. Alucard and Kiko looking to keep this one alive. Horus and Snake, will they be able to close it out? It is a completely open A-bomb site for them to work with, so it's all about the retake. And Horus, even though he's low on HP, I just think back to Black Widow with 1 HP where he had 3 kills go his way anyways, so definitely a big threat still in this round as the C4 gets planted. But Alucard and Kiko, they're going to have to move very quickly here in the situation. You see Kiko already taking position on the lower stairs, but Snake, he's able to spot one on the shoulder. Peek goes for the repeat through the box, laying down some nice spam here. I'm just trying to stall things out. Snake through the box, able to take it down to a 2-on-1, and now Kiko, he is the last man standing, the last hope here between ROC Esports in the grand finals. He's spotted out on the back of the GR spawn wall, and Horus and Snake, all they need to do is run down the clock, and they know it here. It's going to have to be a forced play from Kiko, and there's just no way to get it done, and you can see the excitement here because ROC Esports has booked their ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, you can just see, you know, honestly, you love to see these kind of moments, right? That's why I love the player cams. Like, just Snake, just full celebration. Big sigh of relief. Like, you know, the job's not done, obviously, but look, I mean, at least for that, they went against a huge threat of unKnights.
They make work of it. They get it done with a 3-1 victory, but nonetheless, I mean, now they can at least relax for the rest of the day. They can get themselves prepared because, like you said, they are going to be having a little bit of a brawl taking on Anubis here in the grand final. So it's going to be a full Egyptian matchup that we were talking about. And now we get to see some really interesting events here tomorrow. But honestly, not a bad day in the office here for ROC. A little bit slippery at some points, but you know what? A win's a win at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think they're going to be too upset after this one, especially knowing they don't even have to play the defending champions now in the grand final. They're going to be going up against Anubis, but I will say Anubis is looking in top form going into that grand final as well. They put up a stellar performance to take out Gaimin Gladiators. There still will be that consolidation match, though, for the third place position, which does still have some pretty big implications for getting those points towards EWC. So it's not necessarily over just yet for unKnights and GG. We'll see them again tomorrow, but we're going to go ahead and throw it to the desk to break down the full day for you.
Thank you so much, our casters Laz and Kyle. Man, I know it wasn't an easy day, but it was definitely a fun one. So, break this down for me. What happened?
As I said, when it comes to Eagle Eye, always ROC had the upper hand because these guys are very well organized. They have the better because they have the better global risk. I mentioned that they have Snare on A side, he's really dominant, and here they have Horus on the hotel, he's also really dominant. Side always very good. Knights had some good rounds. They started playing fast. They got 2-0. They started very good. They didn't start slow as we used to be, but they couldn't capitalize on it and they couldn't move forward because ROC was able to adapt.
He was pretty solid to say the least. There were two 1.07, 1.67.
0.9 Beck, he did very good
that's
also.
Pretty decent. I really respect Beck this game. He performed exceptionally well. But nonetheless, both they won 3-1, well deserved. Best of luck as well for unKnights and GG tomorrow, playing for 3rd place. And who do you think the MVP is?
To be honest, it's very hard to say who's the MVP. Todzin had one very good map. I think for me, it's Horus. For me, it's Horus. Yeah, Horus did a lot of clutches that is needed. Maybe he's not having the best KD, maybe he's not having the best kills, but this guy clutched the most efficient rounds and the most rounds that he is needed by them.
Yeah, the most important ones.
Yeah, so I guess Horus, like, he had a very, very high impact, but maybe based on KD is going to be Snake, I guess, because Snake also had a very good KD. He says the IGL, usually the IGL is not fragging that much, but Snake in these playoffs, this is one of the highest, yes, as I said, 1.3 IGL KD. This is out of this world.
You could tell that Snake was giving a lot of crucial information, even if he got taken out, he was helping with them with the rotations and whatnot, and basically guiding his team to victory.
Yes, also his gameplay in Port was insane. With the map they won 10-3. He was one of the factors with Todzin why they dominated Global Risk. His rotations was always on point, his rules was always on points, and closing the game was always on point. We saw his 3k on B side. It's impossible with M4, and he's just playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. He is playing out of his mind, and here we're looking at some of the highlights, man, from Snake, and to say the least, he played well, but to actually tell the truth, he played amazing. He performed exceptionally well. He did his job as an IGL, and I think he's 2nd and 3, or what is he?
No, he's backup. First and 2nd, Horus and Todzin.
Alright, anyways, what do you think is going to happen tomorrow?
I want to break down. Sports are playing Anubis for the first time since 2021 Season 1. 2 Egyptian Gigantics are meeting on the Grand Finals. It is ROC Esports and it is also Anubis.
The Pharaohs versus the Element.
Yes, as we can see, the brackets now, ROC Esports will move with Anubis, and these guys are now like bringing us back. When they both beat also Team Essen and Anubis, it was, this series was one of the best series you could watch. It was 3-2, so you could never expect who's gonna win. When it comes to Egyptians and Egyptians, it's a matter of ego, matter of confidence, matter of how you're gonna be able to adapt in the game, because both of the teams, they exactly know how each other play. Anubis knows how ROC is playing. ROC knows 100% how Anubis is playing. This team watched Anubis and this team watched ROC. They both watched each other, so tomorrow it's going to be the matter of confidence. Who's going to be hitting the shots, who's going to be more concentrated and not losing power in order for them to succeed and claim the title.
Very well said and very well spoken. It is 2 Egyptian Titans. They're fighting for a lot of things. I don't really think the prize pool is the main priority. Like you said, it's a matter of ego and time. Move on to more better ventures when it comes to CrossFire West or CrossFire Global, to say the least. So I'm excited. I really am for tomorrow. It's gonna be first and second against first and second and third and fourth. They're gonna be playing for these ranks.
Yeah,
so it's gonna be
it's
gonna be Anubis. It's gonna be Anubis and ROC playing against each other, and it's gonna be GG versus
unKnights.
Yes,
and unKnights and GG. This is also a finals for me.
Yeah.
Why? Because these guys
exactly.
these guys are playing for Center Force. If you get third place, you still have to accumulate points more and more to go to the AWC. But if you got fourth, that means that you need to be in top 2 in the next season for you to go to the. It's very, very tough. Like, it's more tough than the finals. In the finals, okay, you guys accumulated first and second points already for the EWC. Of course, you want the title, you want to win. But in terms of losing in the finals, still you got some points. Other than that, third and fourth, if you get fourth place, you have tons of pressure on your shoulders that you need to be on top 2 for the next season.
Least, yeah.
At least.
We discussed this so much that when it comes to this series, CF West, man, I feel like all 8 teams can really compete and possibly make it to playoffs and possibly variations with how old the organization is or how experienced the roster
How
is.
long the team is
But
playing.
Yeah.
Basically. So it's always the teams. As we saw, GV, they narrowly almost get top 4. But now look at Anubis, who almost lost to GV. And if they lost the game versus TBI, they wouldn't make it to top 4. These guys are in finals now. So this shows how strong is the top 5 teams, especially also with EYG. These guys are reforming and they're doing very good. Now the brackets is in front of us. Like Anubis, ROC Esports in the grand finals. But first we will be playing Gaimin Gladiators GG versus unKnights, which is for
former
me,
LCK playing
it's
against
more important than the finals. This game is more pressuring than the finals. This game is more valuable than the finals for the teams who are not already claiming the spot, but they want to go to the AWC.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, right? Like, at this point, for these top 4 teams, it's not just about winning the prize money or stuff like that. It's more about playing aggressively and whatnot, but to be able to reach the EWC, which is the next level of CrossFire.
Yes, as you said, and ROC Esports showed us today. These 2 teams, by the way, they deserve to be in the finals. Why they deserve to be in the finals? These are the most
formidable teams of the region.
And they always work hard. They have coaches. 2 teams have coaches. They always work very hard. They sit with their coaches. They listen to the strategies. They have counteractions. They watch the enemy POVs. They try to do everything. So they deserve to be there. I'm not saying that the other teams are not working, but when you are working with a coach and working hard till midnights every day, this needs to be paid off.
Yes.
And you need to be in the finals.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, they did work hard and it persevered, right? Like, the fruits of their happy and capable to capitalize on it. And either way, like, they're still gonna get a share of the money, you know. Anyways, please, as your host and your special guests, we're telling you, you cannot miss tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be super exciting. It might be long, but it's super exciting to say the least. So I wish you guys to be here tomorrow, same time. And if there's anything else you'd like to add.
I'm just very excited for tomorrow. I want to be here.
God bless. All right. I'd like to end it on that, and we'll see you all tomorrow night with our casters and our studio and everyone who's contributing. Thank you so much for being here and observing our live. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you.